Lord of Mysteries, The Fool's Brother is a Witch. By author Tuo Zhang de Zhe. Chapter 1-50. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Guys, this fanfiction came out before book 2 concluded, so there are some made-up things that sometimes clash with canon knowledge. So please enjoy. Hiss, my stomach, it hurts so much. My whole body hurts. The intense pain in his abdomen gradually brought Zhou Mingzhen to his senses. He struggled to open his eyes, only to see a huge demonic wolf head pressed against him, bleeding from all 7 orifices, a terrifying sight of death. Holy crap! In his panic, Zhou Mingzhen even forgot the pain in his body. He kicked out and sent the giant demonic wolf flying 3 meters. Holy cow, my strength is so great. From a distance, Zhou Mingzhen realized that the demonic wolf actually had 8 legs. What the hell? Did this demonic wolf drink nuclear wastewater? Wait, this seems to be a demonic wolf. In the unfamiliar memories, Zhou Mingzhen found the species of this demonic wolf. Good heavens, it seems this is a Western fantasy world. Zhou Mingzhen thought about all sorts of random things in his mind to distract himself from the pain, while propping himself up with his hands and carefully sitting up. Hiss, even with the utmost care, he inevitably pulled at his wound. Intense pain surged forth, and Zhou Mingzhen's face instantly contorted. He bared his teeth and looked down at his stomach, immediately seeing the waves of his chest. Oh my, oh my, oh my. What is this? In his shock, Zhou Mingzhen suddenly pulled at the wound on his stomach and instantly fell back to the ground, thrashing like a dead fish from the pain, unable to get up. Hiss. Zhou Mingzhen's face was pale. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at his abdomen. It was a bloody mess, a huge bloody hole. Not only that, he had many other wounds on his body, gurgling blood. But fortunately, they were all healing at a visible rate. Although he was puzzled, it also made Zhou Mingzhen breathe a sigh of relief, otherwise, he would soon die from blood loss. Let's put the wounds aside for now, Zhou Mingzhen thought, then struggled to get up, staggering towards Eve's house. First, I need to clean the blood off my body and then leave quickly, or I'll encounter other Beyonder creatures attracted by the scent of blood. Zhou Mingzhen looked at the village, feeling very uneasy. All he saw was a mess. An empty village, destroyed by demonic wolves. This was Eve's village, the owner of this body, the village she had protected for 10 years. Zhou Mingzhen looked down at his body and thought with a bitter smile, although it's hard to accept that I've gender swapped, since I've taken over your body, I will do my best to save them. Zhou Mingzhen dared not promise anything. From Eve's memories, he could glimpse what kind of world this was. This was not a world where humans could live. If it weren't for the villagers, good luck in finding the naive Eve, they would have been killed by that pack of demonic wolves long ago. Is Flegre really a god? Are there gods in this world? He didn't know if Flegre was a true god, but Flegre was definitely the top combatant in this world. Eve was not weak in this world, but Flegre, let's call him, Flegre's battle with Eve was a crushing defeat. No, it couldn't even be called a battle. As Eve walked, she let her thoughts wander. By the time she reached Eve's house, her wounds were almost completely healed. She found Eve's clothes among the ruins, wrapped them in a cloth to prevent them from getting stained with her own blood, and after bundling the clothes, headed straight for the small river near the village. What should I do next? To save time, Eve jumped directly into the river, quickly washing the blood from her body, and at the same time, couldn't help but begin to ponder her future. Eve's heart was filled with confusion. Become stronger. By then, the villagers would probably be nothing but bones. Go directly to save them. It seems no different from seeking death. That Flegre seems to have abilities similar to prophecy, otherwise, I could try to outsmart him. After all, the gods in this world are generally quite mad, and their minds aren't very sharp. Wait, it's not impossible. After all, as a great boss, Flegre shouldn't pay attention to small fries like them. Sure enough, I still have to find a way to save the villagers first, otherwise, I won't even be able to collect their bodies. But how to save them? Eve, who had hastily washed herself in a few tens of seconds, climbed ashore. She quickly scrambled onto the bank while brainstorming incessantly, planning a rescue for the villagers. While her mind was working at full capacity, Eve's hands were also quick. Indeed, people are pushed to their limits. Eve gave a bitter smile, intensely missing her own world. Unfortunately, now was not the time for nostalgia, she still had to save the villagers. Every second counted as a life, she couldn't afford to delay. Otherwise, she would definitely curse the heavens, transmigrating without even a golden finger. Where was her system? A Sui Shen Lao Ye would do too. Just as Eve was distressed, a sudden feeling of being watched appeared. Before she could think, her body reacted first, pulling back and immediately using the water surface to jump into the mirror world. In the mirror world, Eve pressed her lips together tightly, not daring to make any sound, though it wouldn't have any practical effect. A short while later, a beautiful woman in an intricately retro long dress appeared 1,000 meters from where Eve had been. Phlegre's subordinate, goddess of bad luck Ammonizes. Since that was the case, she was an enemy. That stupid demonic wolf actually knows how to deliver the final blow. Eve mocked in her heart, finding humor in her misery. In the face of a life or death crisis, she needed this to suppress her fear of death. She frowned imperceptibly, then vanished as if erased by an eraser. Not gone yet. Eve kept her gaze on that woman. Although she couldn't see her now, she could still sense her presence. Sure enough, the next second, that figure reappeared by the river. Tisk. Don't even think I'm coming out. If I can't hide from Phlegre, I can still hide from you. Eve thought bitterly in her heart, her tone somewhat gritted, as if this could give her a negligible boost of confidence. She looked at the water for a long time, confirmed that Eve had no intention of appearing, then sighed softly, revealing a helpless smile. Her red lips parted, uttering a single word. Hello. English. Could it be a fellow countryman? Is transmigration that common these days? Eve looked at her with an incredulous expression, but still did not jump out. I mean no harm. This time she used the language of this world. Can you come out and talk? The water surface remained still. But Ammonizes showed no impatience in her heart and still said calmly, we don't have much time left. She added, we cannot be discovered by him. A moment later, an exceptionally beautiful young girl emerged from the water. Her disheveled hair and clothes, far from detracting from her beauty, gave her a unique charm. Eve still hadn't emerged from the mirror world, but she agreed to converse with Ammonizes. Ammonizes. Although Eve should have known her, out of politeness, Ammonizes still introduced herself. Eve politely replied, then said nothing further, waiting for Ammonizes to speak. The aura of Saphira Castle makes you a delicious little snack for the destruction demon wolf, tempting and conspicuous. It won't be long before he finds you. Saphira Castle? Eve asked. But Ammonizes did not answer her. Instead, she asked, do you know the sun god? Eve shook her head. Ammonizes sighed, and then the girl felt as if she was wrapped in something cool and comfortable. This feeling came and went quickly. When she came back to her senses, some knowledge about the sun god appeared in Eve's mind. Eve touched her head in surprise. Go and seek refuge with him. I will help you protect the villagers. Why? Hey, wait, don't leave yet. Ammonizes had no intention of answering her. She disappeared after speaking, and with her, the giant demonic wolf's corpse also vanished. Damn it. Do all the big shots like to be riddle tellers now? Should I go or not? Forget it, Eve thought dejectedly. Anyway, she had nowhere else to go, so she might as well trust her for now. Although Eve had been hiding in the mirror world, she knew that if Ammonizes truly wanted to kill her, it would only take a little effort. The sun god, Eve flipped through the knowledge granted by the goddess of bad luck. If it was true, then he was one of the few gods who were friendly to humans. Even without Ammonizes' words, if she survived after resolving the villagers' matters, she would eventually seek refuge with him one day. Thinking this, Eve lifted her leg and headed towards the sun god's territory. In this rarely traveled place, there were few items that could serve as mirrors. She had to run through many sections on foot. At a normal pace, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Eve didn't know when Flegre would discover her. In fact, if it weren't for that Saphira castle, she probably wouldn't need to hide like this. After all, he didn't even put her in his eyes. Perhaps, no, not perhaps, Flegre didn't even know that a girl named Eve had died at his hands. But why didn't that pack of demonic wolves take Eve's corpse away? Were they picky eaters? Eve thought as she rushed towards the ancient sun god's territory. She didn't know how long, it won't be long, she could only go faster and faster, praying for enough time. Not enough time. Ammonizes thought, slowly walking towards the tall mountain peak, calculating the time in her heart. After Eve had deviated from her path quite a bit, the goddess of bad luck also arrived at the foot of the mountain. She looked up at the peak, feeling the greedy gazes on her, then calmly lifted her skirt and ascended the mountain, reaching the summit in mere seconds. Ammonizes, Flegre's voice echoed in her ears, "You have the aura of Saphira Castle on you." Although very faint, at such a distance, Flegre still truly felt it, the aura of Saphira Castle. The Saphira Castle aura on Ammonizes had long since dissipated, these could only have been acquired later. No wonder Flegre was so excited, his already chaotic mind was now completely consumed by Saphira Castle. "Where did you go today?" Flegre asked. "Under the rule of the Phoenix ancestor." Her voice was very soft, as if the person answering was carefully trying not to anger the god before her. Saphira Castle. He didn't even care why Ammonizes went to the underworld. In the face of Saphira Castle, all matters and things were irrelevant to Flegre. Ammonizes lowered her head and replied, "Indeed, I sensed the aura of Saphira Castle today." Flegre divined in his heart whether Ammonizes was lying and received a negative answer. The next second, Flegre appeared outside the underworld, his eyes filled with madness and greed, his mind screaming with a craving for Saphira Castle. In the solemn and majestic palace, Ammonizes curled her lips, "Now it should be enough." "Hey, stupid demonic wolf." Chapter 2, Oro Boros. I'm exhausted. Eve plopped down in the shade, pulled half a flatbread from her cloth bag, and took a big bite. She had been traveling non-stop for a day and a night. If she didn't rest soon, she wouldn't be able to hold on. Chewing hard on the flatbread, Eve silently calculated the remaining journey in her mind. It was probably another 5 or 6 hours. The result immediately brightened her mood, dispelling some of the unpleasantness of the journey. It was worth traveling day and night, running for a day and a night without rest. The half flatbread was eaten quickly, and Eve licked her lips, still wanting more. To be honest, it wasn't delicious. The flatbread had been stored for who knows how long, dry and hard, but it was Eve's only food at the moment. Eve touched the last half flatbread in her cloth bag and prayed hopefully, "I hope the sun god has lots and lots of delicious food." She then cradled her face, fantasizing dreamily about the wonderful life she might have with the sun god. Sigh. Eve's smile faded as she sighed, thinking dejectedly, "As long as I can eat my fill, that would be great. In this place, being able to eat your fill is like heaven on earth, isn't it?" Eve sniffed, pouting, as a wave of loneliness and grievance suddenly welled up in her heart. Slap. Eve slapped herself. Seriously, no more overthinking. Where do you have time for melancholy now? Rest well, then continue on your way. Before she finished speaking, she fell backward, lying flat on the grass. Should I take a short nap? No, if I oversleep, I'll be the earliest and most useless transmigrator to die. Afraid to sleep, Eve could only lie on the ground, trying her best to relax her body and mind to get some rest. But it was impossible. Every minute and every second she stayed, Eve worried about whether Flegre would discover her, whether Flegre would appear before her eyes the next second. This way, she couldn't get any rest. Eve irritably ran her fingers through her hair, then quickly stood up. Worst case, once she reached the sun god's territory, she'd just lie down and sleep for 3 days and nights before going to find the sun god. After all, once she was in the ancient sun god's territory, the sun god would absolutely not allow Flegre to invade his domain and capture someone under his rule. That's right, someone under the sun god's rule. There was no household registration system in this world. Where a person was, that's where they belonged. After weighing her options and deciding it was feasible, Eve lifted her foot to leave, but was stopped by a tender child's voice. Hello. From behind a tree not far from the girl, a small silver head peeked out. A very polite and cute little boy. In the past, Eve might have teased him, but now, she only felt danger. She had no idea how long the little boy had been standing behind the tree. Although her abilities were greatly diminished due to overwork, Eve's vigilance had always been high. This child was definitely not an ordinary boy. The silver-haired little boy slowly emerged from behind the tree, wearing a linen robe. He was holding a fish that had soaked the front of his shirt. The fish struggled, thrashing its tail in his arms. The little boy tightened his grip and took a step forward, and Eve's body immediately tensed. The boy paused, staring blankly at Eve for a while, then pulled his foot back. I'm very lucky, the boy said. What the heck? Eve pondered for a moment. Very lucky, so lucky enough not to be discovered by me. The girl felt she might have misunderstood. Was that logical? The little boy didn't know Eve's thoughts. He held up the fish and offered it to her, saying, "Trade." Eve looked at the fish in the little boy's hand, stunned. It's edible, the boy kindly explained when Eve didn't react. Of course I know it's edible, so what do you want to trade for? Can't you be clearer? I don't have anything on me. Wait, she only had flatbread on her. Eve touched the half flatbread in her cloth bag, reached into the bag with both hands, broke the flatbread in half, took out a piece, and pointed, asking, "Trade for this." Seeing the boy nod, Eve tossed the flatbread to him. The flatbread arced through the air and landed steadily in the boy's arms. Damn, he's really lucky. Eve exclaimed silently. Just as the little boy lowered his head to bite the flatbread, he mimicked Eve and tossed the fish to her. Huh. Eve caught the fish, then threw it back. Trading a fish for flatbread, your parents would beat you if they knew. She said, turning to leave. This time, the fish didn't land in his arms but at the boy's feet. He looked down at the fish, then at the flatbread in his hand. Flatbread. The little boy looked up at Eve and said, I don't have parents. He paused, then added, I used to, but they were eaten. Eve immediately regretted her words, looking at the boy with guilt and pity. Where do you live? Eve asked cautiously. Right here, the boy replied. Here. There was no sign of human life here. Although this child should have some strength, he was still a child. Eve's sense of morality simply couldn't allow her to watch a 3 or 4-year-old child fend for himself alone. Eve tossed her last small piece of flatbread to the child and said to him, if you're willing, wait for me for a few days. I'll come back for you. I want to go with you, the boy said to her, holding up the flatbread. Flatbread, delicious. It's very dangerous to follow me, and fish are also very delicious. It's dangerous here too, and fish aren't delicious, flatbread is delicious. Eve didn't want to get entangled with the child anymore, every second wasted now was her life. She turned to run, but after only 2 steps, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Tripping over nothing. That's illogical. Eve looked up at the boy. Was that you? Taking me can make you lucky. This child's ability must be related to luck. If she took him along, she could avoid detours caused by encountering powerful Beander creatures, which would greatly save travel time. I don't have any flatbread left. Do you still want to come with me? Eve finished speaking and saw the child lower his head, beginning to think seriously. I'm in a hurry. Give me an answer in 3 seconds. 3, 2, go. It's really dangerous to come with me. I'm being hunted by a god, do you know, a god. Eve's voice rose significantly, and her tone became fierce, aiming to make the child understand how dangerous it was. Sure enough, hearing this, the boy fell silent. Seeing this, Eve felt a little regretful about losing the luck, but she also breathed a sigh of relief. She waved to the boy and said, goodbye, child. Go. Huh. Eve's foot, lifted to leave, hadn't even come down when she heard the tender child's voice say, go. Eve looked at the little boy in surprise. Are you stupid, child? It's a god. A god. Following me, you might die the next second. Here, the boy lowered his head, seemingly very conflicted. He glanced up at Eve, seeing a pair of beautiful blue eyes looking at him seriously. He looked to the side and said, "There's a devil that wants to eat me. My parents were both eaten by it. Then why don't you run?" As soon as Eve said this, she regretted it. If he could run, he would have already. "Can't run," the little boy continued, "he wants to eat me but doesn't eat me, that's why I've lived until now." Eve immediately understood what he meant. Those wolves would do the same, savoring the prey's fear and panic, then eating them when they got bored. It was the same maliciousness. The boy here was also living day to day, perhaps to be eaten the next second. Wait, if that's the case, hadn't she entered the devil's hunting ground? No, calm down, calm down. Generally, those Beander creatures would leave their aura near their hunting grounds to mark ownership, but Eve hadn't felt any devil's aura when she entered. This might not be a hunting ground. How many creatures are in this place? Eve squatted down, asking the boy at eye level. "There's me, and lots of fish, insects, and birds," the little boy answered obediently. "The only one being hunted is this child. It seems it's not a hunting ground, which is good." Eve thought to herself, it must be that the devil passed by here, discovered the child's family, and deemed them its prey. It didn't drive the child's family to its hunting ground, so it seems the devil's dwelling is far from here. It probably doesn't visit this child often. Then how does it keep the child from escaping? Why can't you run away? Whenever I leave this place, I feel a lot of pain, so much pain that I faint. When I wake up, I keep running outwards, then faint again, until that devil catches me and brings me back, the little boy said obediently. "I can endure it. Please save me." This sounds a lot like a curse, and she's good at that. This child is truly lucky. "Child, give me some of your hair and flesh," Eve said, beckoning to the boy. Then she saw the boy tear off a large piece of flesh from his arm without blinking. Eve was startled and quickly tore a clean piece of cloth from her clothes to bandage the child's wound. "Just a little is enough," Eve said, her heart aching, while simultaneously beginning to lift the curse. She failed 2 or 3 times, but finally, it was lifted. Eve breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was resolved. "All right, now let's go our separate ways," Eve said, standing up to leave, but the boy tugged at her sleeve. "Go. Are you sure? Go." "All right," Eve said helplessly, "don't blame me if you die then." Eve turned, hugged the little boy, and began to rush towards the ancient sun god's territory with all her might. "My name is Eve, what's yours?" The little boy obediently lay in Eve's arms. Hearing Eve's question, he tilted his head and thought for a moment. Oro Boros. Chapter 3, Illiterate. 3 hours later, outside the city of the sun god's territory. Eve was more excited looking at the simple city than she would have been seeing a magnificent palace. Clutching Oro Boros tightly in her arms, she ran towards the queue of people outside the city, almost crying with joy. Oro Boros, we're finally safe. There were many people in line, and although she was at the very end, a considerable distance from the city gate, Eve's eyesight easily allowed her to see that everyone entering the city had to show a small card. "Excuse me, sir," Eve tapped the shoulder of the person in front of her and asked, "What is that thing you're showing to enter the city?" The big brother in front turned around. Eve observed him closely. For a world where ordinary people were generally sallow and emaciated, this big brother could be considered a strong man. He held a hunting bow in one hand and a rabbit in the other, appearing to be a hunter. "You're refugees, aren't you? That's an identity card, you can't enter the city without it." The big brother sized them up, noting their travel-worn appearance, disheveled hair and clothes, and numerous mud stains and wounds. "Identity card. Sun God, is it reasonable for you to be so advanced? Why are you so different from other gods? Are you truly gods from the same world?" But regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, since this identity card had been implemented by the ancient sun god, she had to get to. Eve immediately squeezed out a few tears, hugging Oro Boros and weeping, "What can we do?" "Sir, my brother and I came from a distant village. Our village was destroyed by demonic wolves, and all the villagers were captured, leaving only us siblings. We walked for 3 days to get here, and we're out of food. If we can't get in, how will we live? Those demonic wolves are truly the most damnable bastards in the world. The hunter cursed angrily. He pointed to himself and said, "Don't worry, miss, I'm also a refugee. Once you get here, you're safe, the Great Lord will protect us." When mentioning the Great Lord, the hunter immediately showed a fanatical expression, like the most devout missionary, and began to preach to Eve. Our Great Lord is the most benevolent God. He comes from the distant past, to save humanity. All people will walk towards light under his leadership. Not only that hunter, but others also gathered around and began to preach to Eve and Oro Boros. Everyone's face was filled with genuine piety and reverence. Surrounded by a group of fanatics, Eve, holding Oro Boros, felt small, pitiful, and helpless, like a poor soul who had stumbled into a pyramid scheme. Fortunately, that hunter big brother still remembered that she was a poor child who had walked for 3 days with her brother, was exhausted, and hadn't eaten. After praising his Lord 3 times, he pointed to a person sitting behind a small table by the city gate and told Eve, "Just go find him." Then, he kindly helped Eve disperse the surrounding crowd. Eve put Oro Boros down. Although he was light, holding him for so long was still tiring. She led Oro Boros towards the person the hunter big brother had pointed to. "Hello, sir," Eve greeted politely, standing beside the man. "Hello, hello." The person, who looked like a clerical worker, stood up when he saw Eve approaching him, looking very pleased, and said, "Hello," twice before sitting down. He pointed to a small stool in front of the table, motioning for her to sit down, then picked up a pen and paper and asked, "Name?" "Eve," and Oro Boros. "Age?" "I'm 15, he's." Eve secretly glanced at Oro Boros. Oro Boros held up 3 fingers, 3 months. "He's 3 years old. Do you have Beyonder abilities?" "Yes, we both do." "Why are you here?" "Our village was destroyed by demonic wolves, and only I am left." Oro Boros is someone I found. His parents were eaten by devils. The man looked at Eve and asked, "How did you survive?" "I don't know either," Eve choked, her beautiful eyes filled with relief and fear. "My vision went black, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, only I was left." The clerical worker asked a few more questions. After completing the process, he held the fully written paper in his hand, and then a golden light flashed. The man nodded and said, "True. Eve. Good thing she hadn't lied, though she had used a little linguistic trickery." Oro Boros silently looked at the paper filled with his and Eve's information. His age was wrong. He pulled out 2 more sheets of paper from the table, wrote down Eve's and Unwilling's basic information, handed them to Eve, pointed to 2 small houses 100 meters away, and said, "Give this to the person in charge of the temporary residence area. Stay there for 1 night, and come back to me tomorrow for your identity cards. There are people giving out food there." After thanking the clerical worker, Eve took Oro Boros to the temporary residence area. Few people. This was Eve's first impression of it. But then again, people nowadays were kept like livestock by Beyonder creatures, only a handful managed to escape. The 2 houses were not large. After all, with few people, big houses weren't needed. Only 4 or 5 people stood on the open ground outside the houses. 2 of them were clearly much more energetic than the others. One was distributing food, and the other was writing something with pen and paper, likely the person in charge. Eve held Unwilling in one arm and the 2 sheets of paper in the other, saying to the suspected person in charge, "Hello, miss. Are you the person in charge?" "Yes." The person in charge stopped writing, took the 2 papers Eve handed over, and after a glance, exclaimed, "You both have Beyonder abilities. Please wait a moment." The person in charge put down her pen and paper and ran into the small house. Soon, she came back with a small booklet. "Do you know how to read?" Eve was silent for a moment, looking at Oro Boros, and Oro Boros was also looking at her. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. "Well, 2 illiterates." Eve gave the person in charge an awkward smile. It's all right, the person in charge shook her head and said, go find Miss Elizabeth at bunk number 7. She's the only one here besides me who can read. Let her read it to you. Then she handed the booklet to Eve, along with 2 flatbreads and 2 wooden tags, inscribed with 11 and 12, respectively. Oro Boros, Eve put the boy down, gave him a flatbread and a wooden tag, pointed to the small house opposite, and pushed Oro Boros's back. You stay there. If anything happens, call me. No, the person in charge said, the child is too young, he needs to stay with you. Ah, Eve looked down at Oro Boros. Then, all right. Eve slowly walked to the door, leading Oro Boros. The girl placed one hand on the door, took a deep breath, and lowered her head to unwilling, saying, Oro Boros, don't look around after we go in. It's polite, understand? The little boy nodded obediently. Eve nodded in satisfaction, but her lowered head still didn't rise. The door was unlocked. With a slight push of her hand, the simple door slowly rotated open, making a soft sound that stood out sharply in the quiet room. Eve quickly glanced up, searching for her bunk. No one looked at them. The people in the room seemed not to care who came or went, they were just doing their own things, sleeping or eating. In a room for over a dozen people, even such a faint sound of the door opening was clearly audible. They had lost their proper vitality and spirit. A surge of bitterness and anger welled up in her heart. Even as a transient in this world, she couldn't help but feel sorrow for these people. On bunk number 7, a little girl who looked about 11 or 12 was curled up, sleeping. That must be Miss Elizabeth, Eve thought. I'll wait until she wakes up. Placing Oro Boros on bunk 11, Eve lay down on bunk 12. Oro Boros, are you going to sleep? Eve whispered into Unwilling's ear. The little boy shook his head. Eve pointed to bunk 7 and said to him, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Wake me up when Miss Elizabeth wakes up. Oro Boros looked in the direction Eve pointed, then turned back to her and said, Placing the small booklet under her pillow, Eve pulled the blanket from the bunk over herself. Oro Boros leaned over to help the girl tidy the blanket around her legs and cover them. The little boy's obedient demeanor reminded her of her own younger brother, Zhou Mingrui. That kid was quite well behaved when he was little. Thinking of her brother inevitably led to many other thoughts: childhood, adulthood, happy times, sad times. The past seemed to have been beautified by the passage of time. A genuine smile appeared on the girl's face. Eve, who had been tense since her transmigration, was in a rare good mood. She didn't want to think more and ruin her mood, so she drifted off to sleep, accompanied by happiness and thoughts of family. Oro Boros watched the girl suddenly smile. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask anything. He kept his eyes fixed on bunk number 7, undistracted. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, but no one inside went to open it. After a while, the knocking sounded again. Only after the knocking had sounded 3 times did the door finally open. Oro Boros didn't even glance, his gaze still fixed on bunk number 7. The girl on bunk number 7, however, was abruptly woken up by the girl eating beside her. The little girl immediately stood up, her eyes showing no trace of sleepiness. Miss Elizabeth is awake, Unwilling thought. He needed to wake Eve. But before he could act, the girl next to Eve was a step ahead, placing her hand on Eve's shoulder and shaking her vigorously twice, waking the girl up. Huh! Eve immediately opened her eyes and sat up, startled by the scene before her. The sleepiness in her eyes quickly gave way to clarity. Except for her and Oro Boros, everyone else in the room knelt towards the door. Outside the door stood a handsome man in fine black curly-haired clothes, and behind him stood a woman, who was the person in charge of the temporary residence area. The people inside were kneeling cautiously and respectfully, fearing for their lives. Chapter 4, Sorcerer. Thump. A wise person knows when to yield. Eve immediately pressed Oro Boros down, and they both knelt. Although she didn't know who he was, it was better to just kneel with the crowd. A true man knows when to bend and when to extend, it wouldn't cost him a limb. Kneeling on the ground, Eve saw from the corner of her eye the richly dressed man and the person in charge helping up those who were kneeling, one by one. Those who were helped up stood awkwardly in place, bowing their heads in trepidation, not daring to look directly at the richly dressed man, except for Unwilling. My apologies, esteemed sir, Eve pressed Oro Boros's head down with one hand. My brother is naturally simple-minded and doesn't know any better. The black-haired man smiled indifferently, his eyes, as if veiled by a gray mist, made him hard to discern. Can we talk? The man asked. Eve was stunned for a moment, then nodded and followed the man out. Gently closing the door, the young girl hadn't even had time to turn around when she felt a strange power surge towards her. The power held no ill will, Eve could feel that, but as it approached her, the young girl couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. That vast and magnificent power, just by its mere presence, instilled fear. Before she could react, Eve was swept away by that power. Eve had only ever felt such immense power from Flegre. That was a god. So, was it the sun god? The power quickly left Eve, but its owner appeared before her. Inside a platinum-based palace, a platinum throne sat high above 12 steps, and a giant cross stood behind the throne. A black-haired man with golden tips, dressed in white robes, sat on the throne. A cross. Eve narrowed her eyes, a hint of confusion and surprise flashing within them. The young girl felt a refreshing sensation. The mud and water on her and Oro Boros had disappeared. Did this ancient sun god have a cleanliness fetish? Whenever she was nervous, Eve liked to let her mind wander, using some internal complaining to alleviate the tension. The content of the complaints wasn't important, as long as it helped calm her emotions. You have the aura of Saphira Castle on you. Saphira Castle. Saphira Castle again. What exactly is Saphira Castle? Is it my transmigration cheat? But it's been so long, and I haven't seen it. If it weren't for Ammonizes, she wouldn't even know about it. Saucerer will answer your questions. The ancient sun god spoke as if he had heard Eve's thoughts. He sat on the throne, his clear eyes filled with compassion and pity, perfectly matching Eve's imagination of a god from her previous life. In the future, you shall reside in the kingdom of God, serving beneath my throne. After he finished speaking, Eve once again felt that power, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a study. Indeed, all the big shots here love to be enigmatic, Eve thought to herself, then turned to observe the study. To be honest, Eve was very surprised. She had initially thought that in a world like this, there wouldn't be many books. After all, Beander creatures were all crazy, and normal people were kept as food. Few were literate, and they had to struggle for survival. Eve looked closely, the characters resembled Russian, and she couldn't understand them. This is where I usually work. A somewhat familiar voice came from behind her, it was the black-haired man. Hello, my name is Saucerer. Saucerer said with a gentle smile, completely devoid of the haughtiness of someone in a high position. 1,000 times better than the mythical creatures in Eve's memory who treated people as less than human. No, that expression wasn't quite accurate. They did treat people as people, but in their eyes, people were merely food and toys. Saucerer, she had heard that name. Outside the city, she had been forced to listen to praises of the ancient sun god 3 times, and this ancient sun god's proxy had a high appearance rate. Eve, she then pointed to Unwilling and said, Oro Boros. My apologies, I have many duties and not enough time to answer your questions. Eve glanced at the mountain of documents piled on Saucerer's desk, expressing belief and sympathy. Saucerer, receiving Eve's sympathetic gaze, was momentarily amused and exasperated. You will first follow Miss Elizabeth to learn to read. That booklet contains basic knowledge of the Beander world. After you finish reading it, come find me, and I will teach you more hidden knowledge. Eve was momentarily stunned. Did Saucerer know Elizabeth? I will arrange a room for you to rest. Miss Elizabeth will come to find you tomorrow after she finishes her exam. Exam. As if seeing Eve's confusion, Saucerer explained, all literate commoners are tested to assess their cultural level, and then assigned jobs according to their cultural level. An examination system. Is the sun god really the god of this world? This is too advanced. Is he a genius? Eve joked in her mind, complaining. Saucerer summoned a tall man. When the unfamiliar man entered and saw Eve, he was momentarily stunned, his face slightly flushed, his gaze flitting about, not daring to look at the beautiful young girl. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head. Greetings, Your Highness Sorcerer. The tall man greeted Sorcerer loudly, his nervous voice trembling. Sorcerer nodded in acknowledgement, then said to Eve, "This is Eric, a member of the city patrol team." Then he said to Eric, "This is Miss Eve. Please take her to a room to rest." "Yes." Eric's expression was excited, his voice trembling slightly, "Your Highness Sorcerer." Eric led Eve out of the study. Following behind him, the young girl could clearly see that the tall man's body was somewhat stiff. Gently closing the door, Eric walked quickly ahead, his pace so fast that Eve had to jog to keep up. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the man, who had been charging ahead, suddenly stopped and began to shriek softly. Ah! His face was flushed, his expression excited, like a fangirl who had been hugged by her idol, eager to share his joy with the person next to him. "Hey, miss, did you hear that? Did you hear that? What did His Highness Sorcerer call me?" "Ah!" Eve took 2 steps back, holding Oro Boros. "He called you Eric." "Yes, Eric." He tried hard to suppress his voice but still unconsciously raised it a bit. Eve had no doubt that if they were in a secluded place right now, a place without Sorcerer, he might spin around twice or jump a couple of times to express his excitement. Imagining a burly man spinning around with an excited and shy face, Eve shivered and immediately cut off the imagination, it was too cringeworthy. "Eric. My name is Eric." Eric grew more and more excited as he spoke, his voice getting louder and louder. The hand that wasn't holding a weapon had already grabbed Eve's shoulder and was shaking her. "His Highness Sorcerer actually knows my name. Oh, my God. This is unbelievable." Eve watched Eric, who was walking and pledging his loyalty, swearing to follow His Highness Sorcerer to the death, and praised in her heart, "Is this the wisdom of a leader?" She remembered when Sorcerer mentioned Elizabeth in the study, she had thought Elizabeth had some incredible hidden identity. Now that she thought about it, it was possible it was the same situation as Eric, that he simply remembered her name. Even knowing that this might just be Sorcerer's way of winning people over, Eve couldn't help but admire him. It's often these small details that move people the most. Another piece of useless trivia added. "Hey, brother. Let me tell you, after leaving the door, such conversations frequently occurred." Eric would pull over anyone he knew and vividly describe how Sorcerer knew his name. The onlookers' faces were filled with genuine admiration, without any surprise. It seemed that Sorcerer remembering their names was not an unknown secret. "Excuse me," Eve squeezed into the crowd and patted Eric's shoulder, "where is my room?" The word, room, was heavily emphasized. Eric then remembered that he still needed to take Eve to rest. He let out 2 dry laughs, scratched his head apologetically, and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, disperse, let's chat later, let's chat later." Then he led Eve away. "Miss, I am truly sorry," Eric said, full of apologies, "I was too excited." Eve shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. She just wanted to go to sleep now, she didn't want to deal with anything else. "It's all right, sir," Eve said with a smile, "I understand." Eric stared at Eve blankly, then his face suddenly flushed. He quickly turned his face away, not daring to look at her. Eve was stunned for a moment, then secretly thought, "Oh no. Why does she always forget she's a beautiful young girl now?" Eve had seen her reflection on the water's surface, even on the blurry surface, she could tell it was a beauty. Black hair and blue eyes, if judged purely by appearance, she was definitely a top-tier gentle beauty. Heaven had given her a beautiful appearance and a pair of deep, affectionate eyes. Although using deeply affectionate to describe eyes might not be entirely appropriate, when Eve looked at her own eyes in the water, the first adjective that came to mind was deeply affectionate. When those eyes looked at you, it was as if they were looking at a deeply beloved partner. Even though she knew it was herself, Eve still couldn't help but be moved for a moment. Even after seeing countless beauties online, few could compare to the person in front of her, not just in appearance but also in temperament, especially those eyes. The beauty in the water almost perfectly matched Eve's fantasy of her dream goddess. Why? Almost. Nonsense. Whose dream goddess is herself? Such a beauty, and it was herself, which made Eve feel deeply distressed. It was precisely because of her experience of almost becoming Narcissus that Eve deeply understood the destructive power of her appearance. Just now, Eric had been immersed in the excitement of His Highness Saucereer knows me, and had ignored Eve. Moreover, Eve had intentionally covered her face, smearing it with mud and water, and blocking it with Oro Boros. Of course, Ammonizes' face was also smeared, and when he was being held, Eve had asked him to bury his face in her shoulder and try not to expose it. After all, Oro Boros' face was also quite delicate, and although he looked like a child, it was better to be careful against perverts, just in case. But the mud and water on her face had been washed off by the ancient sun god, and her previously lowered head had unconsciously lifted when she replied just now. Eric, who had already been hit by a beauty-critical strike once, was lucky enough to take a second hit. Even if the first time was just pure astonishment, if it happened a second time, even if he didn't fall in love, he would still feel somewhat unusual. That might not be love, but this innocent big simpleton in front of her was very likely to mistake it for love. Brother, you absolutely must hold on. You can't be so casual. Love at first sight is unreliable. Eve glanced at Eric's red ears, immediately shifted her gaze, and shrieked in terror in her heart. Chapter 5. Zhou Mingrui. In the majestic, giant-like temple, light from all directions illuminated the white and gold palace, leaving no shadows. Intricate, twisted patterns clung to the crucifix, and the platinum throne stood on a 12-step dais. Everything appeared so sacred, except for that man. Michael lay on the throne, his thigh resting on the armrest, his lower leg dangling outside, swinging back and forth. He propped one hand behind his head, and with the other, he fumbled behind the throne for a moment before pulling out a small porcelain bottle. He shook the bottle twice by his ear, listening to the faint sloshing sound inside. Michael sighed wistfully, uncorked the bottle with one hand, and took a deep gulp. The wine was almost gone. It was time for Anquel to become a Beander characteristic. Michael thought with a desolate expression, recalling the days of chugging vodka and contrasting it with now, where he made one bottle of cheap wine last for days. Pitiful, truly pitiful. Overlapping prayers echoed in his ears. The god listened closely. It was Saucereer. She didn't react to the Russian books. A low voice entered Michael's ear. Michael lowered his gaze to the wine bottle in his hand, his index finger rubbing the cork. With a slight pressure, a small gap appeared at the bottle's mouth, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of wine wafted out, entering Michael's nose. The drunkard paused slightly, then pressed his index finger down, sealing the scent back in. Placing the wine bottle back behind the throne, Michael sat up straight and stretched. The throne beneath him gradually dematerialized, transforming into a leather sofa. The god reclined on the sofa, thinking, this is much more comfortable. I didn't have much hope to begin with, Michael said, closing his eyes as he lay on the sofa. There's nothing to care about. Saucereer remained silent. If he truly didn't care, why would he still insist on testing her after the premonition? As the ancient sun god's other half, Saucereer also had memories of that homeland. While Ammonizes could alleviate his homesickness, the cultural differences in her limited understanding of his former world meant that sometimes Saucereer was even more effective. This was likely why Michael had given him the memories of the outer deity civilization when he created Saucereer. But Michael didn't like this. In his view, Saucereer was himself, and seeking comfort from himself was too strange. He didn't like it. The sun god rarely discussed the outer deity civilization with Saucereer. In his opinion, Saucereer could barely be considered half an outer deity survivor, and only then because he was Michael's other half. Otherwise, in Michael's eyes, he would merely be a native who knew about the outer deity civilization, and he wouldn't miss that civilization. Our appearance this time was quite grand. It should have shaken them, Michael thought, wanting to laugh out loud when he remembered Miss Eve's cautious demeanor. Saussure was somewhat helpless. Michael always liked to put on a divine facade in front of people, which he understood. Maintaining a sense of mystery and high class made it easier to gain people's faith, as no one would worship the guy next door. But in front of outer deity survivors, he also liked to put on airs when they first met, watching their cautious and fearful expressions. The duration of his pretense depended on how long it took for his disguise to be exposed. Seeing his fellow countrymen expose his disguise, realizing that the mysterious and powerful ancient sun god was actually his fellow countryman, and one with a mischievous, appearance-obsessed, meme-loving personality, the expression of their shattered and cracked lofty image in that instant brought Michael a lot of joy. Ammonizes had given him many eye rolls because of this. Why would anyone like having their disguise exposed? Shouldn't a normal person feel embarrassed when their grand image is shattered? How do you plan to arrange for Eve? Saussure asked. Although the ancient sun god had entrusted Eve to him, she was still an outer deity survivor, so the real decision-maker still needed to be consulted. First, arrange for her to train in the city patrol team for a month, then have her lead an outskirt patrol team. Once she becomes an angel, she can form her own legion, Michael said with his eyes closed. Oro Boros is too young, we won't arrange anything for him yet. We'll talk about it when he grows into a teenager. Saussure silently noted the arrangements. He looked up from the numerous official documents and said to the staff member organizing them, "Please summon the captain of the city patrol team." Yes, the staff member placed the approved documents from Saussure on the desk and hurried out. Soon, he returned with a tall man. "Greetings, Your Highness Saussure." Eric stood awkwardly before the desk, performing a very standard bow. He felt his face burning and wanted to scratch it, but he dared not move in front of Saussure. "Miss Eve will be assigned to the city patrol team for a month of training," Saussure said. Eric's eyes lit up, and he felt his face burn even more intensely. He tightened his grip on his weapon, and with his other hand, he clutched and nervously kneaded the corner of his clothes. Miss Eve's smile appeared in his mind. Saussure glanced at the clearly lovesick Eric, not caring. Eric remained standing before the desk, awaiting Saussure's next command, but he waited until he was escorted out by a staff member and still received none. Eric scratched his head, wondering, do these minor matters truly require Your Highness Saussure's personal instruction? He had met His Highness Saussure twice in his life, and each time Eric felt he was about to be given a crucial mission, even preparing himself for sacrifice. Yet each time, it was something insignificant, and each time, it concerned Miss Eve. Miss Eve, is there anything special about her? Eric thought carefully. Aside from being exceptionally beautiful, he couldn't see anything special about her. Never mind, Eric shook his head, clearing the idle thoughts from his mind. Even if there was something, it wasn't for him to discern. His Highness Saussure's high regard for Miss Eve naturally had his deeper meaning. He should just obediently carry out the orders and not make wild guesses. Miss Eve should be resting now. It's better not to disturb her. He would talk to her tomorrow. The next day, Eve groggily opened her eyes, rolled over in bed, and thought with her eyes closed, "I slept so comfortably." Eve lay on her side in bed, her body and mind finally relaxed. At this moment, she could finally properly think about what to do next. The villagers, Saphira Castle, and Transmigration were the things Eve cared about most right now. The ancient sun god had not been around for long, but he had been constantly expanding his territory, encroaching on many ancient gods' lands and believers. Although his overall strength wasn't too strong now, there was a thriving and prosperous atmosphere. If the ancient sun god made a move against Phlegre, she could participate and seize the opportunity to rescue the villagers. Or, if other ancient gods clashed with Phlegre, she could try to fish in troubled waters. However, whether it was the former or the latter, she needed sufficient strength, otherwise, she would easily die. As for Saphira Castle, she didn't know if Saussure's secret knowledge would contain anything about it. If not, she would have to find a way to meet the goddess of bad luck or the ancient sun god. This Saphira Castle should be a very precious item, after all, it immediately gave her a chase and kill gift package. It might even be related to her transmigration. And transmigration. Eve carefully recalled what she had done before transmigrating. Bro, I found a copy of Secret Arts of Qin and Han that has a ritual to change luck. Want to try it? In her memory, her younger brother had sent her a photo on his phone. When she opened it, it was that so-called luck-changing ritual. Feudal superstition can't be trusted, little brother, he replied, and then performed the ritual. He performed the ritual. Indeed, feudal superstition kills. Wait, if I performed the ritual and transmigrated, then that kid Zhou Mingrui might, possibly, probably also transmigrated. Oh my god. I need to find him quickly. This world is not a place for humans to live. What if he gets eaten by something? No. Eve shivered, shaking her head rapidly to throw out the terrifying images in her mind. That kid is tough, he'll definitely be fine. Eve immediately sat up, swung her legs off the bed, and said to Oro Boros, who was sitting on another bed, Oro Boros, I have to go out for a bit. Can you help me get some food? Newcomers without jobs could receive free food for a week, Eric had told her this. Oro Boros nodded in agreement. Eve said, thank you, and then turned and hurried out. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Eric leading a patrol team on the street. Eve was delighted, thinking how lucky she was. Eve stepped forward and called out, Mr. Eric. Hearing Eve's voice, Eric's originally stern face broke into a smile. He pressed his lips together to suppress the smile, regaining his serious demeanor. Quiet. He barked at the somewhat restless patrol team behind him, then said to Eve, Miss Eve, do you need something? I'd like to ask for your help, Mr. Eric. Eric was the captain of the city patrol team, so no one was more convenient than him for finding someone in the city. Can you help me find someone? His name is Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui, Eric pronounced the name, which was quite difficult and awkward for him, syllable by syllable. Yes, can you describe his appearance in detail? I'm sorry, Eve pressed her lips together, I don't know. Eric was stunned, feeling extremely puzzled. He increasingly felt that Eve must have something special about her. It's all right. In that case, finding him will be more difficult. We'll help you ask around. Thank you, Eve sincerely thanked Eric. You're welcome, Eric said to Eve, standing ramrod straight with one hand clutching the corner of his clothes. Miss Eve has been assigned to the city patrol team by His Highness Saucerer, so we'll be colleagues from now on. Helping each other is only natural. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another stir behind him. Please come to collect your uniform and weapon this afternoon, Miss Eve. You'll be starting work tomorrow. He then led the patrol team behind him away. Actually, joining the city patrol team was quite good. It was convenient for her to find her brother and saved her the trouble of finding a job. Eve lowered her head in thought, but it was Saucerer who arranged it. Was it because of that so-called Saphira castle again? Otherwise, why would a nobody like her need Saucerer's personal arrangement? Forget it, if she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't dwell on it. After all, she had nothing to lose. Chapter 6, Mysterious Space. Eve returned to the house, which was empty. Oro Boros hadn't come back yet. The young girl flopped back onto the bed, lying on her back and pondering. Once the city patrol team's wages came in, she could buy some paper to make missing person posters. This world probably doesn't have a city management bureau, right? When Oro Boros returned, she would try that ritual. She'd have to kick Oro Boros out then. Eve lay on the bed, waiting for Oro Boros to return. She waited for a long time, so long that Eve began to consider the possibility of Oro Boros being kidnapped. When Oro Boros finally returned, holding flatbread, Eve jumped off the bed, taking the 2 pieces of flatbread from Oro Boros's arms with one hand, and pushing the little boy out the door with the other. Wait for me outside for a bit. Oro Boros, with his beautiful silver eyes wide open, nodded obediently, asking nothing. So well behaved, Eve ruffled the boy's head, his soft silver hair felt very nice. Then, with a thud, she closed the door, leaving the obedient little boy outside. Breaking the 2 pieces of flatbread and placing them in the 4 corners, Eve stood in the center, walking 4 steps backward, softly chanting as she walked. Immortal Venerable who blesses the profound and mysterious heavens. Heavenly Lord who blesses the profound and mysterious heavens. God who blesses the profound and mysterious heavens. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. A sensation of rising came over her. Eve felt as if she was floating, like a feather drifting on the wind. She floated very, very far, to an unknown space. 7 streams of light hovered beneath her feet, but when she looked up, those 7 streams of light also hovered high above. In this unknown space, direction had lost its meaning. In a distant, unreachable place, an ancient bronze castle stood amidst a gray mist. Eve had a strange feeling, one she couldn't explain. I want to go there, she murmured to herself. Her body flew towards the castle with her thoughts. She flew and flew, seemingly for a very long time, but no matter how long she flew, she couldn't get a single inch closer to the ancient bronze castle. It was as if it rejected her. Eve stopped, no longer pursuing the castle that didn't belong to her. She looked up curiously at the 7 colored streams of light. They were both far away and close at hand. How magical, the young girl exclaimed. She stretched out her hand and flew upwards, wanting to see if she could catch a stream of light. Suddenly, Eve's hair stood on end, and a chill of terror swept through her heart. A gaze from an infinitely high distance was fixed upon her. Eve's heart pounded, her body stiff and unable to move. Her mind screamed, "Leave! Leave!" Her body was enveloped by a sudden sensation of falling. Suddenly opening her eyes, Eve touched her rapidly beating heart, gasping for air, her beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings. There was nothing unusual. She was back in her room, and the unknown gaze had disappeared. Eve slumped to the ground, a wry smile in her heart. What a strange feeling. If it weren't for that final gaze, I would have tried again. I'll try again when I get stronger. At least to the level of goddess of bad luck. After calming down for a while, Eve stood up, bounced twice, then put away the flatbread and opened the door, asking, "Oro Boros, did you feel anything unusual?" The little boy took his flatbread from Eve's hand and shook his head. Eve breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "How long was I in there?" Oro Boros bit into his flatbread, looking at her with confusion. He swallowed his food, thought for a moment, and finally said, "Not long." Eve chuckled. This world had clocks. She had seen one in Saucerier's study, but Oro Boros had no concept of time. However, "not long," was a sufficient answer. Eve had thought she had been in that unknown space for a very, very long time. Relieved that she hadn't caused any abnormalities, Eve patted Oro Boros's shoulder in a good mood, glanced at the flatbread, and said, "I have a job. Tomorrow, when I get paid, I'll take you out for a good meal." Oro Boros's reaction was calm, but his usually placid eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. This child, who had been kidnapped by Eve with half a piece of flatbread, although his main goal was to escape that devil, and even if he seemed dull, it was still accurate to say so, had only eaten raw food since birth and was very curious about what normal people ate. Heretic. A roar full of anger, like a clap of thunder, pierced their ears. Eve was startled by the sudden shout. A very striking handsome man with short golden hair rushed over. Drops of blood flowed from his eye sockets, down his cheeks, and onto his clothes, leaving a shocking trail of blood on his face. Heretic. Eve's heart suddenly leapt violently, and she forcibly stopped her subconscious urge to run, standing still and letting the blonde man grab her. His hands also had bloodstains, gripping the young girl's wrist tightly, his eyes fixed on her, looking as if he wanted to devour her. The ancient sun god valued her greatly. This was Eve's guess after interacting with Saucerier and the ancient sun god. The consequences of Eve performing the ritual were not severe enough for the ancient sun god to personally intervene. This was Eve's guess after seeing the blonde man. This ritual must be related to an unknown evil god. This was Eve's guess from the term, heretic. If Eve's guess was correct, then the current situation was that she had unknowingly performed a ritual related to an evil god, but it hadn't caused very serious consequences, so her life should be safe. But if she had run away just now, it would be difficult to explain that she had no connection to that evil god, and she wouldn't have been able to escape anyway. However, the real situation would still depend on this guy in front of her, as Eve's knowledge of this world was quite limited. Several burly men followed close behind, handcuffing Eve and Oro Boros. From their attire, they were not the city patrol team. "I will report to the Lord immediately in judgment, you damned heretic." The blond man snarled. "Report to the Lord." After a moment of thought, Eve asked softly, "Did the sun god send you to arrest me?" "Damn it," the blond man cursed, "you are indeed a heretic, daring to call the Lord by his name. How can a heretic like you be worthy of the Lord personally issuing a divine oracle?" A hint of a smile flashed in Eve's eyes. "It seems the situation is better than I thought," she thought happily. She lowered her head to hide her smile, and happened to see Oro Boros, who was obediently following her, and her happiness immediately dissipated. If only she had known, she would have found an opportunity to try it far from the city-state, instead of implicating Oro Boros. But this also taught Eve a lesson: unknown rituals shouldn't be tried casually. The thought that the ritual might be related to an unknown evil god sent shivers down Eve's spine. Although this might be common knowledge in this world, Eve had been an atheist for over 20 years, and her mindset couldn't be changed in a day or two. However, to be associated with a god, was that ritual very advanced? Well, yes, if it wasn't advanced, it wouldn't have allowed her to transmigrate. While Eve's thoughts wandered, the handsome man had already led them to the prison. Unlike Eve's imagination, this prison was neither gloomy nor terrifying. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, making it feel a bit warm. The ground was clean, covered with a pile of dry straw, and a mat on top of the straw served as a resting place. The prison was small, its full extent could be seen at a glance. Only 2 or 3 people were imprisoned, making it seem empty. "Go in." The man behind her suddenly pushed the young girl in with force. Eve stumbled a couple of steps before regaining her balance. Just as she was about to turn around and glare fiercely at the blond man, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Something seemed to be slowly separating from her body. It was a very subtle sensation, so much so that Eve thought it was an illusion. The young girl didn't dare to be careless and immediately calmed herself down, carefully feeling it. Although the sensation was subtle, it was continuous, so it couldn't be an illusion. Eve's face darkened. Her intuition told her this was not a good thing. What's going on? Is it because I performed the ritual, or is there something wrong with this place? Eve gazed at Oro Boros in the cell diagonally opposite, and asked softly, "Oro Boros, do you feel anything strange?" The silver-haired little boy looked up at the young girl, his dull eyes showing a hint of confusion and helplessness. "Something wants to escape from my body. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll fix it," Eve quickly whispered to comfort the somewhat frightened child. Oro Boros nodded, the confusion and helplessness in his eyes disappearing, replaced by complete trust and anticipation. "Don't be like this. I just said it casually, you're making this very difficult for me." Eve's face was calm, as if everything was under control, but she was screaming internally. Sigh, she silently sighed in her heart. Eve squatted down, resting her forehead on her knees, pondering, if the rate of separation remains constant, it would take at least several months for it to fully separate. I wonder how long we'll be held here. Even criminals have the right to know what crime they committed and what their punishment is. It seems the rule under the ancient sun god hasn't advanced to that extent. The judiciary is truly too imperfect. Divination. But I don't have any tools now. Dream divination would work, but those revelations are so hard to understand. Eve thought sullenly, it would be great if I could find someone who knows to ask. Someone who knows. A black figure appeared in Eve's mind, Saussure. If Saussure wanted to know, he would definitely know, and he could also figure out what that feeling of something separating was all about. With luck, she might even get a reduced sentence. As fellow, your highnesses, he and goddess of bad luck should be on the same level. Beings of this level could be sensed just by calling their true name. Anyway, trying it wouldn't cost anything. If it didn't work, she'd use dream divination. Although it was embarrassing, sorry, sorcerer, I will definitely repay you. No sooner said than done, Eve leaned against the corner of the wall, softly chanting, sorcerer, 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 sorcerer. After an unknown amount of time, a steady voice, tinged with helplessness, entered the young girl's ears. Miss Eve, please stop chanting. Chapter 7 The Third Transmigrator. Sorcerer. Eve turned and called out to the newcomer cheerfully. The chains rattled, and the next second, the iron door creaked open. The young girl walked to the door, carefully stepping one foot out of the cage. Can I go out now? After receiving a positive reply from the man, Eve happily stepped out with her other foot. Eve stood obediently in front of Sorcerer, like a child who had made a mistake. I'm very sorry, Sorcerer. Sorcerer pinched his brow, sighed, and said, it's all right. If not for God Almighty's tacit approval, you wouldn't have been able to perform the ritual. Asekuas didn't realize he mistakenly apprehended you. With that, he turned and walked out. Asekuas must be that blonde man who arrested her, Eve mused inwardly. Wait. Eve stood still and pointed a slender, white finger at Oro Boros. Can't Oro Boros leave? He was implicated because of me. Sorcerer shook his head and said, he was detained because his information was false and needed verification. He can be released the day after tomorrow. Is that so? Oro Boros, I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow. Eve turned and waved goodbye to the little boy before following Sorcerer. Oro Boros mimicked Eve and waved back. Outside the main door, the young girl saw the blonde man standing outside, bowing respectfully to Sorcerer. The man who had arrested her was now looking at her with a hesitant expression, his face clearly showing displeasure. Are you here to apologize to me? It's all right, I forgive you. Eve clenched one hand into a fist and lightly thumped her chest, acting like a magnanimous adult, her eyes full of cunning as she glanced at Asekuas. From his expression, she knew this guy wasn't there to apologize, but that didn't stop Eve from a little retaliation. Asekuas choked for a moment, then huffed in displeasure, saying, even if she's not a heretic, disrespecting God Almighty is a fact. I really don't know how an impious person like you became a favored one of God Almighty. His tone was rather resentful and sour. The young girl stroked her chin, thinking Asekuas seemed like a fanatic. No, he was a fanatic. Oh, what a strong smell of jealousy. Eve teased, fanning her hand in front of her nose as if genuinely affected by the scent of vinegar. Smell of jealousy. Asekuas was puzzled, frowning as he asked, what do you mean? Eve paused, then waved her hand dismissively, answering perfunctorily, I'm complimenting you. Asekuas's frown deepened. Although he didn't understand, he could tell from her tone alone that it was by no means a compliment. Sorcerer smiled without speaking, then pulled Eve away. Eve felt annoyed and had no mood to say anything more to Asekuas, so she let Sorcerer lead her away. I'm taking you back now. During this time, you can ask me questions, and I will answer them for you. Do you know someone named Zhou Mingrui? Eve immediately asked the question she most urgently wanted to know. I'm sorry. Sorcerer shook his head and said, I don't know him. No, Eve gave a bitter smile, I didn't have much hope anyway. Leaving aside whether Zhou Mingrui had transmigrated, even if he had, his appearance, name, and possibly even his gender might have changed. With just a former name, finding him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, Eve actually had a slight hope of finding Zhou Mingrui later, after she found a way to change back. Otherwise, she would be too embarrassed to see him. At that time, would Zhou Mingrui call her brother or sister? Do you have any other questions? Sorcerer lowered his gaze, observing Eve, his deep black eyes making him hard to fathom. She had so many questions. What was Saphira Castle? What was that mysterious space? Why did things precipitate out of her body in prison? She didn't understand many things she encountered in this world. She didn't understand this world. If not, would you like to hear my news? Sorcerer stated a question with a confident tone. Just as he thought, Eve did not refuse the news he specifically offered. After all, answering questions could be done at any time, but news was time-sensitive. Saussure curved his lips, lowered his head, and gazed at the young girl, who was barely managing to perk up. He said silently, 2 days ago, Destruction Demon Wolf and the ancestor of the Undying Phoenix clashed. Both sides were severely wounded, and it won't be long before a new war breaks out. He paused, carefully observing the girl in front of him. She didn't show too much surprise at the voice that appeared in her mind. As a Sequence 3, she could also achieve such things. A trace of disappointment first appeared on the young girl's face, seemingly not very satisfied with the news, as war was commonplace in this world. Then, a trace of shock appeared, though very subtle. Saussure, who was always good at reading expressions, easily caught it. He didn't ask anything. Since Eve intentionally concealed it and didn't want him to know, he would simply pretend not to know. Saussure slowly added, no matter the outcome of this war, Destruction Demon Wolf is bound to fall. Eve froze for a moment, then slowly looked up at Saussure, her lips moving as she asked, why? Eve watched Saussure smile, not answering her, but instead patting her shoulder and silently saying, this involves high-level transactions, Miss Eve. You need to become an angel quickly so you have a greater chance of surviving on the battlefield. Angel. This familiar word, pronounced with an unfamiliar accent, punched across into Eve's mind. The cross behind the sun god, and the angel. Impossible, it couldn't be a coincidence. There was no Jesus or God Almighty in this world. Identity verification, exams, and books. Those rows of books on Saussure's bookshelf were Russian books. All these clues pointed to the existence of a third transmigrator. And this third transmigrator was very likely. Eve's face lit up with joy, her eyes shining as she scrutinized Saussure, as if looking at some rare species. Oh dear, I didn't expect Saussure, who looks so gentle, to actually be from a warrior nation. Hiss, could he be a closet pervert? Ahem, Eve lightly coughed twice, her eyes filled with overflowing anticipation, and she asked with a smile, Saussure, how long have you been here? It seems Miss Eve has noticed. Eve watched Saussure maintain his usual smile, his lips opening and closing, speaking as usual, but unfortunately, you've only guessed half of it. You can consider me your compatriot, but that wouldn't be a wise action. So, Eve looked at Saussure and murmured thoughtfully, is it the sun god? Chapter 8. Saussure lowered his gaze, staring at the girl who was intently watching him. Miss Eve's eyes seemed to be glued to Saussure, as if she was afraid of missing his every move. She watched, and watched, until Saussure nodded under her gaze. Eve squeezed her eyes shut, then raised a hand to rub her somewhat sore eyes. Tears, caused by staring for too long, blurred her vision, turning Saussure into a fuzzy black shape. Saussure, are you really the sun god's other half? What is an other half? Why can I treat you as a fellow countryman? Why do you know all this? Did the sun god tell you? What are angels? Why did we transmigrate? After putting her hand down, Eve immediately turned into 100,000 whys, questions bursting out like bullets. Ask them one by one, Miss Eve. Saussure waved his hand helplessly, saying, I don't even know which one to answer first. Eve patted her chest, laughing heartily, just call me Eve. And, the girl cautiously glanced around, covered her mouth with one hand, and whispered into Saussure's ear, actually, I don't like people calling me miss. A hint of understanding flashed in Saussure's eyes, and he cooperatively called out, Eve. Many of your questions are basic knowledge. In 5 minutes, you'll arrive at your residence, and Miss Elizabeth is already waiting for you there. So, I'll answer some secret questions that you can understand. Let's start with, other half, you should be quite curious about that. Report, Teacher Saussure, I have a question, Eve said, raising her hand. Saussure chuckled softly and nodded cooperatively, saying, Student Eve, please speak. Why not talk about transmigration first? Eve asked, her eyes full of anticipation, can we talk about transmigration first? It's okay if I don't understand. Saussure's deep eyes gazed at Eve, and he said, the truth is more credible when it's your own. The girl stared blankly at Saussure. He was still as gentle and benevolent as before, yet she felt that Saussure was a bit strange now. Eve's gaze moved upwards to those eyes, which seemed to be covered by shadows. Her gaze still couldn't penetrate the shadows. Eve said mechanically. Other half, you can simply understand it as a clone, though there are some differences. Sasrier's steady voice came, as the teacher began his lesson. I was made by the Lord from his own rib. Clone. But you seem to have your own consciousness. Can the Sun God retrieve you? Eve listened and asked questions like a well-behaved student, creating a harmonious teacher-student atmosphere. Yes, I have my own consciousness. Clones can also have self-awareness, just like the Marauders' clones all have their own consciousness, but essentially they are still one person. The Lord can retrieve me. As long as the Lord needs me, he will retrieve me. If you are retrieved, Eve murmured, you won't exist anymore, right? Sasrier nodded. Isn't that killing you? Eve was a little surprised. In her opinion, Sasrier had his own consciousness and was a living person. He was nothing like the ancient sun god. Even knowing he was a clone of the ancient sun god, she couldn't view Sasrier as part of someone else. Sasrier was clearly a complete, independent, conscious being. Yet he shook his head. I am the Lord's other half, the Lord's rib, a part of the Lord. How can it be called killing me? Returning to the Lord is my inevitable destiny, it is merely returning to the beginning. You. Eve stared blankly at Sasrier, not knowing what to say for a moment. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? It was as if a gentle breeze blew away the murmur, preventing it from reaching the other person's ears. Sasrier did not respond, and Eve did not need him to respond, she already knew the answer. They turned this page lightly, as if nothing had happened. Angels are beings at sequence 2 and above, but below true gods. A more common term is subordinate god. Sequence is the upgrade system of this world, you should understand it. From lowest to highest, it's sequence 9 to sequence 0. Eve, with her extensive experience in web novels and games, easily understood, then what sequence am I? Sequence 3, Sasrier replied, I observed you before you entered the city. Judging by the Beyonder abilities you used, you are sequence 3. Judging by Beyonder abilities, can't Sasrier directly sense my level? Eve asked curiously. Sasrier shook his head, saying, I can sense your status as a demigod, which is sequence 4, not yet an angel. But there are many ways to know your specific pathway and sequence, such as divination. Eve stroked her chin. This point was somewhat different from the novels she had read in her previous life. The title, Angel, hasn't become widespread yet, has it? Why not? Eve asked. From entering the city until now, she had heard many praises about the ancient sun god and listened to the Bible several times, but she had never heard of any angels. Currently, only the Lord and I refer to them as angels. He also came up with it on a whim a while ago. The Lord plans to popularize this title after liberating all of humanity. Anyway, the entire sequence system was created by him, so he can call things whatever he wants. Wait, Eve's voice suddenly rose, the entire upgrade system was created by him. That's too amazing. It's not entirely accurate to say that, Sasrier said, waving his hand as he looked at the astonished and dumbfounded Eve. Most of this information was obtained from the blasphemy slate, and the remaining part was researched by the Lord, but all the names were given by the Lord. Blasphemy slate? Eve asked, her eyes shining, her face full of curiosity. The blasphemy slate is an artifact of God Almighty, Sasrier replied. Holy cow, there really is a God Almighty in this world. Is his business so extensive that it has developed into another world? Sasrier glanced at the shocked Eve and said with a sigh, his tone filled with clear longing and expectation. This was the first time Eve had seen Sasrier's emotions so openly displayed. If it succeeds, then in the future, few people should know of subordinate gods, everyone will know the name of angels. This is not just the demise of subordinate gods, but also the passing of this bloody and cruel era. Sasrier's smile faded, and he looked seriously into the distance, as if gazing at that distant, beautiful future. As if infected, Eve straightened her posture, put on a serious expression, and said earnestly and sincerely, you will definitely succeed. No, Sasrier extended a finger and wiggled it twice in front of Eve, it's us. From the moment you entered the city, you boarded the pirate ship. Us. Eve was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Us. Chapter 9 Beyonder Knowledge. In front of a small wooden house stood a small girl. The simply dressed girl was still sallow and emaciated, having long lost the innocence and vitality she should have possessed. Seeing her again, Miss Eve still felt a pang in her heart. Miss Elizabeth. Miss Eve hurried over to her, pushed open the door, and said, "Please come in." "Thank you," Elizabeth said softly, stepping in behind Miss Eve. Once inside, Elizabeth stood in the center of the room, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, looking at the ground with unease and restraint. Please sit," Miss Eve quickly moved a chair next to Elizabeth. Elizabeth obediently sat down, still clutching the hem of her clothes, not saying a word. Miss Eve rubbed her chin, wondering whether to chat with her to build rapport. How did Miss Elizabeth's exam go? To quickly start a conversation with someone who just finished an exam, the test is always the first choice. Whether the results were good or bad, this topic always allows for a few exchanges. It was all right, Elizabeth said softly, looking down at the floor. B grade. B grade? Miss Eve asked curiously, how many grades are there in total? 4 grades, Elizabeth held up 4 fingers, counting with her head down. From highest to lowest, they are A, B, C, D. Then Miss Elizabeth is very impressive. No, Elizabeth turned her head uncomfortably, reaching up to touch her flushed cheeks, and said softly, still a long way to go. Just being literate is amazing, and Miss Elizabeth is not only literate but also highly educated, super impressive. Miss Eve turned into a praise monster, praising Elizabeth from head to toe. This made Elizabeth's face flush, and she kept saying, no, no. Miss Eve glanced at Elizabeth's slightly upturned lips, she was still very happy. Miss Eve, please don't tease me anymore, Elizabeth said, her cheeks red, turning her head away. Understood. Miss Eve knew when to stop. She quickly walked to the bed, pulled out a small booklet from under the pillow, handed it to Elizabeth, then poured 2 glasses of water on the table. After all this, she sat obediently in a chair, waiting for the teacher to begin the lesson. Elizabeth took the booklet, took a sip of water, thanked her, and began today's lesson. There are 22 Beyonder sequences in total: Fate Seeker, Thief, Apprentice, Spectator, Apothecary, Sea Dweller, Seeker of Knowledge, Planter. The grades from low to higher sequence 9 to sequence 0. They advance through potions or Beyonder characteristics, digesting the potion by acting. The name of the sequence is the key to acting. There are similar sequences, and after becoming a demigod, one can switch pathways by consuming potions of similar sequences. However, if one has not reached demigod status or consumes a potion of a dissimilar sequence, they will face losing control. Among them, Fate Seeker, Apprentice, and Thief are similar pathways, while Lurker and Hunter are similar pathways. Each pathway has its unique abilities. For example, a Fate Seeker is skilled at prying into fate. Advancing to Trickster of Fate also grants improved physical fitness, especially flexibility, and extensive close combat knowledge. A Lurker possesses higher physical fitness and stealth abilities. An Instigator can induce evil desires in people's hearts. A Sequence 7 can learn Mirror Substitute Art. Elizabeth read the booklet with focused attention, her head down. This should be my pathway. Lurker, how cool. Miss Eve was excited, but Elizabeth's next sentence gave Miss Eve a huge shock. The Lurker pathway at Sequence 7 will turn males into females, so it is not recommended for males, Elizabeth read from the book. Sex change. Miss Eve's eyes widened suddenly, and she exclaimed in her heart, wait, if there's male to female, then will there also be female to male? Miss Elizabeth, Miss Eve called out. Elizabeth looked up from the book at her. The girl pointed to the book and said, can you introduce the Hunter pathway first? Elizabeth nodded slightly, flipped a few pages back in the book, and read, the Hunter pathway, Sequence 9 Hunter, possesses higher physical fitness and sensory abilities, enhanced environmental observation skills, and extraordinary knowledge of flora and fauna. Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight, will turn females into males, not recommended for females. Indeed. Miss Eve was overjoyed, making finding the sequence 2 Beander characteristic of the hunter pathway her primary goal, on par with finding Zhou Mingrui. Having found a way to change back, Miss Eve was in an exceptionally good mood, which even made Elizabeth look at her twice, not understanding why Miss Eve was suddenly so happy. But she wasn't a particularly curious person, nor did she ask, she just kept her head down and read, only wanting to do her job well. Finally, a reminder to all Beyonders, knowledge can kill. The knowledge in this book is sufficient for low to mid-level Beyonders. Do not easily explore hidden knowledge before becoming a demigod. The Beyander world is full of madness and danger. May you all cherish yourselves. Elizabeth closed the book, drank the water on the table, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. I'll head back now." Miss Eve glanced out the window, the blood-red moon was already in the sky, and the street was silent. She turned to Elizabeth and said, "I'll walk you back." "No need," Elizabeth quickly waved her hand, saying, "That's too much trouble for you." "What trouble?" Miss Eve chuckled and said, "Besides, Miss Elizabeth taught me for so long without finding it troublesome, so how could I possibly find my teacher troublesome?" Elizabeth looked down at her toes, her hands again clutching the hem of her clothes, hesitating and unsure how to respond. "Come on, let's go." While Elizabeth was still hesitating, Miss Eve had already taken a candle and opened the door. She waved to Elizabeth, who was standing in the center of the room. "I'm sorry to trouble you," Elizabeth said, her lips pressed tightly together, and she quickly walked 2 steps to follow. It was already dark, with only the crimson moonlight illuminating the way home. Elizabeth moved closer to Miss Eve, approaching the only light source apart from the blood-red moonlight. "Is Miss Elizabeth scared?" Feeling Elizabeth's proximity, Miss Eve tilted her head and asked softly. "No," Elizabeth said, though the little girl's slightly trembling voice had already given her away, "not scared. Do you want to hold onto my arm or clothes?" Miss Eve chuckled inwardly and suggested, "It might make you feel a bit safer." Elizabeth hesitated for a moment, then finally extended 2 fingers to grasp Miss Eve's clothes. "I'm very sorry," the little girl said timidly, "to trouble you again. I changed the sequence names. However, there were some that I really didn't know how to invent, and I felt that the names from the 5th epic could be understood at that time, so I didn't change them. The core of the clown's acting has a feeling of being toyed with by fate, so I called it Trickster of Fate, but Trickster of Fate gives the impression of someone who toys with fate, which is reverse acting, but I can't think of anything better for now, so I'll leave it as is." Chapter 10, A Meeting of Fellow Townsfolk. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door slowly moved with a grating sound, revealing the darkness within the room. Elizabeth followed closely beside Eve, moving to the table. Eve brought the candle in her hand close to the candelabra on the table to light it, then placed the candle on the table. The light from 2 candles could barely illuminate this small room, let alone one. "Miss Elizabeth, I'm going back," Eve said, waving to Elizabeth. Elizabeth nodded, releasing her grip on Eve's sleeve, and waved goodbye to her, saying, "Be careful on your way." She watched Eve turn and walk outside, but the candle was still on her table. She quickly called out, "Please wait, Miss Eve, you forgot your candle." As she called out, she picked up the candle and ran towards Eve. No need, Eve said, pointing to her eyes, "My night vision is very good, I can see without a candle." "You keep it." "How can I?" Elizabeth refused without hesitation. Such a valuable item, even if Miss Eve doesn't need it, she can exchange it for a lot of food. Eve paused, then said somewhat strangely, "How about you return it to me tomorrow?" She glanced behind Elizabeth, where the single candle flame struggled in the darkness, flickering as if it could go out at any moment. Elizabeth shook her head and said, "Please don't make things difficult for me, Miss Eve." Eve remained silent, then took the candle from Elizabeth's hand. "I'm sorry for refusing your kindness." It's fine," Eve waved her hand. "Miss Elizabeth should rest early. I'm going back." "Okay." Elizabeth clutched her sleeve, "Be careful on your way." Eve watched Elizabeth enter the room before turning to leave. She glanced at the short stub of the candle in her hand and blew it out with a whoosh. Brother Candle, I never thought you'd have such a glorious day, Eve said with a long sigh, holding the candle between her two fingers and raising it to her eyes. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Eve muttered in her heart, if one day, wait. Eve froze in place, suddenly remembering that she hadn't picked up her uniform and weapons yet. What do I do? Eve raged inwardly. She was already skipping work before even starting. A crimson moon hung in the sky, its blood-red light illuminating the sleeping land. Besides the chirping of insects, there were no other sounds, even the birds were asleep. Sigh, Eve sighed, Eric must be asleep by now. I'll go find him tomorrow morning. I need to apologize properly. While thinking, the girl quickened her pace back to her room and flopped onto the bed. The bed wasn't soft, even a bit hard, with only a thin pad and no sheets, but Eve found it extremely comfortable. In the past, she couldn't even get any sleep, and since Oro Boros wasn't here today, she could hog the entire bed. Lying on the bed, the girl felt her limbs go soft and weak. Her consciousness became increasingly blurry, and soon she was in a dream, playing chess with the Duke of Zhou. No, why is this Duke of Zhou dressed so fashionably? Oh my god. Goddess of bad luck. Eve immediately sat up with a carp-like flip. She looked around at the church, filled with a sense of sacred religion, with white gold as its base. Wasn't this where she had seen the sun god last time? The cross behind her still stood high, but the white gold throne it guarded had turned into a sofa. That's right, a sofa. In front of the sofa was a coffee table laden with various desserts, tiramisu, cream puffs, exquisite and small, looking very appetizing. Such a setup would be pleasing to the eye in a home or a cafe. But placed in a church with such a strong sense of sacred religion, it looked incongruous no matter how you viewed it. Even more incongruous was that the sun god, who should have been sitting on the throne, was now lying on the sofa, completely sunken into it. I must be dreaming. Eve patted her cheek and then pinched it. It didn't hurt, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It really is a dream. Then she flopped back, sinking into the sofa with the sun god. What's your name? Eve lay on the sofa, sighing comfortably, and asked with narrowed eyes. The sun god raised an eyebrow and said, Michael. Michael, no. I don't know what the ancient sun god is called, so how could I say his name in a dream? And this dream is too clear, isn't it? Can a normal dream make you aware that you're dreaming? Eve immediately sat up, her posture dignified. She secretly glanced at the goddess of bad luck diagonally opposite her. She remembered that the goddess of bad luck seemed to have dream abilities. So, she had been pulled into a dream. No need to be nervous, the goddess of bad luck said, putting down her tea snack. It's just a meeting of fellow townsfolk. Not nervous, haha, Eve said, waving her hand and giving two dry laughs. I know that because of Flegre, you are somewhat wary of me. Ammonizes' eyes, hidden behind her black veil, turned towards Eve. A sense of calm spread from the girl, and Eve felt her body and mind settle down, her nervousness pushed out by the calm. But since you've come here, it means you still trust me, after all. The goddess of bad luck paused. Eve looked curiously at Ammonizes, and the beautiful woman hidden beneath the veil curved her lips into a clear smile. We are from the same hometown. Yes, hometown. Eve nodded vigorously in support. She chose to trust Ammonizes precisely because she was from the same hometown, such a simple and thoughtless reason. Wow, I'm so touched I could cry, Michael crawled up and whispered into Eve's ear. Eve subconsciously touched her eyes, her fingers were dry, without a trace of moisture. Ha ha ha. This was Michael's laughter. Tisk, Ammonizes rolled her eyes at him. It was hard to imagine the elegant goddess of bad luck making such an ungraceful gesture. No hint of a god. She chastised him verbally, but there was no hint of disdain in her tone. Eve suddenly felt that the lofty image of a god in her heart was about to collapse, especially that one god who had appeared with such high class, mysterious, and powerful presence. You don't need to mind him. He's just a beauty-obsessed pervert with a twisted sense of humor, Ammonizes said, pushing the desserts towards Eve, motioning for her to try them. Eve picked up an exquisite chocolate cake and took a bite. It was soft and delicious, a true delicacy for Eve, who had been eating flatbread for days. Where did these desserts come from? Eve asked curiously. Could this world make cakes? Perhaps, after all, they had candles, paper, and clocks. Michael puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Of course, I conjured them from my imagination." Oh. Eve looked at Michael in surprise and said, "I thought you were the sun." Chapter 11. Promotion Ritual. It's the sun, but I can use the power of the Chaos Sea to employ the visionary's abilities, Michael said. Where do you think those candles, paper, and food came from? Chaos Sea, Eve said in surprise. Did you conjure all of that out of nothing? Not just those, most of the houses in the city were also conjured by me, Michael said. Since you can conjure things, why don't you conjure something better? Eve took a bite of a small cake, savoring it before carefully swallowing. Eating flatbread every day, I'm practically turning into flatbread. I can't stand it after just a few days. How can those who have lived in the city for so long endure it? Do you think I don't want to? Michael sighed, speaking with a touch of desolation. Every moment, I miss the days of eating meat and drinking wine in large quantities. But the daily necessities for so many people, food, clothes, houses, chairs, tables, even the city walls, most of them are conjured by me. Do you think that's easy? And conjuring isn't my original ability, I have to draw on the Chaos Sea to do it. Imitation is, after all, not the genuine article. The wine I'm drinking now is even self-brewed. Is it good? It's not good. Michael reached forward and pulled out a bottled wine with Russian lettering, chugging it down. The conjured one tastes better. Isn't the wine you're drinking now all self-brewed? Eve asked, watching the sun god quickly finish one bottle and reach for another. Ahem, Michael cleared his throat twice. The Chaos Sea is a Sephira. Merging with a Sephira is a prerequisite for becoming an existence above a true god. All similar pathways have an existence above a god at their peak. Eve looked at Michael, who resembled a model teacher, and was speechless for a moment. She thought back to his mysterious and powerful aura when they first met, and she suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Michael had single-handedly shattered her imagination of gods. Even with Ammonizes, who fit the image of a god in every way, by her side, Eve felt it would be difficult for her to harbor the same imagination of gods she once had. As if he hadn't noticed, Michael patiently explained, Sephira Castle is also a Sephira. You should have seen it after you performed the ritual. I did see an ancient bronze castle. Eve looked up slightly, gazing at the ceiling above, recalling that experience. Suddenly, she straightened her head and addressed the two gods. Oh, right, there was an unknown existence watching me at that time. It was me, Michael raised his hand and answered. Miss Eve, you should thank me properly. If it weren't for me then. The sun god's voice gradually deepened, revealing a hint of terror. Miss Eve would have been targeted by an evil god by now. Eve. Ah. Ammonizes took a sip of tea and said, that evil god fell a long time ago, but it has never truly died. If it weren't for Michael, you might indeed have been targeted. Of course, you might have already been targeted. Upon hearing the word, fell, Eve was about to let out a sigh of relief but was stifled by, never truly died. The three words, been targeted, almost made Eve gasp for air. Fellow countrymen, what should I do? Eve cried out loudly, her tearful appearance enough to sadden anyone who heard or saw it. Michael squeezed out 2 tears, let out 2 dry wails, and shouted, Fellow countrymen, I will collect your body. Without me, you too would be very lonely, wouldn't you? So I will visit you often. Fellow countrymen. Ammonizes' hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. She couldn't bear to watch the 2 drama queens perform their act. Bang, bang. After 2 crisp sounds, Eve poured tea and Michael conjured dessert, both behaving impeccably. You will go to Michael's place once a week for a checkup and comfort. You don't need to perform that ritual anymore. We already know his honorific name, the ritual, and what happens after performing it, Ammonizes said, taking the tea Eve offered. Just like a lab rat, Eve muttered in her heart. I did have that thought, Ammonizes said. Huh. Eve was startled. Can Ammonizes read minds? Since I said such a thing, I am explicitly telling you this. Ammonizes looked into the girl's eyes and said seriously, I'm sorry, what we did was wrong, putting you at such great risk. But we do have such a need. You are currently the only one who knows the ritual and the honorific name. No, it's not your fault. Even without you, I would have performed the ritual. Eve didn't know how to respond for a moment. And you protected me when I performed the ritual. Do researchers protect lab rats? The girl shrugged and said, I don't know, I'm a humanities student, but in my opinion, probably not. Ammonizes chuckled softly, then looked into the girl's eyes and said, war will break out in less than a year. You must find a Beander characteristic and complete the ritual within this year. Although it's difficult, we will do our best to assist you. After speaking, she glanced at the ancient sun god, who was busy arranging desserts, and said, Michael's prophecy and divination abilities can help you find a Beander characteristic. I want to transfer to the hunter pathway, Eve said softly. As soon as she spoke, Michael and Ammonizes both looked at her, then simultaneously shifted their gaze away after 2 seconds. For a moment, embarrassment surged in her heart, and Eve felt like she was burning up. It's possible, but given the Beander characteristic's mutual attraction, the demoness Beander characteristic is easier to find. The probability of finding a weather warlock characteristic within a year is too small, and you also need to prepare for the ritual, Ammonizes replied seriously. Michael leaned over and patted Eve's shoulder, saying, it's okay, there's still sequence 1. Sigh, Eve sighed and said, what is the demoness of catastrophe's promotion ritual? And the potion formula, does it have to use a Beander characteristic? The booklet didn't contain potion formulas or promotion rituals. Ammonizes shook her head and said, sequence 2 and above only have Beander characteristics, no potion formulas. And the number of characteristics is limited. So that's how it is, Eve thought to herself. Is it the manifestation of the Beander characteristic conservation law at high sequences? Then what is the promotion ritual? Eve asked. Michael. Create widespread despair, destroy the beauty in the hearts of millions of people. The deeper the despair, the higher the degree of independence, the better the ritual effect. Millions are calculated based on ordinary people. There are many Beander creatures and Beyonders in this world, so the actual required number will be much smaller. If your ritual involves an angel or above, only one is needed. That's too unethical, Eve exclaimed. Chapter 12, The Patrol Team. You can't say that, Michael said, patting Eve on the shoulder. There are no bad rituals, only bad people. You can use this ritual on those Beander creatures. Speaking of which, Eve reached out to swat Michael's hand away, but he pulled it back before she could hit him. He rubbed the back of his hand and looked at her with a wronged expression. Eve rolled her eyes and said, those Beander creatures are all very insane. Did they really have the emotion of despair? It's also possible that precisely because they are insane, their instinct for survival is above all else, Ammonizes said. In that case, the moment of their death would be their most desperate moment. Eve nodded and said, if that's the case, then it couldn't be better. Let's postpone the ritual for now and find a Beander characteristic first, Michael said. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just swallow the characteristic raw. We'll give you buffs to try and keep you from going too insane. I'd better focus on the ritual, Eve thought silently. Do you want more? Ammonizes asked, holding a small cake in front of Eve. No, thank you, Eve said, rubbing her stomach. I've already eaten a lot. Ammonizes nodded. Then, we'll head back first. Okay, Eve instinctively stood up and said, see you next time. Goodbye. See you next time. A dazzling white light flashed, making Eve involuntarily close her eyes. The girl lying on the bed's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. The sun had already risen, and the dazzling sunlight streamed through the window onto the girl's face, causing a hint of irritation in the girl who had just woken up. Eve reached out a hand to cover her eyes, blocking the sunlight that disturbed her sleep. Then she rolled over, wrapped herself in the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep again. Although her body had slept all night, her mind had been at a tea party all night. The sun's rays grew more and more dazzling, as if urging people to work, telling the lazy ones that sleep time was over. The girl frowned, pulled the quilt over her head, blocking all the sunlight. Finally, she could get some good sleep. The girl, with a sweet smile, sank into slumber, going to play chess with the real Duke of Zhou. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound passed through the room, through the quilt, and pierced into the girl's ears. Eve groggily opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy. Who is it? The girl lay on the bed, pulling the quilt over her eyes, and shouted angrily towards the door, disturbing my peaceful dreams so early in the morning. Ah! A familiar male voice came from behind the door. Miss Eve isn't up yet. Eric. Oh my God, I have to go to work today. Eve immediately sobered up, quickly got up and out of bed, and shouted towards the door, I'm up, I'm up. As she shouted, she quickly ran towards the door. Squeak! The sound, no matter how many times Eve heard it, made her teeth ache. She first sincerely wished Michael an early ascension to visionary to improve their quality of life, then smiled apologetically at Eric at the door and said, I'm very sorry. It seems work has already started, and I'm still at home, I haven't even received my uniform. Ah, even more sorry. Eric outside the door was fully armed, with a thin layer of sweat on his head, suggesting he had been on patrol for some time. Eric glanced at Eve inside the room, and his face immediately turned red. He lowered his head, not daring to look at her. A demoness can perfectly display her charm, even in an unkempt, messy state, there is a lazy beauty. Eric shook his head and said, Miss Elizabeth has already told us that Miss Eve was attending Miss Elizabeth's class yesterday, so she was delayed. We understand. However, Eric's tone changed, no longer the naive, pure big guy he was a moment ago, and he said seriously, regarding today's situation, can Miss Eve give me an explanation? This. Eve rubbed the back of her head. She couldn't very well say that she was invited for tea by his lord last night, could she? Eve sighed inwardly. It definitely wouldn't work. Wouldn't that be openly admitting she was a favored connection? Although Eric had already revealed this matter that day. A sequence 3 with sharp ears and eyes had heard their whispers clearly. Fortunately, even if she was placed there by Saussure, they held no dissatisfaction or ill will towards her. Perhaps it was because Saussure's prestige and popularity were high enough, or perhaps the people here were simply more honest. She didn't want any special privileges. Even if her colleagues didn't say anything, they would definitely hold it against her in their hearts. Eve could roughly guess now that the sun god sending her to the city patrol team was probably for her to learn. After the war breaks out, even if Eve doesn't successfully advance to an angel, a sequence 3 will serve as a general. She's not expected to become an excellent general, but at least a competent one. If soldiers developed a grudge against a certain general, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble. I need to establish prestige in the army as soon as possible, Eve thought to herself. My time in the patrol team shouldn't be too long, at least not in the city patrol team. The city patrol team and the outer city patrol team share an office, sometimes helping each other. The two departments do not have strict boundaries or defined jurisdictions, with many overlapping duties and powers. The criterion for distinguishing the two teams is sequence. Lower sequence members are in the city patrol team, and middle sequence members are in the outer city patrol team. Her time in the city patrol team would inevitably bring her into contact with the outer city patrol team. Eve didn't know if Michael would let members of the city patrol team participate in the war, but members of the outer city patrol team definitely would. Members of the city patrol team would be transferred to the outer city patrol team after advancing to a middle sequence. They are responsible for clearing out Beander creatures outside the city and residual enemies in newly occupied territories by the army, and they have seen blood. Every member of the outer city patrol team would be integrated into the army after a year. By timing, this city patrol team would be integrated into the army around the time the war breaks out. These were all details from the booklet. The booklet not only contained basic Beander knowledge but also information about relevant departments and public officials within the city. Eve found that the jurisdictions of many departments overlapped considerably, and the system was not very complete. Unfortunately, she didn't understand these things. Although she could see that the system was incomplete, she didn't know how to modify it. In reality, Michael had already done a very good job. Although there were deficiencies in specific aspects, the overall framework was very complete, and now it was just a matter of improving it step by step. If it were up to Eve, she certainly couldn't have achieved this level. Miss Eve, perhaps Eve had been silent for too long. Eric spoke up to remind her, if Miss Eve doesn't have a reasonable explanation, according to regulations, you'll have to sweep the patrol team office for 3 days. Eve nodded, silently noting in her mind, being late means sweeping the office for 3 days. The booklet did not contain the reward and punishment rules for the patrol team. She didn't know if this was a regulation or a common practice. Chapter 13. Going to work. The so-called city patrol team office was just a small wooden house, slightly larger than the others. If it weren't for a small wooden sign next to the wooden door, Eve would have thought she'd gone the wrong way. Among all the buildings in the city, only Michael's church was a bit luxurious, though this luxury was only relative to the other structures in the city. Eve stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and slowly reached out to push open the door in front of her. Creak. It was working hours, so there weren't many people inside the house. Most were out patrolling the city or eliminating enemies outside. The only one remaining inside was an elder seated behind a desk, likely an administrative staff member, and the other 3 were disabled individuals engrossed in writing. A strange feeling, a mix of bitterness and admiration, flashed through Eve's heart. Those disabled individuals were all soldiers, very young, the youngest looking about the same age as Eve. After losing their combat ability, they were sent back to the city for treatment, and during this time, they could receive subsidies without working. "Hello everyone," Eve said as she stepped inside, greeting the people in the room. "Good afternoon, miss." The boy, similar in age to Eve, turned around, his eyes widening slightly with a flash of admiration before returning to normal as he asked frankly, "Is there anything you need help with?" "I'm a new member," Eve said with a smile. "Are you here to pick up your uniform?" The boy asked, then pointed to the elder, saying, "You need to report to old Peter first." After thanking him, Eve walked towards the desk, carefully observing the room as she went. The room contained only 1 desk, 1 chair, 2 square tables, and 4 long benches. Behind the desk was a shelf against the wall, holding paper, pens, some meat wrapped in cloth, various items. A clock hung on the wall, and next to it were several sheets of paper covered in dense writing with traces of revisions. Unfortunately, she was illiterate and didn't know what was written on them. An elder with bronzed skin, a robust physique, and a kind face sat behind the desk, writing and drawing on a piece of paper. "Hello," Eve said, walking up to old Peter, "I am Eve." "Eve." The elder's gaze shifted from the paper to Eve, then he lowered his head and pulled open the desk drawer. Inside the drawer was a thick stack of papers. Old Peter pulled out the top one, looked at it for a moment, and then frowned, asking, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Eve scratched her head, embarrassed, and said, "Because I was delayed by class." "Remember to ask for leave next time." "Did you also have class this morning?" "No." Eve shook her head sheepishly and whispered, "I overslept." Unexcused lateness. "Clean the office for 3 days, old Peter continued, asking, "Which pathway?" Assassin pathway. Eve covertly glanced around, relieved to find that no one reacted. She was truly afraid that if someone knew her pathway, they would ask if she used to be male or female. How was she supposed to answer that? Eve was indeed a girl, but Zhou Mingzhen had been a man for over 20 years. "What sequence?" the elder continued to ask. "Sequence," Eve thought for a moment and said, 3. The elder looked at Eve in surprise. Logically, a sequence 3 Beander shouldn't be assigned to the city patrol team, they should be sent directly to the army. In fact, Saucerier's initial idea was to send Eve to the army. Besides safety, sending Eve to the army was the best choice from every other perspective. However, Michael chose to place Eve in the safest city patrol team, albeit for only 1 month, and set the condition for Eve to join the army as becoming an angel. This was also one of the reasons Saussure told Eve that it wasn't a wise decision to treat him as a fellow countryman. He would not instinctively trust each other like Michael, Ammonizes, and Eve, nor would he make irrational decisions due to so-called camaraderie. But he didn't say anything. After writing, Sequence 3, on the paper, he picked up 2 sets of clothes from the shelf behind him and handed them to Eve, along with a small wooden sign. The wooden sign was engraved with, City Patrol Team Member. Eve had seen this kind of wooden sign before. There was one near her house, hung outside the building to make it easier for residents to find the City Patrol Team for help. When residents needed help from the City Patrol Team, they could directly ask a City Patrol Team member for assistance, without needing to go specifically to the office. The clothes in Eve's hand included a shirt, a jacket, pants, and shoes. They felt very light in her hand and were made of a fabric Eve had never seen before. It felt silky and soft, definitely more comfortable than what Eve was currently wearing. The young girl pinched the corner of the fabric and tugged hard. Besides a few wrinkles, there was no damage. Although the assassin pathway was not a sequence known for strength, Eve, as a sequence 3 Beander, was quite strong. It seemed the clothes were made from Beander materials. Weapons will be available tomorrow, old Peter said. You haven't been assigned work yet, so just stay here for now. Of course, if you don't mind cleaning for another 3 days, you can also go back. No, I won't go back, I won't go back, Eve waved her hand. Old Peter pointed with his pen to the cleaning supplies leaning against the shelf and said, help yourself. Eve walked to the shelf, picked up a rag, and began to wipe the square table. In her previous life, Eve had done housework at home, so she was quite adept at it. During breaks from cleaning, Eve occasionally observed the people around her, wanting to ask specific questions about this place, such as the rules for rewards and punishments. But everyone was busy with their own tasks, and she felt awkward interrupting their work. Time passed by minute. As the sun was about to set, Eve finally finished cleaning the entire room, so tired that she collapsed on the table, unable to get up. You finished 3 days' worth of work in 1 day, old Peter said, looking at Eve approvingly. So, for the remaining 2 days, Eve looked at old Peter with hopeful eyes. Clean outside then, old Peter said, putting down his documents and standing up. Are you leaving? Eve asked, watching old Peter stand up and walk towards the door. Yes, old Peter nodded. You can leave too, it's quitting time. Eve glanced at the clock. 7 o'clock, truly considerate. The young girl happily bounced up and caught up with old Peter, saying, Mr. Peter, can I ask you a question? Seeing old Peter nod, Eve happily asked, what are the usual rules of our city patrol team? What can be done, what cannot be done, what actions will be punished, and what will be praised? Old Peter pointed to the papers posted on the wall and said, everything you're asking about is on those notices. I can't read. After being illiterate for so long, Eve could now loudly declare her illiteracy. Do you see those papers on the table? Yes. Copy them down and have your teacher teach you. Chapter 14, Miss Elizabeth. Exhausted, Eve glanced at the paper in her left hand, shook her aching arm, and wore a look of utter resignation. All those papers were filled with her handwriting, word by word. To prevent any errors, she even copied all the revision marks exactly as they were. However, Eve flipped her hand, revealing the blank white paper underneath. Mr. Pitt is truly a good person, now she has paper for the missing person posters. She was 1 step closer to finding Mingrui. As soon as she thought of this, Eve's mood brightened involuntarily, and even her arm didn't seem to ache as much. Knock knock knock. Eve tapped lightly on the wooden door 3 times, but there was no response for a long time. Knock knock knock. Still no response. Miss Elizabeth, Eve called out to the door, but received no reply. Is she not here? The girl glanced at the sun, which was already setting. Curfew was approaching soon. Where could Miss Elizabeth have gone? Eve cast her gaze towards the city, searching the streets for the shy, introverted girl. At this time, many people had already gone home, and there were only a few scattered individuals on the street. She easily found Elizabeth, who was carrying a stack of books. The thick pile of books almost obscured Elizabeth's eyes, and her small figure swayed slightly as she walked. Eve used a glass window as a mirror, leaping behind Elizabeth through the reflection. Why so many books? Eve reached out to help Elizabeth with some of the load. This time, Elizabeth didn't decline. After thanking her, she handed over some of the books, seemingly relieved of a considerable burden. These are all the students' assignments. Elizabeth freed one hand to wipe away sweat, saying breathlessly, I originally planned to finish grading them at the academy, but there were too many, so I had to bring the rest home to grade. Students. Miss Elizabeth is a teacher? Eve asked, looking at the heavy books in her hands. You have to grade all these assignments by yourself, and they need to be done today. Are there very few teachers at your academy? Elizabeth said softly, turning her head. Let me help you, Eve said with a smile. She used to be roped into helping teachers grade assignments, so she had some experience. Although she was illiterate now, she could still grade by comparing them to an answer key. Elizabeth said softly, that would be too much trouble for you. No trouble at all, no trouble. Consider it learning to read, and besides, I also have something I need to trouble Miss Eve with. Then, thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you again. At our current speed, we won't make it back before curfew, Eve said, looking down at Elizabeth. I want to use mirror travel to get back. It might cause Miss Elizabeth some discomfort, so please tell me if you feel unwell. Is it a Beander ability? Elizabeth murmured to herself, then quickly nodded, her eyes filled with intense anticipation. The next second, Elizabeth only felt her vision go dark, and then she saw her own room. The scene inside was unobstructed, everything was neat and tidy, but she and Miss Eve were not there. They were in the window. How magical. Bang! A muffled thud. Eve had placed the books on the table, they had already emerged from the window. Elizabeth quickly poured Eve a glass of water. The girl picked up the cup and gulped it down. Elizabeth took out a handkerchief, intending to wipe Eve's sweat, but found the girl's forehead clean and free of perspiration. She paused, then silently put it back. Is Miss Elizabeth feeling any discomfort? Eve asked with concern, putting down the water cup. No, Elizabeth shook her head, looking down with sparkling eyes, saying inwardly, in fact, I'd like to experience it again. She pulled out a book from the pile, thicker than the others, it must have been the teacher's edition. I'll teach Miss Eve to read first, using the content the students learned today. Elizabeth spread the book open and said. Eve nodded. The two girls sat side by side, one teaching, one listening, in a harmonious and pleasant scene. Miss Eve, Elizabeth murmured to herself in disbelief, she learns so fast. The girl stared blankly out the window. The sun had already set. When the last of the afterglow disappeared, curfew would begin. In such a short time, she had finished an entire day's curriculum. Is this what it means to be a Beander? All right, Eve stretched, then turned to Elizabeth and said, let's start grading assignments. She found Elizabeth looking dazed. Eve gently nudged her shoulder, and she snapped back to attention. I'm sorry, Eve watched Elizabeth, who, after snapping back, nervously fiddled with the corner of her clothes, seemingly bothered by her momentary distraction. She apologized again, then carefully and softly asked, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Another apology. Eve frowned, wondering if she was overthinking it, but she just felt like Elizabeth was constantly apologizing. This isn't Miss Elizabeth's fault, there's no need to apologize, Eve said seriously. Shall we start grading assignments now? Elizabeth nodded and took 2 fountain pens from her pocket, giving one to Eve. Just circle the incorrect characters. 5 points for no errors, 4 points for 3 or fewer errors, 3 points for 3 to 5 errors, 2 points for 5 to 10 errors, and 1 point for 10 or more errors. Elizabeth explained seriously, then seemed to suddenly remember something, pausing to ask her, does Miss Eve know how to count? Eve nodded helplessly. After all, she had received higher education, how had she fallen to such a state? Separate them by score. Elizabeth's finger traced across the table, saying, place the 1 to 5-point papers here in order. Eve nodded, uncapped the pen, and began to grade assignments. Time passed by, minute by minute. Without a clock, Eve didn't know how long it had been. Elizabeth had long since given up and fallen asleep on the table. Eve, who often stayed up late, coupled with her Beyander's extraordinary physical fitness, was still able to keep going and did Elizabeth's share as well. Eve carefully picked up Elizabeth and gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Even if teachers were scarce, this workload was too much, wasn't it? Was Elizabeth being bullied? Her experiences over the past few days had given Eve a good impression of this city-state. Everyone was kind and simple. But she couldn't rule out the presence of bad people, as there were all sorts of birds in a big forest. Tomorrow, she would go to the academy to check it out. She could also ask them how to join the academy and send Oro Boros to school. With his pathway and sequence, Eve wasn't worried that he would be bullied. Eve silently wished Elizabeth good night in her heart, then her figure disappeared from the room. Chapter 15. I won't be lonely with him around. In the dark room, Eve's figure gradually emerged. She glanced at her beloved bed, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to reluctantly avert her gaze, walking towards the table and chairs. Eve opened the window, and the gentle evening breeze ruffled her hair. The cool touch carried away some of her weariness. She pulled out a blank sheet of paper, placed the remaining papers on the table, and weighed them down with a water glass. Eve sat on the chair and counted the papers. There were 8 sheets in total, none missing. 8 sheets were definitely not enough, but paper was a relatively precious item here, and Eve could only get this much. She folded each sheet twice, then tore them into 4 pieces along the creases, giving Eve 32 wanted posters. She took out the fountain pen Mr. Pete had lent her from her pocket, thought for a moment, and then wrote the 3 large Chinese characters, Zhou Mingrui, on each sheet. Below, Zhou Mingrui, she wrote in smaller characters, I am your brother, find me at North District No. 18. After writing, Eve neatly organized all the wanted posters and put them in the pocket of her uniform. Eric had already asked most people, and no one had any news of Mingrui, so he was probably not in the city. Tomorrow, she would post the wanted posters on the city gates, all 4 gates, east, south, west, and north. Click. Eve capped the pen and put it into her uniform pocket as well, to prevent forgetting it tomorrow. The young girl glanced at her beloved bed again and sighed. It was so late now, she definitely wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. No, she couldn't be late again. It might be better to just pull an all-nighter. It wasn't like she hadn't done it before. How many times had she pulled all-nighters in college? Unfortunately, there was no phone, no computer. Am I supposed to just sit here until dawn? No, if this continues, I'll fall asleep standing up. Eve took out the paper from under the water glass, glanced at it. There were few words she recognized. Bored, she idly flipped through it, saw the blank back of the last sheet, pulled it out, and laid it flat on the table. All right, since there's nothing to do right now, I'll make a plan for myself, even though her plans always ended up being just for show. First, the plan for her time in the city patrol team. Eve took out her fountain pen and unconsciously tapped her forehead repeatedly. After a while, she began to write down the first item. 1. Understand the internal rules of the patrol team within 3 days. After thinking for a while, she crossed it out and began to scribble her thoughts randomly on the paper, writing whatever came to mind wherever there was an empty space. This session of the out-of-city patrol team will be incorporated into the army before and after the outbreak of war. A Sequence 3 can have his own legion. Can choose his own soldiers. As for establishing authority. Quote. Eve looked at the words on the paper in distress, the fountain pen tapping repeatedly, leaving ink dots on the paper. Then she lifted the pen and wrote, strong power is one thing, but one cannot rely solely on power. I am quite good at getting along with people, but leadership ability, especially military leadership ability, I've only led others in games at most. Perhaps becoming friends with them might also work. Sigh, Eve let out a long sigh, propped her head on the table, looked up at the red moon outside the window, and whispered, "This is too hard for me. Let me go home. I'm just a little weakling. This is not something I can handle at all. Transmigration is not as cool as novels make it out to be," Eve muttered to herself, then sat up, took her pen, and prepared to make her grand plan again. "Actually, you don't need to be so troubled." A familiar female voice came from behind her. "Ammonizes." Eve looked back in surprise. Ammonizes' figure gradually appeared in Eve's room. "How did you get here?" "I'm about to leave," Ammonizes said in a calming, gentle, and pleasant voice. "I came to see you before I go. Do you want to go out and look around?" "Go out and look around." Eve pondered for a moment and nodded. The next second, the two of them appeared on top of Michael's cathedral. Ammonizes casually cast a concealment spell on them. She pointed at the red moon in the sky and asked, "What do you think?" Eve followed her finger and looked over. A scarlet moon hung in the sky, its light spreading across the land. "It's all right," Eve said with a smile. "In my previous life, I heard a saying that a red moon represents ill omen and symbolizes the end of the world. Of course, that's all lies. I hate the red moon," Ammonizes said. "The red moon is an ill omen." Eve looked at Ammonizes and nodded. Then the two fell into silence. Eve felt it necessary to find a topic to ease the suddenly solidified atmosphere between them. "You said I don't need to be so troubled. Do you have a solution?" Beyonder characteristic convergence principle. Lower sequence beyonders will feel fear towards higher sequence beyonders. Once you become an angel, the convergence effect will be very obvious. "Fear?" Eve asked curiously, "Then what do higher sequence beyonders feel towards lower sequence beyonders?" Ammonizes glanced at Eve and said, "Appetite." Appetite. Eve looked at Ammonizes in shock, then said with some fear, "That's terrifying, that's incredible. I won't eat people later, will I?" "To be precise, it's eating beyonder characteristics," Ammonizes corrected. "It depends on whether you can resist it." "I can resist it," Eve said seriously. "Even if I can't, I have to." Ammonizes nodded, her gaze shifting from the red moon to Eve. "The destruction demon wolf didn't pursue you because I lured it away before it discovered you. The two demonic wolves that killed you died from directly gazing at Saphira Castle. They were tainted with the aura of Saphira Castle, so I dealt with them." Eve was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, "Is that so?" "I'm sorry, I suspected you before." Ammonizes shook her head and said, "Being vigilant is a good thing. Actually, my main reason for coming to you this time is for divinity." "Divinity?" Eve repeated softly, looking at Ammonizes curiously. Ammonizes said, "This is also Michael's intention. Although from a prophet perspective, we all hope you can become an angel, as fellow countrymen, we still want to remind you. After you become an angel, divinity will emerge. The higher the sequence, the more divinity, and the less humanity. Powerful deities face eternal madness and loneliness. I know you might not take this seriously after seeing Michael's state, so I specifically came to tell you that this is one of his methods to maintain his humanity, imitating his human self. I don't know how much truth there is in it. Finally, the long silence was broken. "I want to find my younger brother." Eve tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. Sequence 3, who knows when he might die in this world? How can I find him? Even if I find him, I can't protect him. As an older brother, not being able to protect his younger brother, that's too useless. And, Eve turned to look at Ammonizes, revealing a genuine smile, "With him around, I won't be lonely." Chapter 16, So You Were the One Who Screwed Me Over. "Good morning, Mr. Peter." "Good morning, Eve." Old Peter smiled, clearly pleased that Eve was on time for work. He naturally had a kind face, but his constant serious expression made him seem unapproachable. Now, with a smile, he resembled a benevolent grandfather next door. Old Peter took several small mirrors from a cabinet and handed them to Eve. "These are your weapons." "Mirrors." Eve was a little disappointed. In her imagination, her weapons should have been swords, like ancient martial arts heroes. After all, what boy hasn't dreamed of being a martial artist? But Eve was not a martial artist, she was a demoness. For a demoness, mirrors were indeed more suitable weapons than swords, as one of a demoness's core abilities was mirror magic. You've been assigned to Team 1, Group 2, responsible for afternoon patrols in the central city. In the mornings, you can go to the city patrol team's reception desk in the central city to handle affairs. From now on, you can go directly to the reception desk, old Peter said. The central city. The academy was also in the central city, so it would be convenient to take Oro Boros to school and visit Elizabeth. Oh, right, I also need to pick up Oro Boros. I'll go pick him up during my lunch break. Eve thought to herself as she used a mirror to jump to the central city. She looked around for a while before finding the inconspicuous small house. Creak. Hello, may I ask? Oh, a new member. Hello everyone. Eve greeted the people inside the house. Although the house was not large, there were many people inside. What's your name? What pathway? What sequence? One question after another was thrown at her. The young woman answered them one by one. Her colleagues' enthusiasm made Eve a little overwhelmed. Sequence 3. Her colleagues exclaimed upon hearing Eve's answer. After all, while Sequence 3 might not be much in this world, it was quite high for members of the city patrol team, all of whom were low sequence beyonders. But they didn't seem to wonder why Eve, a Sequence 3, was in the city patrol team. They just kept saying things like, so amazing. When someone curiously brought up the question, Eve also provided an explanation. She could sense that they were simply curious, with no malicious speculation. Upon learning that Eve had been arranged to join by Saussure, they all expressed that His Highness Saussure must have his profound intentions. For a moment, Eve found herself in a dilemma, not knowing whether to praise Saussure for being deeply loved by the people or to praise the residents for being too simple and kind. It was probably both. Working at the reception desk was relatively easy, just handling residents' minor troubles. Usually, when people had problems, they would help each other. If they couldn't solve it, they would first go to the nearest city patrol team member's home. Only if the member wasn't home would they come here. So, it was rare, only one person came all morning. She even fell asleep at her desk and was only woken up by a colleague at lunchtime. Eve guessed that they had given her the easiest job to accommodate the newcomer, and her heart felt warm. Feeling warmed by her colleagues, Eve's steps were light as she went to pick up Oro Boros. Oro Boros, I'm here to pick you up. As soon as Eve appeared outside the prison, she saw the little boy sitting on a chair and Asaka's standing beside him. Asaka's is here too. Are you specifically waiting for me? Eve leaned in, her tone a little playful as she spoke. Tisk, Asaka's gave Eve a disgusted look. I want to see what abilities you, chosen by the Lord as a favored one, possess that could surpass an excellent me. So, have you seen my excellence? Utterly unremarkable, Asaka's said mercilessly, then a hint of fanaticism appeared on his face, his change of expression so fast that Eve felt inferior. Ordinary people cannot see it, only the Lord can. Praise the great, noble, omniscient, and omnipotent Lord. Eve, thank you, I feel offended. Eve covered Oro Boros' eyes and said, Oro Boros, don't learn from him. Unexpectedly, Asaka's, upon seeing this, angrily slapped her hand away and loudly rebuked, You false believer, what are you doing? You are telling him, a child of the great Lord, not to believe in the Lord, not to praise the Lord. Damn it, as a believer, one must wholeheartedly worship the Lord. I wish I could burn you to ashes. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Eve perfunctorily agreed, and the next second, she successfully saw Asaka's somewhat frustrated face, angry but with nowhere to vent, as if punching cotton. PFF'd. Eve couldn't help but let out a laugh. Cough, cough. Seeing Asaka's gaze becoming increasingly dangerous, Eve quickly changed the subject and asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. By the way, why did you think I believed in an evil god back then? I glanced into your room at the time, and then my eyes felt a sharp pain and started bleeding. What else could that be if not believing in an evil god? Why did you look into my room? Eve asked, puzzled. Asekuas glanced at Oro Boros. Eve and Oro Boros exchanged glances, then immediately understood. Oro Boros's information was wrong, so Asekuas looked over. It seems this guy has no concept of privacy. He casually glanced into Eve's room, and then, good heavens, so you were the one who screwed me over. Oro Boros blinked his large eyes, his innocent and confused expression showing that he was still out of the loop. But this matter couldn't be blamed on him. You fellow, Eve said fiercely, don't you know how to respect other people's privacy? Asekuas looked at her strangely, seemingly not understanding why she was angry. What is privacy? Eve felt a lump in her throat, a suffocating feeling. She pulled Oro Boros along and vanished from Asekuas's sight, leaving only a sentence lingering in the air, ask your lord. North City. Eve returned home with Oro Boros in her arms, placed him on a chair, and asked, have you had lunch yet? The little boy shook his head. That's perfect, Eve said, tying her apron, let's eat together. Eve took out the rabbit she had hunted with Ammonizes last night and began to prepare it. While preparing the rabbit, she sighed inwardly. Although she knew how to cook, she had always ordered takeout. Her mother had scolded her countless times for this. She never thought she would be in the kitchen again in another world. With only salt as a seasoning, Eve simply roasted it and sprinkled some salt. It was still a delicious meal. Cutting half the rabbit for Oro Boros, Eve eagerly began to eat. It would be great if there was sweet bean paste, cumin would also be nice, she thought to herself as she ate. I have to go to work this afternoon, Eve said. Stay home and be good, don't run around. I'll try my best to see if I can send you to school. After eating, Eve taught Oro Boros some Beander knowledge, then hurried off to work. Eve's job in the afternoon was patrolling. She followed the patrol team and walked through the entire central city, only then realizing that the academy was very large, with over a dozen rooms. There were even 3 canteens alone. It just didn't have walls, so it was mixed in with the residential houses. After work, Eve headed straight for the academy. Chapter 17. 1 month later. It was already time for school to end. The students in the academy were packing their books, preparing to go home. On the podium, an old lady was tremblingly tidying her books, ready to leave. Eve stepped forward and asked, Teacher, where is Miss Elizabeth? Miss Elizabeth went to the church. The old lady's tone was kind, as if she was discussing her well-behaved and sensible granddaughter. Elizabeth is a good girl. My old bones are not convenient, and she often helps me. Half of my homework is corrected by her. Yesterday, she even helped everyone correct their homework because, logically, she should have come after the exam but was delayed by something and insisted on making up for it. Everyone couldn't dissuade her, so they agreed. Who knew she actually finished correcting all of it? Young people certainly have good energy. So that's how it was. Was it because I delayed her? Thank you, teacher, Eve waved and said, I'm going to find Miss Elizabeth. Goodbye, teacher. The church was only a few steps away from the academy. Eve arrived after a quick run. The church was the only place to obtain Beander potions. Through various tasks, such as helping clean the church or preaching, teaching, and patrolling, one could accumulate contributions to exchange for Beander potions. Elizabeth could earn 10 contribution points for attending class every day and 1 for preaching at the church. This was why she came to the church. Elizabeth looked at Eve outside the church, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. She wanted to become a Beander. I'm very sorry, Miss Elizabeth. Eve apologized, was it because of me that you didn't go to work the day before yesterday? Elizabeth was stunned for a moment, then reacted, smiling gently and saying, it's okay, and many of those assignments were corrected by Miss Eve. But if it weren't for me, Miss Elizabeth wouldn't have had to correct so many assignments. Eve shook her head and said, if you need anything in the future, just say so. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Elizabeth opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally softly uttered, no, I don't need anything, and I certainly won't let Miss Eve go through fire and water. That's just an exaggeration, not literally going through fire and water. Eve explained, what is Miss Elizabeth doing at the church? Accumulating contributions to improve my meals, Elizabeth replied. The church was like a department store. As long as you had contribution points, you could buy anything. Eve nodded and said, I have a younger brother, ah. The girl gestured with her hand, about this big. How do I send him to school? Children under 15 can attend school for free, Elizabeth frowned slightly. Didn't the patrol team notify you? Go quickly and complete the enrollment procedures now. The procedures are done at the church. Just bring your brother over. Thank you, Miss Elizabeth. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Eve quickly dragged Oro Boros from home, completed his enrollment procedures, and exchanged some stationery. To save money, she also exchanged some cloth, planning to make a school bag herself. After sending the boy back, she ran to the administration office to clean. She also had to cook when she returned. Eve felt that she was truly having a hard time. But fortunately, after finishing all the extra tasks, her future life was not as busy. A month passed quickly and uneventfully. It couldn't really be called uneventful. 3 significant things did happen. One was that Oro Boros grew into a young man within a month. However, after being shocked that Oro Boros was actually only 3 months old, she wasn't surprised by this anymore. She prepared a room for Oro Boros, and just one bed cost Eve a lot of contributions, making her poor again. So, after Oro Boros finished his studies, Eve kicked him into the choir to sing hymns for Michael every day to help with household expenses. Another was that Miss Elizabeth became a hunter. Eve expressed great surprise at this. Elizabeth's explanation was that the Hunter Beander potion required fewer contributions, had strong combat power, and a hunter's keen observation skills could help her avoid many risks when she was weak in the early stages. Because of the war, Michael greatly encouraged everyone to choose pathways with stronger combat power, and to this end, he specifically lowered the prices of Beander potions for pathways like Hunter and Warrior. The last was the news of the Demoness Sequence 2 Beander characteristic, which Eve cared about and anticipated the most. She had also divined herself, but perhaps because she was only Sequence 3, there was no useful information. Because she didn't want to engage with other deities too early, those subordinate deities couldn't be touched, and the angels who hadn't submitted to a deity were all hidden very well. At their sequence, if they truly wanted to hide, even a true god would find it very difficult to locate them. It was truly impressive that Michael could accurately find an angel with a Demoness Sequence 2 characteristic within a month. To try out the ritual and accumulate combat experience, they unanimously decided that Eve would carry out the kill. For this, Michael specifically transferred Eve to the city-state closest to that angel's territory. And at this moment, Eve was standing on the city wall of this city-state. Although she could cast her gaze, it would be too easy to be discovered. According to Michael's intelligence, he should still be a Trinity Templar. The Beander characteristics of non-adjacent pathways made him very mad, and she had sanity, which was an advantage for her. However, both pathways were not weak in combat, especially the Shepherd pathway after Sequence 5, which was considered the strongest among the same sequence, and it was a higher sequence of Eve's own pathway. The gap between Sequence 3 and Sequence 2 was already like a chasm. Eve had almost no chance of winning in combat. So, Eve never thought she could defeat a Sequence 2 of the same pathway from the beginning, but a Sequence 3 could be attempted. You are indeed powerful as an angel, but if I bring out true God-level purification, how will you respond? Normal purification, even at the true God level, would take a very long time to completely extract an angel's Beander characteristic. Moreover, the Beander characteristic would be immediately felt when it was extracted. However, Michael could mobilize the Chaos Sea to temporarily possess power beyond a deity, greatly reducing the time, and the required time would be bought by Eve. Okay, Eve touched the secret medallion on her chest, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and silently cheered herself on in her heart, you can do it. The girl jumped off the city wall. After landing steadily, she infused spirituality into the secret medallion, silently chanted, Ammonizes, in her heart to enter a secret state, and then quietly advanced towards the demoness angel's territory. Then she circled the territory and came to the opposite direction from the city-state. Although the city-state and the angel's territory were far apart, if a large-scale disaster occurred, it would still be affected. So, after starting the battle, she had to immediately lure him away. Telescopes couldn't see that far, Eve had to observe in person. And the first step was to find rivers and lakes. As a mythical creature, he didn't need to drink water, but the humans he raised did, so there must be a river or lake nearby. The water surface was a natural mirror, and the importance of mirrors in demoness combat was absolutely self-evident. Rapid movement by shuttling through mirrors was also a major reliance for luring him away, so she had to first figure out the nearby water bodies. Chapter 18. The Hunt. Under the scorching summer sun, the air seemed to shimmer. The verdant leaves curled slightly, as if drained of their vitality by the heat. The gentle sound of flowing water drifted into the young girl's ears. The mere sound of the trickling stream made one feel refreshed. Eve sketched the river on paper, drawing all the terrain she observed. This not only helped her plan the hunt but also prepared for Michael's occupation of the area. There wasn't much water in this location, so Eve decided to schedule the hunt for 3 or 4 in the morning, using dew to perform mirror travel. By the time she reached her destination, the dew would have mostly vanished. Once she arrived at the hunting ground, she could use the Beander item Michael lent her, equivalent to a sequence 2 Beander item of the door pathway, to seal off the space and prevent the demoness from using spirit world travel to escape. The Medal of Secrecy, chanting, Ammonizes, allows Eve to enter a state of secrecy. The Starlight Hairband, a sea blue hairband that grants its wearer the ability to open and close doors. The hairband has many stars, each capable of storing an ability. Stars that have stored an ability glow. Eve had stored Beander abilities in all the stars, making the entire hairband sparkle. The side effect is that it subjects the wearer to the disturbance of whispers, causing a partial loss of sanity and increasing the risk of losing control. One of the core abilities of a demoness is mirror magic. Once the dew disappeared, it would be as if there were no mirrors, and she wouldn't carry any. While this would weaken Eve, the demoness, being of a higher sequence in the same pathway, would be weakened even more severely. Under comprehensive suppression, Eve could only try her best to weaken the demoness's abilities. In battle, she would rely on the Beander items lent to her by Michael and Ammonizes. All she had to do was stall for time. Once the Beander characteristic of the demoness precipitated, it would be Eve's time to counterattack. After drawing the final stroke, Eve returned to the city and handed the map to the local person in charge. This was the last one. As the blood-red light bathed the land, the hunting ground was about to welcome its guest. Eve tied up her long hair with the hairband. Suddenly, whispers erupted in her ears, and the young girl immediately felt dizzy. After adapting for a while, she touched the Medal of Secrecy on her chest, silently chanted Ammonizes, and entered a state of secrecy. She stealthily infiltrated the angel's territory, gliding as lightly as a cat, without making a sound. At the foot of the mountain was a human tribe. A few small wooden huts huddled together, but more common were shelters constructed from branches and leaves. A thin cloth hung at the entrance, serving as a door. When the wind blew, it revealed the people inside, who were sallow and emaciated. Some of the elderly and children were even skin and bones. In the center of the tribe, there were some burnt firewood, and the surrounding ground was covered with bloodstains and shattered bones. Scattered in the grass were stark white bones, relatively complete. Judging by their size, they were all children. Human sacrifice and cannibalism. The aura of death and despair from the tribe clung to the young girl's heart. Eve closed her eyes in sorrow. At this moment, she truly empathized with Michael's fanatical believers. That angel lived in a cave on the mountainside. Eve stood outside and quietly peeked in. A 3-headed gorgon was sleeping soundly inside, her face and body covered in bloodstains. No matter how beautiful she was, she only evoked terror. Eve softly chanted Michael's name a few times. The sun god's status was higher than Ammonizes, so even in a state of secrecy, Michael could still hear her. A warm sensation washed over her, dispelling the cold of the night. He looked towards this place. The purification had begun. At this moment, the Gorgon suddenly opened her eyes, her blood-red, cold vertical pupils staring straight ahead. Eve's hairs immediately stood on end, and fear gripped her heart, the fear of being targeted by a cold-blooded animal, and more so, the fear of a superior being. This feeling was dispelled by the warmth as soon as it appeared. The Gorgon raised her head and let out a long shriek. The ground instantly shook, and a huge roar echoed, waking the people down the mountain. Rolling rocks tumbled down the mountain, threatening to drown out the screams below. The mountain was collapsing. A massive ice wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the rubble and mud. Huge boulders crashed against the ice wall, making loud thuds. Boom, boom, boom. Each sound seemed to strike at the heart. The people who had narrowly escaped death looked at the ice wall that had appeared out of nowhere, then collectively knelt towards the direction of the cave. Eve saw that the people down the mountain were safe, breathed a sigh of relief, then secretly condensed an ice spear, and lifted her state of secrecy. However, upon seeing the suddenly appearing Eve, the Gorgon let out a roar and charged at her, not needing any provocation from Eve. Eve immediately threw the spear, aiming it directly at the Gorgon's chest, but it was bitten by one of the snakes on the woman's head. Crack! The spear shattered. But Eve never thought this spear could harm her, it was merely meant to provoke her. The moment she threw it, Eve jumped into the mirror world, moving rapidly by means of the mirror surface. The Gorgon pursued without hesitation, jumping into the mirror world and hot on her heels. Her speed was far greater than Eve's, and several times she almost caught up, only for the young girl to escape by opening a door. After a frantic dash, Eve leapt out of the mirror world, and the Gorgon followed her out. Upon entering the real world, Eve immediately sealed off the surrounding space by closing the door, then entered a state of secrecy. A point of starlight on her hairband quietly extinguished, and a strong white light shot out, dispelling all shadows around. The Gorgon immediately felt a burning pain. Under the intense light coming from all directions, even shadows ceased to exist. This could, to some extent, restrict the Gorgon's ability to control shadows. The disappearance of her enemy, the burning agony, and the sensation of her Beander characteristic precipitating all made the Gorgon increasingly furious. The snakes on her three heads thrashed wildly, hitting and shattering the stones and trees Eve was hiding behind several times. The attack range of the snake cluster grew larger and larger. When they attacked the barrier, the Gorgon realized she was trapped. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. The snakes stopped attacking randomly and returned to their master's side. PFF'd. A snake bit into the Gorgon, tearing off a chunk of her flesh, leaving a bloody hole on the woman's body. Then, the wound rapidly healed at a visible speed. PFF'd. 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 The other snakes joined the biting frenzy. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the Gorgon was covered in blood but had no wounds. All the snakes raised their heads high and threw out the flesh and blood from their mouths. The flesh and blood were too numerous and dense, there was no way to avoid them. Distortion. Bang, bang, bang. The flesh and blood bombs flying towards Eve subtly changed their trajectory, narrowly missing the young girl and leaving the ground pockmarked with craters. Eve quickly took 2 steps back, placing her feet on areas free of blood and flesh, dodging the last few flesh and blood bombs flying towards her. She deliberately left several, to avoid revealing her position. Otherwise, either the large empty space amidst the randomly flying flesh and blood, or the overly flat areas on the extensively pockmarked ground, would be too conspicuous. Although Eve felt that the demoness probably didn't have the intelligence for that, otherwise she would have divined her location long ago, and wouldn't need to search so painstakingly. Chapter 19. Kill. Eve took out a doll, bent down, and dabbed the blood and flesh on the ground onto the doll. Black flames rose into the air, incinerating the blood and flesh on the ground. The concealment state could only conceal Eve herself. Her footprints, once detached from her, would not be concealed. If she stepped on the bloodstains on the ground, Eve's greatest reliance for survival would vanish. The moment the flames ignited, the Gorgon's body split into three, each part taking one head. The flesh and blood beneath her skin violently wriggled, growing new flesh and blood, instantly mending the missing parts of her body. The three Gorgons simultaneously charged from three directions towards the rear. That was where the flames had ignited. How foolish! Eve scoffed inwardly, silently watching the Gorgon furiously attack the air. After a long while, the Gorgon stopped her attack, suddenly falling to the ground and beginning to roll. Eve's curse had finally succeeded. The curse of excruciating pain was greatly weakened due to the disparity in sequence, turning into an unbearable itch, but it was enough to make her suffer. The Gorgon roared in anger, and a sky full of ice spears swept towards her, followed closely by a sea of black flames and countless flesh bombs. The attack swept through the entire space, so frenzied that even she herself was within its range. The stars on her headband lit up one by one, then extinguished one by one. Even so, the wounds on Eve's body only increased. Large areas of the headband had already turned dim. Just as Eve was nearing her limit, the frenzied attack suddenly ceased. Instead of using large-scale attacks to search for her enemy as before, the Gorgon re-merged into one and frantically attacked the barrier. She wants to escape. Eve's face immediately lit up with joy, a smile spreading across her furrowed brow, the pleasure causing her tense mind to relax for a moment. With a complete advantage, the irrational Gorgon frantically wanted to escape. What did this signify? The purification was about to be completed. It would only take a very short time, too short for her to kill Eve, for the purification to be completed. With success just a step away, how could Eve possibly allow her to escape? The young girl frantically poured spirituality into her headband, reinforcing the barrier while also constructing one barrier after another on the outside. The Gorgon had already destroyed three, but behind each barrier was another barrier, one after another, as if endless. The enhancement of Beyonder abilities made Eve like an experienced psychiatrist, seeing through the despair and fear beneath the Gorgon's madness at a glance. Crystalline red crystals precipitated from the Gorgon's body, disappearing without a trace before she could even try to retain them. Along with the Beyonder characteristic, the snakes on the woman's head also vanished. The woman rushed back, frantically attacking her surroundings, flesh bombs flying everywhere, along with various Beyonder abilities blasting wildly within the space. But she desperately discovered that the barrier had not disappeared, which meant her enemy was not yet dead. Gradually, the recovery speed of the flesh on her body became slower and slower. Strands of spider silk shot towards the woman, tightly binding her. Red flames ignited on the spider silk, but the hunter sequence she pastored was lower, so she couldn't burn through Eve's spider silk immediately. Closely following were three ice spears, piercing the woman's head, neck, and heart respectively, striking directly at her vital points. Puff! The spears pierced through her body, pinning the woman firmly to the ground. Her head was separated from her body, shattered into pieces, and her heart was also pierced. Red and white matter was everywhere, making the scene extremely bloody and disgusting. But she was not dead yet. The red flames still blazed fiercely, and the spider silk showed signs of breaking under the scorching heat. But how could Eve simply watch her advantage slip away? She added several more strands of spider silk. As if sensing Eve's actions, the headless woman struggled violently. If she still had a mouth, she would probably have shrieked in anger as before. The woman's flesh was regenerating, but at a much slower pace than before. Eve condensed many more ice spears, determined to kill her completely. Spears rained down from the sky. Unexpectedly, the headless woman stopped struggling instead. Then, thick blackness enveloped the headless woman's body, covering her completely in an instant, leaving only a shadow. The ice spears falling on the shadow were like people sinking into quicksand, slowly but irresistibly devoured. An incomplete secret supplicant pathway mythical creature form. The thick shadow slowly devoured the white light, flowing in all directions, even clinging to the barrier. Eve's expression hardened. She quickly retreated backward, and at the same time, starlight lit up. Bolts of lightning, accompanied by thunder, roared and charged towards the shadow. Lightning flashed, its light even obscuring the shadow. Starlight lit up and extinguished, countless bolts of lightning surged from the sky, as if endless. Her mournful scream was her final elegy. When the lightning faded, a silver-gray gem lay quietly on the shadow. Eve took 2 steps forward and collected the Beander characteristic. The Beander characteristic takes a while to precipitate, Michael's voice echoed in her mind. She should have died long ago. You almost obliterated her body. I was just afraid she wasn't completely dead, Eve said, her face pale. She felt a churning in her stomach now. When the sword of Damocles hanging over her head disappeared, as her mind relaxed, discomfort followed closely behind. So disgusting. Eve had previously led the city patrol team to kill Beander creatures, but this was the only time the scene had been so disgusting and bloody. The smell of blood, and the charred smell of flesh after being struck by lightning, made her wish she had lost her sense of smell. You can't even handle this. Michael said, you need to get used to it quickly. A battlefield is much bloodier than this. Eve nodded, her face pale. She naturally understood. During your battle, that angel did indeed experience despair, but most of it occurred after becoming a Sequence 3. The despair generated during the angel stage probably isn't enough for you to advance to angel. The main goal this time was to accumulate high sequence combat experience. I never expected to advance, and even if there were enough despair, with so much external help, the ritual's effect would definitely be greatly reduced, Eve replied after a moment of recovery. Next is to create despair. To save time, let's start with Sequence 3, Michael's thoughtful voice echoed in her ears. Sequence 3 should require quite a few, right? Eve objected. Do you think I can defeat them? Do you know when that angel was most desperate? Michael suddenly asked. Not just before her death, but before she revealed her mythical creature form, because that was when she realized all hope of her survival had completely vanished, Michael said without waiting for Eve's answer. You can cripple Beander creatures of Sequence 3 one by one, then gather them together, give them a little hope, make them believe that so many Sequence 3s might be able to turn the tables and kill you, and then kill them one by one. Eve's lips moved, but she said nothing. After a long time, she heard herself say, really, can I do that? Crushing hope can brew despair, even for a lunatic. Chapter 20, Promotion. The red moon hung high, and its moonlight, like water, flowed into everyone's rooms through the windows, caressing the sleeping faces of those in dreams. But some refused the invitation of sweet dreams, tossing and turning alone in bed, unwilling to sleep. The number is enough. Should it be today? Eve lay on her back in bed, reaching under her pillow to pull out a small mirror, gazing bewilderedly at the red moon in the sky. Delay breeds trouble, the girl told herself. The mirror rippled like a water surface, and the girl's reflection gradually disappeared, replaced by a group of bruised Beander creatures. These were her prey. She had spent a full 5 months finding them one by one, injuring them, gathering them here, and raising them. Eve didn't feel she had done anything wrong. Those creatures raised humans and harmed living beings, so they deserved death. However, this act of raising them made Eve extremely repulsed. Some of them looked too much like humans, as if she, too, had become one of those detestable Beander creatures. That's why she kept them all in the mirror world, afraid of being discovered by others. She didn't know if she would be met with applause or disgust and fear. Eve's slender fingers traced the mirror's surface, silently counting. 1, 2, 3, ensuring not a single one was missing. This had become Eve's daily task for the past 5 months, but soon, this daily task would end. The girl on the bed gradually disappeared, and at the same time, her figure slowly emerged within the mirror. Crack! The mirror fell onto the bed, reflecting the empty room where a wooden door was suddenly gently opened a crack. A silver eye peered into the room through the door. After a while, the door was gently closed again. Inside the mirror world, Eve often entered the mirror world, either to bring them food or to monitor whether they had escaped. After 5 months, those Beander creatures had gradually grown accustomed to her presence. Except for new members, the other Beander creatures no longer ambushed Eve. They had realized it was useless and would only add more injuries to themselves. Moreover, many of the old members were already too weak to move. These Beander creatures had huge appetites, and Eve was not wealthy, even hunting every day couldn't fill their stomachs. Furthermore, these Beander creatures were originally consumables for her promotion. How could Eve bother to cater to them? Food. Just enough to keep them from starving. Medicine. Even less. They rely entirely on their self-healing abilities. At most, I'll keep them alive. Tisk. Eve dodged an ambush, kicking the new devil to its predecessors. The girl pressed her lips together, saying with some annoyance, "The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm the same as you guys." Eve shook her head, trying to clear all thoughts from her mind except for the promotion. She took a deep breath and opened the seals that bound them. This torment was about to end. The Beander creatures all seemed shocked. Eve watched their incredulous faces as they hesitated, not daring to take the first step. Finally, the new devil was the first to leave. When the other Beander creatures saw that the devil had truly left, they all ran out like mad. Even the old members who had lost their ability to move dragged their bodies out. Eve took a deep breath, flashed, and appeared in front of the devil. An ice spear condensed and pierced it, pinning it firmly in the middle of the Beander creatures. In an instant, the joy on all the Beander creatures' faces froze. They understood that Eve had no intention of letting them go. A demonic wolf crouched low, adopting a fighting stance, growling in its throat. Eve watched it, unmoving. Gradually, many more Beander creatures adopted fighting stances, intending to fight to the death. But many others chose to give up, hoping to exchange it for a chance to live. This led to the Beander creatures forming two distinct factions. "I will kill all of you." "You," Eve said, pointing at the Beander creatures who chose to resist, then moved her finger to the Beander creatures who chose to give up, "and you." The group of Beander creatures let out a sorrowful cry. Some staggered to their feet and walked towards the resistance faction, while others chose to wait for death. Next, she only needed to maintain a one-sided battle for a period of time. Even if they were all in poor condition and seriously injured, they had the advantage of numbers and many Beander abilities. If the fight dragged on, Eve wouldn't gain much, but she only needed to maintain an absolute advantage for a period of time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Traitors had appeared among the opposition. They stopped attacking and began to shrink back, waiting for death. The first to flee were the surrenderers who had joined the resistance, then the true resistance, and in the end, only a few new members were still resisting. Eve pinned them all in front of the group of Beander creatures. It was over. All the Beander creatures trembled as they looked at Eve, and an aura of despair filled the entire space. "It's enough," Michael's voice appeared in her ear. "Now drink the potion." "What if they ambush me?" Eve asked with a frown. "They won't," Michael said with certainty. The girl nodded, choosing to trust her fellow countrymen. She took out a Beander characteristic, auxiliary materials, and a pot from her spatial pocket, and began to concoct the potion on the spot. Eve poured the prepared potion into a glass bottle and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, Eve felt both hot and cold in her stomach. The girl's hair floated up, condensing into strands, its texture gradually changing to flesh, and illusory snake heads appeared at the tips. Madness occupied her entire mind, making her lose even the ability to think. Intense despair swept over her. It both intensified the madness and brought Eve a sliver of calm. The girls will clung tightly to that sliver of calm and rationality, fighting against the madness. Gradually, the illusory snake heads disappeared, and her hair returned to its original state, quietly cascading down her back. The promotion was successful. Was that the feeling of madness? Eve tilted her head, gazing down at her beautiful black hair. "I really don't want to experience it a second time." The girl turned to look at the Beander creatures quietly awaiting death and asked, "Should I kill them?" "Kill them." The girl lowered her eyelashes, and ice shards condensed in the air, piercing and extinguishing life. After watching all living beings turn into corpses, Eve left the mirror world. Back in her room, Eve picked up the mirror from the bed. The mirror didn't show the girl's reflection, but an empty room. The room's door was quietly opened a crack, and a silver eye peered into the room through the door. After a while, the door was gently closed again. Eve silently watched the scene in the mirror, then placed the mirror face down beside her pillow. "You should sleep, Oro Boros," the girl appeared by the bed, saying to the young man lying on the bed with his eyes open. "You've been promoted." Oro Boros's room had no mirror, so Eve couldn't enter directly. "Have you been busy with your promotion all this time?" Eve nodded and said, "Go to sleep. We still have to go to the choir tomorrow. Don't forget to wake me up." Chapter 21. Raising Your Own Materials. After her advancement, Eve was assigned to the battlefield to expand Michael's territory. After the Destruction Demon Wolf and the Undying Phoenix Ancestor clashed, the humanoid faction, consisting of the Elf King, the Giant King, and the Sanguine Ancestor, seized the opportunity to attack the non-human faction, which was made up of the Dragon of Imagination, the Undying Phoenix Ancestor, and the King of Aberrance. The two factions were embroiled in a chaotic war, with frequent internal conflicts, and two lunatics, the Destruction Demon Wolf and the Demon Monarch, also intervened. The flames of war swept across the entire land, and the world was filled with madness and chaos. If the world hadn't descended into such chaos, Eve wouldn't have been able to hunt Sequence 3 Beyonders everywhere to complete her ritual. Sequence 3 Beyonders, unlike Sequence 2, lacked the ability to remain aloof in this world and mostly relied on various powers. But in the current world, even Sequence 2 Beyonders occasionally fell, let alone Sequence 3. They might have noticed someone hunting Sequence 3 Beyonders, but the gods, focused on the war, had neither the energy nor the inclination to concern themselves with missing Sequence 3 Beyonders. As long as the losses didn't include their core combatants, the subordinate gods, they didn't care. The mad gods were warring everywhere, and Michael, as the only clear-headed and rational true god, was not idle either. Amidst the great melee, small-scale wars erupted one after another, secretly encroaching upon the territories outside the jurisdiction of the mad gods. As a core combatant, an angel naturally had to fight on the front lines. Previously, when there was only Saucereer, he often had to shuttle between the battlefield and the chancellery. Now with Eve, he was much more relaxed and could comfortably take on administrative duties. The battlefield was an excellent place to role-play the demoness of catastrophe. Eve digested her potion while rushing across the battlefield and searching for a Hunter Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. She had expected to spend a lot of time, but to her surprise, just 1 week after her advancement, Michael informed her that he had found a Hunter Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. Excited, Eve immediately ascended to Michael's divine kingdom right after leaving the battlefield. Inside the magnificent church, a cross of strong religious significance guarded a tall platinum throne. Eve stood below the 12 steps, gazing up at the empty throne. This arrangement suggests a newcomer. Indeed, golden light shimmered above the throne. Within the light, a small red figure stood beside a fair-haired man in a white robe. After the light receded, Eve clearly saw the appearance of the red figure. It was a very beautiful little boy. His beauty was not like Oro Boros's androgynous delicacy, but rather the unique cuteness of a child mixed with handsomeness. Even though he hadn't fully grown, one could foresee that he would definitely be a heartthrob for countless young girls in the future. His long red hair added a touch of flamboyance and unrestraint, creating a unique kind of charm. "Eve," Michael's majestic and ethereal voice came, "come here." In front of others, even Ammonizes were always willing to help him maintain his image and satisfy his desire for performance. The young girl obediently lifted her feet, ascended the steps one by one, and walked up. She stopped at the last step, kneeling on one knee like a loyal knight and lowering her head. "War Angel Medici," as Michael's voice fell, the little boy puffed out his chest and raised his head, trying to look serious, then looked directly at Eve. "From now on, you will be his teacher." Then he said to Medici, "Mirror Angel Eve, you must respect her as your elder." The young girl and the boy both lowered their heads and responded, and then the two angels were sent out of Michael's divine kingdom. "Where is my Beyonder characteristic?" Eve wondered, but still obediently exited the divine kingdom, planning to ask him privately later. What pathway are you? Eve asked, holding Medici and smiling gently. The Lord said. Medici struggled twice, jumped out of Eve's arms, patted his chest, and said proudly, I am a Hunter Pathway Sequence 1, stronger than you. Hunter Pathway Sequence 1. A crack appeared in Eve's smile. So, the Beander characteristic was here. Medici saw Eve's smile suddenly change, hesitated for a moment, and comforted her. Although you are weaker than me, I will try my best not to dislike you. Eve's gaze shifted downwards, looking at the lively little boy in front of her, her eyes filled with resentment like a wronged woman. Why? Medici. Why is he alive? Medici. Are you losing control? Medici asked seriously after 2 seconds of contemplation. But she received no response from the young girl, because Eve was currently pestering Michael. Is this the Hunter Sequence 1 you mentioned? Just tell me if it is or not, Michael said shamelessly. I didn't say it was a Beander characteristic. Eve was choked, instantly speechless. Don't be angry, as the saying goes, give a stick, then a sweet date. After just chiding Eve, Michael comforted her. Once he dies of old age, won't you have a Beander characteristic? Eve, do you even hear what you're saying? Eve was speechless. I heard it, it sounds pretty good. This is called a child-reared Beander characteristic, Michael said cheerfully. Medici is entrusted to you. Raise your own Beander characteristic. Good heavens, Eve had heard of child brides and child husbands, but this was the first time she'd heard of a child-reared Beander characteristic. Only he could come up with such a thing. Eve grabbed the child-reared Beander characteristic, no, Medici's hand, just as it was about to pat her. Medici called Eve several times without a response, worried that Eve was truly losing control, and was about to forcibly take her to see the Lord. Are you all right? Medici pulled back his hand and asked, looking up. No, I'm not, Eve said, patting the little boy's shoulder. It's a big deal. What is it? Medici smiled confidently and flamboyantly. Tell me, and I'll solve it for you. Eve sighed. It's nothing for a child to worry about. You should just go to school obediently. I don't want to go to school, Medici said with a reluctant expression. I chose you to go to the battlefield. Chose me? Eve pointed to herself in confusion. Medici nodded and said, initially, I wanted Saussure. He's stronger than you, but the Lord said choosing you would allow me to go to the battlefield, so I chose you. Ha ha, Eve sneered inwardly. The young girl resignedly pulled Medici towards the church, saying as they walked, what's so great about the battlefield? Don't go there and cry in fear. Medici scoffed dismissively, only weaklings cry in fear on the battlefield. Then he chuckled, saying with a smug, punchable expression, ha, you weren't scared to tears before, were you? Eve glanced at him and said, don't mistake me for those brainless Beander creatures. Provocation, this method won't work on me. I'm a Sequence 1, such a top-tier combatant, and you want to put me in a school. For now, my single Sequence 2 is enough for the current battles. Eve and Medici remained at a stalemate. Finally, the young girl let go of the boy's hand in exasperation and asked, do you really have to go to the battlefield? Of course. Medici's eyes sparkled, full of anticipation. A hunter should fight on the battlefield. Eve sighed. The hunter pathway seemed to be born for war, so it was no wonder Medici was so eager to go to the battlefield. Moreover, the hunter pathway's godhood ritual was also related to war. She wondered if this child knew about this and if he had such an ambition. To be honest, Eve didn't particularly want him to become a god. If Medici became a god, then she would have to say goodbye to the idea of changing back. The young girl lowered her head, looked at her delicate, fair hands, and fell into thought. Perhaps influenced by Eve, her adaptability and acceptance of gender change were much higher than expected, but the consciousness of Zhou Mingzhen still wanted to change back. Never mind, Eve retracted her gaze and looked at Medici, saying, when war breaks out, I will take you with me, but the first time, you must observe from a safe place. If you can accept that, then the second time, you can go to the battlefield. Fair competition. If I get it, I'm lucky, if I lose it, it's fate. Chapter 22. Medici moves in. Naturally, a new member moving in required new furniture for him. Besides a bed and chairs, there were also Medici's daily necessities and clothes. This entire spree nearly depleted Eve's savings. If she hadn't received so many thank you gifts from the people rescued from the Gorgon, she truly wouldn't have been able to afford it. Transactions in the city-state were still the most primitive form of bartering. Although currency existed, it wasn't widespread. After finishing their shopping, Eve carried the large bags, Medici carried the small bags, and they went together to the church to pick up Oro Boros. Oro Boros, Eve watched the crowd pouring out of the church. The silver-haired young man stood out prominently among them. The young girl had wanted to wave at him, but the packages in her hands hindered her movements, so she reluctantly gave up. Oro Boros quickened his steps, went forward, and took the bag from Eve's hand. With her hands free, the young girl wiggled her wrists and said to him, "Let me introduce you, this is Medici, our new family member. From now on, he will be." Ah. Eve paused, then turned to Medici and asked, "How old are you?" Seeing Medici hold up one hand, the young girl tentatively said, 5 years old. 5 days. 5 days. Following the employment of a 4-month-old, Michael once again set a new record by employing a 5-day-old baby. Eve wasn't too surprised. After all, she had already lived with this silver-haired young man, who looked 14 or 15 but was actually less than a year old, for several months. The young girl patted Medici and said to Oro Boros, "From now on, he's your younger brother." Oro Boros nodded obediently, but Medici seemed a bit displeased. "I want to be the older brother," the red-haired little boy said, crossing his arms and staring directly at Oro Boros. "Okay." Oro Boros still had that blank expression, saying indifferently, "Older brother." Medici evidently hadn't expected Oro Boros to react this way, giving up the title of older brother so indifferently. Even though he got to be the older brother, an inexplicable sense of frustration arose within him. Eve looked at the somewhat dejected Medici, chuckled, and said, "All right, older brother, let's go home quickly." The playful tone in the young girl's words was strong. Medici scratched his hair, saying somewhat irritably, "Don't call me older brother." "Okay, older brother, no problem, older brother," Eve teased. "Didn't you want to be the older brother?" Oro Boros blinked his silver eyes, asking innocently and confusedly, "Older brother?" "Haha." Eve patted the young man's shoulder and echoed, "Yes, yes." The three of them bickered and played all the way back to their residence. Although, subjectively, Oro Boros would probably think he wasn't participating in the play, he was just stating facts. After advancing to an angel, Eve moved out of her original wooden house. The new home was a bit larger than the old one, and clearing out a room for Medici was more than enough. "That's Oro Boros's room," Eve said, pointing to a wooden door. "You can stay with Oro Boros until your bed is ready." Medici, Tisk, Ed, seemingly a bit displeased, as Oro Boros's temperament could be said to be a natural counter to Medici's. But in the end, he still nodded, indicating acceptance. Medici placed his hand on the door, glancing at Oro Boros from the corner of his eye. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he pushed the door open with a slight force. The little boy stood outside the door, observing the room. The first thing that caught his eye was a small bed, with neatly folded bedding placed at the foot of the bed. Although the bed wasn't large, it was more than enough for just Oro Boros and a child like Medici. Against the wall was a wooden wardrobe, and by the window was a desk. On the desk sat a candlestick, a cup, and a small bowl, which contained some red and yellow dried fruits and candies. Clean. Its first impression was clean. Everything was placed where it should be. Eve walked to the wardrobe, took out a set of bedding from the upper shelf, and placed it on the bed. Oro Boros, meanwhile, took Medici's clothes from a bag and hung them in the wardrobe with hangers. Seeing this, Medici also took his small cup from his own bag, stepped onto a chair, and placed it on the desk. When he got down, he even wiped the chair with a cloth. The young girl saw all of this, smiling with satisfaction. Although Medici was a bit mischievous and not as obedient as Oro Boros, he was still a good child. Eve and Oro Boros were both veterans at housework. Although it was Medici's first time doing these things, he was very talented and learned quickly. Soon, the small house was filled with Medici's traces. After tidying up, it was completely dark. Eve simply made some noodles with 3 eggs for dinner that night. The young girl's cooking skills were quite good, and Medici, who originally had little interest in eating, also joined the dinner table. "When can I go to war?" Medici asked. "A war has just ended. Both the populace and the army need to recuperate, and there are newly occupied areas to take over and manage. A second war won't be launched in the short term." Eve looked at the somewhat disappointed Medici, smiling and comforting him. "Don't be disappointed, you'll soon participate in an unprecedented war." Medici froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he looked at the young girl, as if urging her to continue. But Eve ignored the little boy's sparkling eyes and instead instructed Oro Boros. "Oro Boros should also go to war in the next conflict. Your pathway isn't suited for direct combat, so you must protect yourself well." Oro Boros looked up and replied, Medici didn't hear any more about that war from Eve until dinner was over, but just that much was enough to make Medici happy. Lying in bed, Medici looked at Oro Boros, who had his eyes closed next to him, and whispered, "Hey, Oro Boros, you dummy. Eve can hear you," Oro Boros said, opening his eyes. "So what if she can hear?" Medici muttered softly, "Do I look like I'm afraid of her?" Oro Boros just looked at him without answering. Medici, tisk, ed and didn't argue with him, then said, "Oro Boros, when the time comes, you hide behind me, and I'll protect you." I'm not protecting you for free, you have to give me luck." Can't you have any other reaction?" "Okay." Medici turned over dejectedly, his back to Oro Boros. If only Oro Boros could argue with Medici for a bit, Medici wouldn't be like this now. But Oro Boros's temper was unusually good, he wouldn't get angry no matter what Medici said. Oro Boros looked curiously at the boy who had turned away, not understanding why he was like this, but a hunch told him that he had made the boy angry. The young man hesitated for a moment, then extended a hand and, imitating how Eve comforted children, gently patted Medici, one pat after another, very rhythmically. Chapter 23, War is Coming. In the early morning, soft sunlight streamed through the window, gently caressing the young man's face. Oro Boros's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. He turned to look at Medici. The little boy was completely covered by the quilt, with only a few strands of red hair peeking out. The young man quietly got out of bed and looked up to see a gap in the quilt, through which a red eye was staring intently at him. "Are you getting up?" Oro Boros asked. "Getting up for what?" Medici blinked his red eye and asked. "Wash up and then make breakfast." The little boy put his hand down, and the gap in the quilt was closed. Oro Boros could no longer see the red eye, but he could hear the boy's voice from under the quilt, "No." Oro Boros didn't say anything. After folding his own quilt, he quietly opened the door and left. A moment after Oro Boros left, the quilt on the bed moved twice, and then a red-haired little boy emerged from within. Medici looked at the closed door, then withdrew his gaze, stood on the bed to fold his quilt, changed out of his pajamas, and then, with his short legs, got off the bed. Creak. Oro Boros heard the faint sound of a door opening from the direction of his room and was a little puzzled as to why Medici was up, but he didn't ask anything. Medici stood beside Oro Boros, watching the young man busy preparing breakfast. After washing up, the little boy ran to the kitchen, stood on his tiptoes to grab the basket of vegetables from the table, placed it by his feet, then squatted down to sort the vegetables. Oro Boros glanced at the little boy squatting on the ground. As if sensing the young man's gaze, Medici turned his head and said, "This is for room and board. How could I eat and stay for free? Can't you?" Oro Boros asked doubtfully. He had eaten and stayed for free at Eve's house for a long time. "Of course you can," Medici said, throwing the vegetable roots into the trash can and clapping the dirt from his hands. "But I don't want to owe favors, especially not in this way. By the way, is Eve still not awake?" Sleep isn't even a necessity for an angel, yet she's still in bed. Eve said it helps maintain her humanity. Huh, Medici scoffed. Is her humanity being a slacker in bed? It was just a joke, but Oro Boros took it seriously, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, probably. PFF'd, Medici chuckled. He handed the sorted vegetables to Oro Boros and said, I'll go wake her up. With that, he turned and ran towards Eve's room with his short legs. Knock knock. I'm up. A sleepy voice came from inside the room. With Medici's keen senses, he could even hear the slight creak of the bed, as if the person inside had turned over, and then there was no more movement. The person's breathing inside the room returned to a steady, long rhythm. She had fallen asleep again. Bang bang, Medici pounded on the door twice. Even pigs don't sleep as much as you do. Get up now. I'm up, I'm up. Eve's deeply sleepy voice came from inside again, and then Medici heard faint footsteps gradually approaching him. The door opened. Eve yawned, dressed in pajamas, with messy hair, leaning against the door frame without any pretense, complaining, why get up so early? You'll stunt your growth, kid. After speaking, she closed the door, and the rustling sound of getting dressed could be heard from inside the room. Medici was unconcerned by this. Angels don't need sleep at all, let alone something that could affect physical growth. After a while, the door to Eve's room opened again. The girl emerged from the room, fully dressed, stretched, and went to wash up. By the time she had finished washing up, breakfast was almost ready. Oro Boros doesn't have to go to the choir today, Eve said, sitting on a chair. And probably not anymore. Oro Boros looked at her questioningly, as if asking why. Eve explained, because you've been transferred to the army. You won't have to go to the choir until the war ends, but you'll have to go clear out remaining enemies in newly occupied territories during the day. Oro Boros nodded. Medici looked at Oro Boros, then at Eve, and said, I want to go too. The girl nodded, agreeing much more readily than before. Does this count as my first time watching a battle? Of course. Eve secretly glanced at Medici's somewhat expectant and joyful eyes, then drew out her voice and said, not. Medici's face immediately changed from clear to cloudy. Real war is much crueler than this. Flesh and blood flying everywhere, corpses strewn across the fields, it can scare a child from half a mile away. Eve patted Medici's shoulder earnestly and said, I'm doing this for your mental well-being. HMPH, Medici said disdainfully, put away your useless pity. Don't treat me like an ordinary child. Eve fell silent. It was precisely because he was not an ordinary child that she tried her best to treat him like one. Only after becoming an angel did Eve truly realize the terror of divinity. Yes, Prince Medici, Eve said perfunctorily, hurry up and eat. Oro Boros didn't understand social etiquette or how to read expressions, but he possessed an almost terrifying intuition, and now his intuition told him that Eve was a bit off, seemingly sad and yet helpless. The young man looked at her with some concern. Eve seemed to notice his gaze and turned to give him a smile that was no different from usual. Oro Boros hesitated, but in the end, he didn't ask. Medici is doing the dishes today. I'm not even tall enough for the sink. Our Prince Medici isn't an ordinary child, that height should be no problem at all, right? You're not getting back at me for earlier, are you? So petty. Medici complained but still obediently tidied the dishes, carrying them in one hand and pulling a chair with the other, heading towards the kitchen. After Medici finished washing the dishes, Eve took the two of them to the newly occupied territory. The newly occupied territory was actually Eve's old home, the village that had been destroyed by the demonic wolves. This place was on the edge of the destruction demon wolf's dominion and was the first divine territory occupied by Michael. Because the destruction demon wolf had passed through here in a grand manner, many creatures had already died, and the few who escaped that calamity did not escape the demonic wolf's claws. Due to the significant decrease in food, the demonic wolves that originally roamed here had left one after another. The destruction demon wolf also didn't manage its subordinate territories, or perhaps it simply didn't care about this peripheral area, having no intention of stationing troops there. So, The initial attack was extremely easy. By the time Eve learned the news, it had already been conquered. You two will follow the outside patrol team to pursue and eliminate the remaining enemies, Eve said, pointing to the newly erected city wall. I'll be watching you from there. This land was very fertile, and many areas under Michael's rule, especially those occupied in the early stages, were barren. So, after conquering this land, Saussure ordered the construction of a city and the reclamation of wasteland. Eve stood on the city wall, watching two figures, one red and one silver, moving through the area with the outside patrol team. Soon, the red figure broke away from the team, darting around the plain, very conspicuous. It seems he's really enjoying himself. Truly worthy of being a born conqueror. Medici galloped across the plain, slaying enemies until it gradually grew dark and torches were lit at the city gates. Only then did he return. Returning to the unfinished city-state, Medici saw Oro Boros and Eve sitting by a bonfire, eating roasted meat. The little boy stepped through the crowd, ran over, and plopped down next to Eve, taking the roasted meat she offered him and taking a big bite. Medici, Eve said, looking at Medici, let's count today as the first time. Medici raised an eyebrow and said, finally recognizing reality, I'm not an ordinary child. No, Eve said, her gaze fixed on the little boy, your epic war is coming. Chapter 24, More Chaos. Sparks crackled, reflecting in the war angel's blood-red eyes. The young girl seemed to see the fire and blood of war sweeping across the land, and a wave of sorrow rose in her heart. Oro Boros, with his keen intuition, moved closer to the girl and gently patted her back, comforting her. Isn't this great? The boy tilted his head and frowned, seemingly not understanding Eve's grief. Yes, for a high-ranking demoness and a hunter, it truly couldn't be better. The despair and war brought by this unprecedented conflict meant they didn't have to worry about rituals at all. Eve looked at the pile of broken wood discarded by the city gate. They were Eve's former village, Eve's home. Medici, Eve turned her head and gazed at the war angel, asking, do you like war? The boy paused, then thought carefully. I need war, he replied. Eve watched the boy, then finally chuckled softly and patted his head. Medici seemed displeased by her action but didn't stop her. She set up a spiritual wall around them, isolating them from the people outside, then sat cross-legged, propping her chin on one hand, and said while looking at the bonfire, the sanguine ancestor has fallen, killed by betrayal. Not only that, before her death, she dragged down the destruction demon wolf and the aberrant king. Now, the two alliances have shattered. The confrontation between two sides plus two chaotic battles has turned into a five-way free-for-all, and with the fleeing followers of the fallen three gods. Tisk, Eve scratched her hair irritably, saying, I really didn't expect this world, rotten as it is, could get even worse. This world was already plagued by constant wars, with people struggling to survive. But with two alliances, even with some internal friction, there was still a hint of order amidst the chaos. Now, the alliances were gone, and that hint of order had vanished too. Five gods fighting each other, it truly is an unprecedented war. By the way, the fact that you knew all this in advance means you're smarter than I imagined. Not at all, Eve said, lowering her head. I initially thought that war was between us and the destruction demon wolf. No, they never said the opponent was the destruction demon wolf. They just told me to advance to an angel to increase my chances of survival. We didn't even participate in the killing. Wait, if Michael didn't participate in the war to kill the destruction demon wolf, then how could Saussure be so certain that the destruction demon wolf would inevitably fall? How could he guarantee that the sanguine ancestor would definitely drag the destruction demon wolf down with her as a sacrifice? Did some god collude with Michael and Ammonizes? If that were truly the case, who would it be? The destruction demon wolf is impossible. The fallen sanguine ancestor and aberrant king are also unlikely. How could those lunatics risk their lives for a collaboration? The giant king who backstabbed the sanguine ancestor. That's too obvious, it makes it seem less likely. It seems that besides the destruction demon wolf, anyone else is possible. She had never heard of Michael, Ammonizes, having any dealings with those gods. Ammonizes had been on a business trip, perhaps it was among her diplomatic contacts. But why would they do this? Besides making an already insane world even more insane, what could they gain? What pieces and what stakes are truly on the chessboard of the high-level game? What's wrong? Medici asked in confusion, seeing Eve suddenly stop mid-sentence. Nothing, Eve murmured, lowering her gaze. I just realized how stupid I am. Medici comforted her, the fact that you can recognize your own stupidity already makes you smarter than most people in the world. Eve silently glanced at him, then averted her gaze back to the bonfire. Perhaps realizing his comforting words were truly clumsy, he spoke again, changing his approach to comfort her. Are you feeling sorrow for those weak humans? Actually, this might not be a bad thing for them. The fall of gods and their mutual conflicts can provide many development opportunities for the Lord. When the Lord becomes stronger, they will have a chance of salvation. I know, Eve said in a muffled voice. But humans are emotional creatures, we grieve for the suffering of our compatriots. And I am especially emotional. I get hot-headed over a few words from others, and I feel sorrow when I see corpses strewn across the fields. Medici opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent. Eve glanced at him, then stood up and looked at the unfinished city-state behind her, as if seeing people living in peace and prosperity. But when she closed her eyes, what appeared in her mind was the small white bone in the grass. Under Michael's rule, it should be humanity's last and only sanctuary. In my homeland, there's a saying, Eve said, removing the spiritual wall. The weak adapt to the environment, the strong change the environment. I am not the strong one who changes the environment, but Michael is. Medici nodded in agreement, saying, the Lord is the strongest. Now, one angel isn't enough for me, Eve said, patting Medici's shoulder. Please help guard this place. Don't let those fleeing Beyonder creatures enter the city-state. If you encounter fleeing humans, save them. This land was within the destruction demon wolf's dominion, so it was inevitable that fleeing demonic wolves would pass through here. However, due to the situation of this place, not many people were stationed here, not even a Sequence 3. Just in case, she would let Medici guard it for now, awaiting Saucerier's arrangements. Saucerier should give Medici a position, and then whether he goes to the battlefield or not would no longer be Eve's decision. No sooner had she spoken than Eve and Oro Boros vanished, without waiting for Medici to nod, reappearing in another city-state. Inside the city, only a patrol team was making rounds. People were in deep sleep, the outside war had not affected these blessed citizens. Only one Sequence 3 was stationed here. Eve left Oro Boros here and then returned to her original area of responsibility. On the first night, some Beyonder creatures and humans flocked to the city-state. Fortunately, their numbers were small, causing few casualties. The next day, Saucerier announced that all city-states were to enter a state of strategic defense, and all members of the outer city patrol teams were to be integrated into the army ahead of schedule. Oro Boros and Medici both joined the army. Medici held a high position, leading his own troops, while Oro Boros, whose abilities leaned towards support, became Osakuas's adjutant. Osakuas was originally in the army but due to his pathway, he had to vet all Beyonder information entering the city, so his duties were more administrative. Eve, meanwhile, was assigned to her hometown, responsible for defense and human rescue. Her original area of responsibility suffered less damage because it was far from the Three Gods' dominion, but because it had not yet been stabilized, it was taken over by a battle-hardened officer named Leodoro. All forces, under Saucerier's orderly arrangements, performed their respective duties and operated efficiently. Chapter 25, Prehistoric Civilization. Black flames swept across the white snow like a fleeting light. The snow melted into warm water, slowly flowing down, yet it couldn't warm the people beneath it. Eve arrived in this world during the height of summer, and half a year later, winter had set in. For these suffering people, death was in charge of winter. Heavy snow caused considerable trouble for the rescue efforts. Roads were blocked by snow. To quickly clear the accumulation, Eve used black flames to sweep an area of 100 miles. If not for the numerous wars that had honed her control over flames, it would have undoubtedly caused a significant fire. As the white snow dissipated, the muddy ground gradually revealed itself, and with it, bodies. Humans, demonic wolves, birds, and beasts, frozen to death, trampled to death, bitten to death. The rescue personnel behind came forward to carry the human bodies, transporting them back to the city. As for the demonic wolf bodies, after collecting Beander materials and characteristics, they were burned on the spot to prevent plague. In this unfinished city, the cemetery became the only structure. After clearing the snow, everyone except those transporting bodies scattered to search for victims. Eve had already searched for victims and marked them on the map. She also rushed in one direction. From a distance, the young woman saw several elderly people, their hands empty, wearing thin, ragged clothes, moving slowly on the muddy ground. Little Eve. It really is little Eve. Girl, run quickly. The old people looked at the familiar figure before them in surprise. No need to run. Eve shook her head, pulled them, and teleported them outside the city gate, pointing to the large pot at the entrance and saying, "Go drink some porridge there first to warm yourselves. Someone will bring you winter clothes later." The old people were somewhat disbelieving for a moment, slowly moving to the pot. They reached out their hands several times but recoiled, until Eve directly placed the porridge in their hands. They trembling tasted a small mouthful, and only then did a sense of reality set in. Such thick white rice porridge, with even vegetable leaves in it, was something they couldn't even eat during their village's best harvest. Little Eve, those children. One of the old people put down her bowl, her cloudy eyes filled with worry and sorrow. "I understand." Eve nodded in understanding. "I'll go find them." Her figure then disappeared from everyone's sight. On the other side, a group of people was moving quickly with several shriveled bundles. Eve. The sudden appearance of the figure startled them. There was some commotion in the crowd, but after seeing who it was, they shouted in pleasant surprise. Eve stretched out her hands, bringing them all back to the city gate. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the old people swarmed around them, and the two groups embraced, weeping bitterly. If they could, who would be willing to abandon their own family? Eve responded to their concerns one by one and left the crowd. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a man with a shovel run over. "Your Highness Eve," the man held out one hand, pinching a translucent, cyan shard of glass covered in mud with two fingers. "I dug up another one. Do you still want it?" "Thank you." Eve nodded and took the glass shard. This glass shard was dug up while excavating the cemetery. The only glass in this world came from Michael's imagination, but he couldn't have imagined a few broken glass shards and placed them under Eve's village. Therefore, the origin of these glass shards was intriguing. Atlantis, Mayan civilization, crystal skulls, primitive trepanation. When Zhou Mingzhen was a child, his favorite books were Mysteries of the World. Even though he knew they were all fake, he was still attracted by the strange and beautiful stories in the books. A mysterious, advanced civilization suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only some footprints to show its existence and glory. The sense of mystery captivated the young boy, everything in it seemed too cool in his eyes. Now, a truly prehistoric civilization appeared, immediately piquing Eve's interest. Moreover, Eve suspected that this civilization had not completely disappeared, and might be hiding in some secret corner to avoid the wars of the gods. Because she had once asked Michael for help in finding her younger brother when she couldn't divine Zhou Mingrui's location. In Michael's prophecy, she would see Zhou Mingrui in an English-style city resembling the Industrial Revolution era. Since this prehistoric civilization had the ability to create glass, it must be much more advanced than the main civilizations of this world. It was very possible that Zhou Mingrui had transmigrated to the location of this civilization. Thinking of this, Eve chuckled softly. She had been troubled, as it made no sense to perform the same ritual. She traversed space to another world, and Zhou Mingrui traversed time to the Industrial Revolution era. Now that she thought about it, that kid was really lucky. No wonder the nightly divinations showed that the kid was perfectly fine, without even a single injury. It must be a peaceful and beautiful place. Eve threw the glass shard into the mirror world, planning to ask Michael about it that night. An existence capable of completely hiding a civilization was not something she could divine. At night, just as Eve was about to chant Michael's honorific name, she felt an presence appear behind her. Ammonizes, Michael. Eve turned around and looked at them. Long time no see. Is this reality or a dream? A dream. In a dream, to be able to pull an angel into a dream without being noticed, it seemed Ammonizes had already advanced. Michael took out 2 boxes and said, inside are the Demoness Sequence 1 characteristics. He winked and added, obtained from Lilith. This clearly told Eve that he had secretly participated in that war. The Demoness of Apocalypse's advancement ritual, you know, is to drink the potion during the apocalypse. Now countless beings believe this is the apocalypse, so your ritual is complete. Do you want to advance? The whereabouts of the Conqueror characteristic are also known. It's on the Elf King. He should have 1 characteristic and 1 uniqueness. If you want to wait for that characteristic, it will take a very long time, at least several decades, or even 100 years, and I cannot guarantee that I can obtain it, because the prophecy only stated that I could obtain the uniqueness. Eve pondered for a moment. I still have a few years to digest the potion. Can I give you my answer then? Michael nodded and put away the boxes. This was indeed not a decision that could be made in an instant. He then asked, you have something to ask me, don't you? I discovered another civilization, Eve said with a hint of excitement in her voice. She took out the glass shard and said, and it's a very advanced civilization. We also discovered it, Michael said with a smile. We even found ruins. Do you want to see them? Eve was momentarily surprised, then nodded, indicating that she very much wanted to see. The scene in the dream quickly blurred and shifted, finally revealing before the young woman a dilapidated, majestic city constructed of reinforced concrete. It has an ancient name. Michael's voice came from behind her, Chernobyl. Eve's mind instantly went blank. After a long while, she heard her own voice say, what a coincidence. No coincidence. This is Chernobyl. The young woman stared blankly at the 2 gods. She didn't know what she was supposed to be looking at. She just felt that the so-called mysteriously vanished civilization was no longer cool at all. Chapter 26. Medici is actually super virtuous. The 3 gods fell, and the gods waged war, which lasted for 100 years. Giants and dragons gradually grew stronger in the war, forming a standoff. The sun god killed the elf king, becoming a true god of 3 pathways. Medici and Leodoro both advanced to King of Angels, while Eve had already chosen to advance 100 years prior, becoming a King of Angels. With Michael, a true god of 3 pathways, and the Kings of Angels Saucerer, Eve, Medici, Leodoro, and the Sequence 1 great angel Oro Boros, along with countless beyonders, the sun god's power far surpassed that of the other true gods. After several more years of war, the Dragon of Imagination and the Giant King fell. Michael advanced to a quasi-outer deity, and 7 kings of angels stood attendant beneath his divine throne. Thus, the chaotic era of darkness ended, and the age of humanity began. Sunlight shone on the cold tombstone, and a bouquet of white lilies swayed slightly in the wind. This was where Eve's former relatives and friends were buried, some having died in battle, others from illness in bed, or of old age. In any case, they were all gone. Every year, she would bring Oro Boros and Medici here to sweep the graves. After sweeping the graves, they would each return home. The once simple city-state had become a prosperous city, and the wooden houses had turned into palaces. They had long since moved out. When there were no rebellions to suppress, Eve liked to stay home, lie in bed, eat snacks, and read novels. After the economy developed, entertainment gradually flourished. Although the themes and content were far less diverse than in the outer deity era, the writing was excellent. Occasionally, she would stumble upon a pleasant surprise, like a melodramatic novel featuring a king of angels as the protagonist, which both broadened Eve's horizons and captivated her. It was just a shame that such books were considered forbidden, and even with her abilities, she couldn't get her hands on many. However, To maintain a solemn mood, Eve would not read entertaining novels after sweeping the graves, but rather some popular science books. After the war ended, Eve became very leisurely. Usually, her colleagues, except for Medici, would not bother her, and Medici would not bother her today. So, by all accounts, Eve should have been undisturbed today. But before she could even take out her book, the door was knocked upon. Saussure. Eve opened the door and saw Saussure, with his usual smile, standing outside. Her gaze dropped to two adorable little boys standing on either side of Saussure, one with golden hair and eyes as pure as a baby's, the other with curly black hair and a monocle over his right eye. These are the Lord's children, Adam and Ammon. We hope you. Bang! A slamming sound interrupted Saussure's words. No way, Eve's voice came from inside the house, I'm not raising children anymore. Oro Boros's good behavior once gave Eve the illusion that raising children isn't that hard, and she readily accepted the task of raising Medici. But the truth proved that not every child was Oro Boros, and just one child like Medici was enough to give anyone a headache. After finally getting rid of Medici, how could she possibly jump into that pit again? Only you among us have experience. Saussure knocked on the door and said, they're very well behaved. The tightly shut door opened a crack, revealing a sea blue eye. Really? Eve asked suspiciously. Really? Saussure nodded earnestly. If you're not satisfied, you can return them. 7-day no questions asked return policy. What about after 7 days? Saussure fell silent. Eve tisked, thinking, did he really think she was an idiot? Ammon adjusted the monocle over his right eye and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone, don't you like us? The appearance of a young child was very deceptive. Eve looked at the little angel beside Saussure, hesitated, and finally shook her head firmly. I like you very much now, and I hope to continue liking you in the future, so please choose someone else suitable. Is that so? That's a real shame, but, Ammon said with a smile, I'll work hard to make you like me in the future too. Eve's spiritual intuition bounced wildly like a basket of bouncy balls dropped on the ground. This little brat was off. Her spiritual intuition had never bounced like this even when facing Medici. Are you really not going to? Saussure asked again, unwilling to give up. Tisk, Eve said with a headache, I'll recommend someone for you. How about Medici? This Ammon is probably a mischievous child. Let the two mischievous children get together and torment each other, instead of going out and bothering others. Saussure thought carefully for a while, somewhat hesitant. Medici is actually super virtuous. If you're really worried, you can bring Oro Boros along, Eve said with a smile. This was true, although Medici was unwilling to admit it, he was indeed very virtuous, doing laundry, sweeping, cooking, all with full marks. And as the only king of angels who could coexist peacefully with Medici, Oro Boros's silly, never getting angry personality meant that even mischievous children couldn't do anything to him. Saussure looked at Eve suspiciously, very worried that another mischievous child would be raised, but in the end, he still took the two little ones to find Medici and Oro Boros. Eve watched the three figures walk away, then turned back into the house. She picked up a book, read for a moment, then put it down. The next second, she appeared in Michael's divine kingdom. Michael, after receiving permission, Eve entered the divine kingdom and asked the figure on the divine throne, you have children, and with whom? Michael looked at Eve, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, and said, mine. You gave birth to them yourself. As an angel with 100 years of experience, Eve had seen many miraculous things and immediately understood Michael's meaning. What a true man-mother, Eve teased, feigning surprise. Are you sure you want to give them to Medici to raise? Michael ignored her teasing and instead asked seriously. You're getting more and more boring. You used to be. Eve mumbled softly for a few sentences before trailing off, then answered loudly, yes, at most, a little Medici will be raised. Then you'll be the one with the headache, not me. Who told you, the father, not to raise them? Michael smiled and said nothing. Eve had a bad premonition seeing him like this and asked, did you foresee something? I wanted you to raise the children because you are the most human among us. Perhaps you could teach Ammon humanity. Medici's humanity is well preserved, but ultimately not as good as yours. Of course, I don't think your chances are high either, Michael said. Why only Aemon, what about Adam? Eve asked curiously. As a spectator, he understands humanity very well. That's a really perfunctory reason, Eve thought to herself, but she didn't ask further. She was always like this. Michael's evasiveness was a clear indication that it was something he couldn't tell her, something she shouldn't know, and Eve would be sensible enough not to ask more. All right, Eve spread her hands, I'll try, but don't hold out any hope. Afterward, the two talked about many things. Except for topics related to outer deity civilization, Michael's reactions were very calm. Outside the divine kingdom, Eve couldn't help but look back. She remembered Ammonizes' words from before. But why stop pretending? Eve dared not think about it further. After a long time, she once again felt fear. Chapter 27, Daily Life. Eve initially thought Medici would at most raise a mini Medici, but now she realized how terribly wrong she was. Medici should be called a weakened version of a mini Aemon. Medici was merely a sharp-tongued individual, while Aemon was entirely insufferable from head to toe, possessing an extraordinary talent for harming others without benefiting himself. He stood there as if inviting Eve to punch him. Ever since Aemon arrived, their lives could not be described as peaceful and beautiful, at the very least, they were chaotic. And every time Aemon finished doing something mischievous, he would ask Eve, "Do you like it?" If she said she didn't like it, he would say he needed to try harder. If she said she liked it, he would say he needed to keep it up. Eventually, Eve couldn't hold back and gritted her teeth, retorting, "I absolutely love it to death." She immediately resorted to physical violence. Then, a frustrating battle ensued. "Eve, if you have the guts, face me head on." Compared to the annoying brat Aemon, Eve preferred to spend time with her brother, Adam. Perhaps due to his pathway, Adam had very little presence. It was only by chance that Eve, exhausted from Ammon's antics, leaned against a tree to rest and discovered Adam beside her. Later, with intentional observation, she found that Adam often sat under that tree, silently watching everyone. Eve would sit beside Adam with a book, and Adam would tacitly cast a layer of psychological invisibility on them. They each did their own thing, enjoying the peace without Aemon. It was also fortunate that Aemon possessed a good sense of equality, treating everyone the same. If he couldn't find Eve, he wouldn't specifically go looking for her, he would just turn to pester someone else. After they became familiar, Eve would chat a lot with Adam, although most of the time, Eve spoke and Adam listened. As a spectator, Adam was undoubtedly an excellent listener. "We should have had Oro Boros raise Aemon," Eve complained to Adam. "Look how well Oro Boros raised you, so well behaved. Then look at Aemon." Adam glanced at Aemon nearby. The two exchanged a long look, and then Adam silently removed the psychological invisibility. Speaking ill of someone behind their back, Aemon said with a smile, adjusting his monocle, "Surely that doesn't align with your moral compass. What are you going to do?" Eve immediately saw that this brat had ill intentions. He hadn't gone to bother anyone else, but had specifically come for her. "Also, I'm saying it openly and honestly. The ritual," Aemon said, staring at Eve, "you know the ritual for ascending Saphira Castle, don't you?" Eve, tisk-ed, guessing that Aemon must have learned it from Oro Boros. Only 3 people knew about this matter: Michael, Ammonizes, and Oro Boros. The first 2 already knew the ritual content, and if they were to tell Aemon, there would be no need for him to come to her. Eve had never thought of telling Aemon the ritual content. After all, becoming an outer deity was no small matter. Even Michael, Ammon's father, hadn't told Aemon, so why should she tell him without any personal gain? "Yes, so what?" Eve said, "I'm not telling you. Go ask your dad." Aemon thoughtfully twirled the monocle in his right eye, saying, "Father knows too." "Yes," Eve nodded, replying, "Your father isn't telling you, so why should I? Although I don't know why father isn't telling me, that doesn't mean he doesn't support me becoming the Lord of the Mysteries. Perhaps he just thinks the time isn't right or hopes I'll find it myself." Aemon said with his usual smile, "Do you remember his prophecy? The light at the advent of the apocalypse, Eve said with a hint of disdain. I think it's the apocalypse itself, isn't it? As the demoness of apocalypse, I feel inferior in front of you. Oh dear, Ammon said, adjusting his monocle, you really can't tell me. Of course, Eve shrugged, saying jokingly, I wouldn't want to leak a secret 1 second and then receive a chase and kill gift package from Michael the next. Actually, Eve herself didn't mind telling him, she even quite wanted to. After all, her brother was still hanging on Saphira Castle. If Ammon went up, he could help her look. But as the child of an old acquaintance, Eve had to consider the acquaintance's wishes. So she still chose not to tell him. She had already waited 100 years, waiting another 100 wouldn't matter. Ammon was clearly very dissatisfied with this answer. He stretched out a hand and reached forward, trying to steal Eve's knowledge about the ritual. Eve lightly kicked Ammon's shin. No stealing, you little brat. Instead of wasting time with me, you should go find your dad. Seeing that he truly couldn't get it, Ammon stopped his futile efforts and instead squeezed between the two of them, pulling out a book with a black gold cover. He peeled off the outer book jacket, revealing a plain white cover underneath, with 4 large characters written on it, The King and the Nightingale. Oh my God, my treasured collection. Eve pounced to snatch the book. Ammon leaned back, about to dodge, but to her surprise, Adam actually pulled the book from his hand. The King and the Nightingale, a melodramatic story disguised with a literary skin. At first, Eve thought it was another one of those angsty youth novels by a king of angels, but she didn't expect it to be a Western fantasy version of Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me. It's just that there were a bit too many overbearing CEOs, a total of 8, and Eve was fortunate enough to be one of them. The one who got kicked out was Hariburgen, probably because he looked old. According to the story's progression, she initially thought she would be the ultimate victor, winning the beauty, but then the style suddenly changed, becoming a hodgepodge. She had many relationships with Oro Boros, Medici, and Ammon. Oro Boros and Medici were secretly involved with each other behind her back, while Medici and Ammon had a love-hate relationship. Asakuas and Leodoro openly competed and subtly showed affection, much like an old married couple. The protagonist, Nightingale, declared, although I love him, I also love all of you. And the final outcome was that Michael wanted all of them. Eve was greatly shocked. After spending some time mending her shattered worldview, she reread it. After finishing, Eve's evaluation was only 4 words, exciting. More please. Eve used to read these forbidden books without looking at the author, because everyone wrote in a similar style, so it didn't matter whose she read. Now, with such a character suddenly appearing, Eve immediately became interested. She flipped to the cover, author. That's right, the author of this book was named Author. This pen name really made one wonder. But Eve didn't ask, why inquire about someone's identity? And if it wasn't the case, it would be quite awkward. From then on, whenever Eve browsed for books, she would pay special attention to this author. And sure enough, he didn't disappoint her, each book was more exciting than the last. However, precisely because they were so exciting, other books were hidden on bookshelves and under beds, while these were hidden by Eve in the mirror world. Who knew how Ammon, that brat, found out and brought them out? Adam returned the book to Eve. They exchanged a look, both understanding. Eve turned her head away, not daring to look at him. How could she, the reader, be more embarrassed than him, the writer? Ammon adjusted his monocle, smiling as he said, so it really was you. Chapter 28, Rose Redemption. Evernight Goddess sat quietly on the sofa in Eve's living room. Ammonizes. Eve, sensing the presence in the living room, rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, put on her clothes, and opened the door. She looked at the uninvited guest, walked over to prepare tea for her, and asked, "Why are you here?" "He has further awakened," Ammonizes said, her eyes, hidden behind a veil, gazing at Eve. Eve paused, her slender, pale fingers gripping the teapot handle. She silently added water to the pot and then watched it quietly. After a moment, Eve brought over the black tea. Ammonizes took it, sipped, and then said, "Tomorrow, please come to Giant Court. These words suddenly appeared in Eve's mind. She opened her mouth to say something, but Ammonizes was already gone, only the familiar ceiling remained before her eyes. Eve threw off her covers, stretched out her limbs, and lay spread-eagled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, the girl sat up on the edge of the bed, her bare feet touching the cold floor. The tightly closed window slowly opened, and the unobstructed crimson moonlight streamed into the room. The young girl propped her hands on the bed, leaned back, and looked up at the red moon outside the window. The next day, Eve quietly arrived at Giant Court, which was completely empty at the time. After her appearance, two other figures also appeared immediately after. Ammonizes and Sorcerer. In an instant, a hidden power tightly enveloped the young girl. "What are you doing?" Eve's lips moved twice. "We are going to kill him, and this is also his wish." The young girl's pupils widened slightly. How insane, but now she too had become part of the madness. After this, Eve frequently came to Giant Court, conspiring with her colleagues, and the number of participants grew steadily. Days passed, and whether willing or not, that day was destined to arrive. Figure after figure appeared in Giant Court. Medici leaned back arrogantly, resting his leg on the red long table. Eve frowned, lightly kicked his thigh, and then sat beside him. Medici rolled his eyes at her but still withdrew his leg and sat properly. Ammonizes and Sorcerer, as the organizers, sat at the head of the table. The young girl sat gracefully on a high-backed chair carved with intricate patterns, listening with downcast eyes to their vows. "We shall redeem ourselves, in the name of Rose Redemption. For Michael's resurrection, Sorcerer will return to his true form." She watched him walk towards the door and softly said, "Farewell, Sorcerer." He turned back, gave a helpless smile, and said, "Goodbye, Eve." Eve silently watched him enter the door. The door slowly closed, separating them. The moment the war began, Eve deeply felt the power of a quasi-outer deity. If it weren't for Michael's consciousness and God Almighty pulling at each other, they would have found it very difficult to kill him. Fortunately, they succeeded. The moment Michael died, the kingdom of God lost its support and began to collapse. The sun fell from the sky, and the heavens were shrouded in yellow and black mist. Roaring sounds came, as if it were the end of the world. Eve folded her wings, awaiting Michael's resurrection. The three angels of Feng Zibai suddenly rushed towards Michael's corpse. Badhale, who was closest to them, remained unresponsive, allowing them to tear at his corpse. Wah! Loud cries of an infant came, and a black infant was born from the abdomen of the deity's corpse. After its birth, the infant quickly left, wanting to get away from these traitors. Feng Zibai immediately pursued, leaving this battlefield specially opened for the war of gods. Eve scanned the group of deities, each with their own ulterior motives, gritted her teeth, and immediately followed Medici in pursuit, wanting to protect the infant. Another war of gods erupted. Secrecy, desolation, sun, storm, corruption, various powers filled this innocent land. The infant survived, but the sun fell forever. Another sun was about to rise. After Feng Zibai became a deity, he began to suppress Michael's followers and seize their faith. Not only them, but the deities who had once been suppressed by Michael also began to frantically harvest faith. By the time Michael's faith was divided among those deities, even the others could no longer enjoy his anchor points. Medici and Oro Boros chose to follow that infant, who was the true creator, preaching for him and sharing anchor points, while Eve chose to establish her own faction, preaching for herself. Just as Eve once believed Sorcerer was not Michael, Eve now similarly believed the true creator was not Michael. In her heart, Sorcerer was dead, Michael was dead, and so none of those presences were them. As children raised by Eve, Medici and Oro Boros clearly understood and had no desire to persuade her. Thus, they went their separate ways. Since the collapse of the kingdom of God, their interactions gradually diminished. It was as if everything had changed. She saw the hostility of colleagues with whom she once played, and she saw the pathetic state of the Creator's youngest son, who was once pampered and lawless. Amen. Eve sat on the bed, looking at the white-eyed crow standing on the hotel window. The little crow's usually shiny feathers had become dull, and its meticulously groomed feathers were a bit messy. She placed her hand on the little crow and carefully groomed its feathers. "Where's Adam? Why aren't you following the true creator?" "Adam disappeared. He said he wanted to resurrect Father." The little crow lowered his head and used his beak to pluck off the feathers that Eve couldn't straighten or flatten. "You're not following him either, are you? Then do you want to preach with me?" Eve said, stroking the little crow's feathers. "No." Ammon looked up. "I have clones, I don't need to." Eve frowned. She could also use mirror creatures as anchor points, but those were not normal anchor points, so she chose to spread faith and establish Beyonder organizations. The true creator established a church, and Eve established the Rose School of Thought. She was terrible at naming. The Rose School of Thought was essentially Rose Redemption, without redemption. Times of chaos were the easiest for harvesting faith. After Michael's fall and centuries of peace, the world once again entered war. Eve walked across the land, moving through crowds, bringing salvation and hope to people, spreading the glory of the mirror angel. The Rose School of Thought rapidly grew. "This isn't a normal anchor point," Eve said. "I know." The little crow didn't care about this. Eve did not try to persuade him further, she knew she couldn't change Ammon's mind. The true creator wants to support Solomon in ending the war and establishing an empire. Ammon flapped his wings, shaking off the plucked feathers, which drifted to the floor. "I know," Eve nodded, saying. Although they had gone their separate ways and their interactions had decreased, Eve had always kept an eye on them. "Aren't you going? Given your humanity, you should be eager to end the war, shouldn't you?" The little crow's dark black eyes intently gazed at Eve. Eve lowered her eyelashes, remained silent for a while, and then said, "I understand." Chapter 29, The Solomon Empire. Eve sought out Solomon and met her former colleagues. Less than a year after their separation, they reunited. "Long time no see, Eve," Oro Boros said, looking at the young girl beside him after finishing his prayer. "It's good to see you." A black-haired, black-eyed middle-aged man stepped forward and extended a hand to Eve, saying, "Your Highness Eve." Solomon had met Eve a few times before. At that time, he was only a Sequence 2 angel, but now he had ascended to the King of Angels. "Hello," Eve said, shaking his hand, "it's good to see you." Eve directly expressed her support for him, which Solomon naturally welcomed, smiling as he left private space for the two former colleagues who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Suddenly, only she and Oro Boros remained in the room. "Are you all right?" Oro Boros asked with concern. "I'm fine," Eve said softly, lowering her gaze. "It would be even better if those three guys didn't occasionally make their presence known in front of me." Actually, she wasn't doing well. Eve was enduring the effects of reduced anchor points, spreading her teachings, developing her organization, and at the same time guarding against the three gods of Feng Zibai. But as an older brother, he always reported good news and concealed worries from his younger siblings. Oro Boros nodded as if he truly believed her. He looked down at the floor, a trace of confusion and doubt in his silver eyes, and murmured softly, "Ammon seems to be doing very poorly. Why isn't he willing to follow the Lord? Adam isn't willing either." Medici and Oro Boros had the true creator's protection, and Eve had Ammonizes' protection. However, Ammon and Adam, as divine children with irreconcilable conflicts with the three gods of Feng Zibai, currently had no protection. Although the true creator was willing to offer Ammon protection, he refused it. "Perhaps it's because of his father," Eve replied with a sigh. Oro Boros blinked his silver eyes, seemingly not understanding. Eve didn't want to explain, as her thoughts on the matter were merely guesses or even conjectures. Since Ammon refused the true creator's protection, Eve said, that means he hasn't reached a dead end. At least he is confident he can withstand the three gods. A heavy thud of footsteps sounded, and the aura of conflict boldly announced the newcomer's identity. "Long time no see, Medici," Eve said, looking at the red-haired man in iron armor outside the door. The armor had many red stains, exuding a faint smell of blood, traces left by the fresh blood. "I knew you'd come back eventually," Medici said, a smile playing on his lips, as he clenched his fist and lightly punched Eve's shoulder. "I'm not here to seek refuge with the true Creator," Eve said, swatting his hand away with a smile. Medici raised an eyebrow indifferently. "I know." Nothing seemed to have changed between the three of them. Medici and Eve teased each other, while Oro Boros watched quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words, just like before. The true Creator never appeared. They all knew he was watching. At night, Eve sat on the rooftop, gazing at the starry cosmos. The crimson moon was reflected in her sea-blue eyes. She reached out and made a grasping motion at the blood-red moon, then opened her hand, revealing nothing. Raskvedali obloni I grusi, poplili tumani nad rakoj, vyhodi lana bereg katusa. The girl's ethereal and beautiful singing blended into the night wind, gently drifting into sweet dreams and soothing madness. Two gazes fell upon her. When the song ended, Eve spread her arms and lay back, looking up at the cosmos. Eve, Eve, I know you are not them, but I still hope you can be happy and healthy forever. The familiar voice sounded in her ear. Eve smiled and said, I'll give you a buff. I'll sing a battle song especially for you before the war. You have to give it your all and end this damn war soon. The next day, before Medici set off for battle, he saw Eve walking over, yawning. He instinctively quipped, You kicked us out to sleep last night just so you could sneak off and sing. Actually, your singing is barely tolerable, no need to be so self-conscious. Eve rubbed her eyes and said, Shut up, this is a top-tier battle song. I'm boosting morale. Huh? Medici turned his head and scoffed, More of your strange words, I can't understand a single one. Whose morale did you boost? Or did you devour the eternal blazing sun whole? Tisk, 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 Eve shook her head, feigning disappointment and looking at Medici with a pained sigh. How old are you, and you're still in your rebellious phase? Don't you trust me, you stinky little brother? Medici opened his mouth, intending to retort, but Eve pushed him out. All right, quickly take your red army to the battlefield. I also need to see how many of my mirror army have arrived. As kings who once led armies with Michael, Eve and Medici both had their own exclusive legions. After the collapse of the heavenly kingdom, Eve took in those who were willing to join the Rose school of thought. Most of those unwilling joined the true Creator's church, and Eve was willing to continue protecting the few who chose neither side. After Eve decided to join Solomon's faction, she sent messages to her former legion members, bringing over those who were willing and re-establishing the mirror army. Your Highness, a petite and lovely girl shouted as she rushed towards Eve. Irene, Miss Elizabeth's daughter, unlike her shy mother, little Irene was very lively and outgoing. Because she had spent time with Eve since childhood, she never felt any awe towards her Highness. In her eyes, Eve was like an older sister, even though this older sister was older than her mother. When the little girl was born, Elizabeth asked Eve to name her daughter. But Eve was terrible at naming things, let alone Western names, so she sought external help from Michael and Ammonizes. Finally, the two gods settled on this name, which was said to be the name of the goddess of peace. Eve pinched her nose and said, cutting it close again. Irene stuck out her tongue, I learned it from your Highness. Then she scurried off into the ranks. Eve smiled helplessly and walked towards the formation. As she approached, she sobered her expression and adopted a serious demeanor. After several centuries, the Mirror Army once again returned to the battlefield. This war lasted much longer than Eve had imagined, a full century. The remnants of the ancient gods, originally suppressed by Michael, continuously emerged, adding fuel to the chaotic situation. During this period, high-level existences constantly joined Solomon's faction, some familiar to Eve, and some unfamiliar. Solomon's power grew steadily, and eventually, the Solomon Empire he established brought an end to a century of chaos, and humanity once again ushered in peace. Chapter 30 Ruurui. After the Solomon Empire was established, Eve, as a founding hero, accepted the title bestowed upon her. There was no other reason, she coveted the high salary and subsidies that came with being a duke. After all, Eve not only had an organization to support, but also many orphanages and other charitable institutions. Some of these charitable institutions were funded by Eve herself during the war years, while others were left over from Michael's era, bringing her considerable financial pressure. Moreover, due to a lack of management and operations skills and being in a state of war, these charitable institutions had always received little sponsorship and donations, and were in a long-term state of operating at a loss. After the empire was established, Solomon once wanted to take over these charitable institutions, but Eve refused. They provided Eve with many stable anchors and were an important source of talent for the Rose school of thought. She could not abandon them for money. However, after being rejected, Solomon was still willing to provide financial assistance, which greatly alleviated her financial pressure. Eve knew she had no management ability or business talent, so she handed these over to the Rose School of Thought to manage and recruited some talents for management. She only visited occasionally, but after the war subsided, Eve had more free time, and her visits became more frequent. "Your Highness." The little girl waved her gloved hands and ran towards her, leaving a series of distinct footprints on the unswept snow with each step. Her scarf covered her smile but could not hide her joy. "Your Highness," Irene hugged Eve and said, "Your Highness, I've missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me for so long? How long has it been?" Eve lightly flicked her forehead and said with a smile, "It's only been a month since we last met." "It's been a long time. Didn't Your Highness say that not seeing each other for a day feels like 3 years apart? If you calculate it that way." Irene counted on her fingers for a while before saying dejectedly, "Anyway, it's been many, many years since we last met." "You're just being glib," Eve said with a smile. "Couldn't you come to see me if I don't go to see you? Is it the same if I come to see Your Highness and Your Highness comes to see me?" The little girl said with her hands on her hips, "Did Your Highness come specifically to see me?" "Next time, yes. Today I happened to be passing by, so I came to see the children," Eve said, pulling her cloak tighter. "What do you mean?" Irene muttered, "After so many years apart, seeing me today is just a bonus." Eve walked into the orphanage, and Irene chirped like a little bird all the way. Eve didn't find her noisy and played with her until evening. At night, Eve didn't look for a carriage nor did she use Beander abilities. She walked home alone. Winter nights are very cold, the temperature drops a bit more than during the day, and the wind blows harder. The cold wind howled against her face. An angel is not afraid of the cold, but she still pulled her clothes tighter. Eve walked with her head down in the wind, when suddenly she saw a pair of brown eyes in the darkness. She stopped and quietly approached. A small black cat seemed to blend into the night. It huddled in the corner, hoping the wall would shield it from the wind and snow. Its 2 paws were tucked beneath its body. After glancing at Eve, it closed its eyes again and lowered its head. Eve squatted down and reached out a hand to call it, but the black cat seemed to have telepathy. As Eve reached out, it opened its eyes, its brown eyes as beautiful as honey. It limped over to Eve and rubbed her hand, trying to please her. Eve stroked its small head. Its body was a bit cold, so she picked it up. The cat was very well behaved in her arms. She carefully observed it. Besides one leg being immobile, it also had some bite wounds and scratches on its body. She gently stroked the wounds, and as she did, the wounds slowly disappeared. This kitten must have been a stray for a long time. Its body was very thin, but its fur was not dirty or messy, indicating it had been carefully groomed. Eve took off her cloak and wrapped the kitten in it. She used mirror travel to return home and instructed the butler to prepare some chicken breast and goat milk. Currently, there was no developed pet industry, so there was no cat food. Fortunately, Eve had always loved cats. In her previous life, she had watched many cat-related videos and knew a bit about raising cats, at least what cats could eat. Eve placed small bowls, one with chicken breast and one with goat milk, in front of the cat. "Come," Eve said to the kitten nestled by the fireplace, "eat something." The kitten stood up tremblingly, dragging its injured leg. It sniffed the small bowls before extending its small tongue to lick some goat milk. Eve watched the kitten eat, extending a finger to stroke its head. "Once you've eaten my food, you're my cat," Eve pinched the cat's little ear and said, "If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement." I need to give you a name. What should it be? Eve thought for a while, troubled, and finally said dejectedly, let's just call you Zhou Mingrui. I think you're quite similar to your uncle. Speaking of which, foreigners seem to have a tradition of inheriting an elder's name, which is reasonable. No, it seems to be inheriting the father's name. Never mind, Eve gave up thinking and decisively said, let's just call you Ruarui. Meow, the kitten finished its food, looked up, and let out a soft meow at Eve. Looks like you agree too. Eve rubbed its little head, so, Ruarui it is. Are you full? Eve extended one finger with her right hand and two fingers with her left hand. If you're full, meow once. If you're not full, meow twice. Meow, meow. Wow, Eve rubbed Ruarui's little head, then turned and got it more chicken breast and goat milk. You're so smart. The young girl rested her chin on her hand, watching the cat eat, and pondered what potion she should give it. As a king of angels, hundreds of years were enough for her to know most potion formulas, not to mention Eve had also seen the blasphemy slate. She knew almost all low-sequence potions, most mid-sequence potions, and even a fair number of high-sequence ones. Eve compared and filtered them one by one according to her requirements. The first requirement was longevity. She hoped Ruarui could accompany her for a long time. However, this wasn't a mandatory requirement. Potions, curses, Beander items. As an angel, she had many ways to extend a cat's lifespan. The second requirement was speech. Apart from pathways like spectator, most other pathways required reaching demigod status to speak. The third requirement, of course, was that the acting and advancement rituals should not be harmful. In truth, such matters were entirely subjective. However, a pathway's influence on one's inner being is profound, so Eve still added this condition. After a final review, Eve decided on the apothecary pathway. The apothecary pathway is the sanguine pathway, which grants a long lifespan. Moreover, Eve also knew the sequence 4 formula. A sequence 4 shaman king can easily live for over 1,000 years, and if they extend their life through slumber, they can live for over 3,000 years. A few thousand years would be enough time for Eve to find the sequence 3 formula. No sooner said than done. Early the next morning, Eve went to find Adam, because animals drinking potions are much more dangerous than humans, and a spectator who can soothe is a necessity. Chapter 31 Azek. In the majestic and grand church, a golden-haired priest with a small raven perched on his shoulder was devoutly praying. Eve stared intently at the small raven on Adam's shoulder, holding Ruarui and waiting quietly by the side. The golden-haired priest opened his eyes, his clear, childlike gaze falling upon the young girl. Ammon flapped his wings and landed on Eve's arm, tilting his head to look at the small creature in her embrace. Adam, I want to give it a Beander potion. Eve gently bounced the kitten in her arms, waking it up and dislodging the raven. She gestured to Adam, can you help look after it? Adam glanced at the kitten in Eve's arms and nodded. Eve tucked Ruarui into Adam's embrace. Adam took it smoothly, one hand gently stroking the kitten's soft fur. The small raven flew back to Adam's shoulder. He seemed quite interested in this cat, hopping onto Adam's arm to get closer to it. Meow. The cat showed great resistance to Ammon, letting out a threatening growl the moment the small raven approached. But this didn't scare the small raven. Not only did he not leave, but he got closer and closer, enjoying the sight of the cat's fur puffing up with great interest. Eve grabbed the small raven, took out Beander materials and a pot from the mirror, holding Ammon in her left hand and preparing the Beander potion with her right. The dark green Beander potion emitted a faint scent of grass, bubbling and looking quite unappetizing. Ruarui sniffed the small bowl, probably confused by the grassy scent, and tentatively stuck out his small tongue to lick it. Meow. Beander potions were never good tasting. After just one lick, Ruarui immediately retracted his tongue, but the Beander potion seemed to have a life of its own. The viscous liquid flowed along his tongue and into his mouth. Meow. Ruarui cried out sharply, looking very uncomfortable, his fur all puffed up. Adam reached out and stroked his back. Gradually, Ruarui was soothed, purring and rubbing against Adam's hand. The small raven kicked his hand twice. Eve let go of him, took the kitten, and gently stroked it, saying, "It's all right now." Ruarui is very brave. The raven flew into the air and transformed into human form. Aemon reached out a hand towards Ruarui, but before he could touch it, he was scratched, leaving several bloody marks on the back of his hand. "Oh dear," Aemon pinched the monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, "Why do you dislike me so much? Is that even a question?" Eve hugged Ruarui and turned her body, moving the kitten away from him. "Of course, it's because you clearly aren't a good person. Does the little raven not even have that much self-awareness?" Aemon smiled, reached out a hand, and snatched Ruarui, ignoring its struggles and forcibly holding it in his arms to pet it. "Don't bully it," Eve snatched Ruarui back from Ammon's arms, stroking its back to comfort it. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the Balaam Empire for some meat tomorrow." After the establishment of the Solomon Empire, for balance and stability, Solomon did not invade the southern continent but allowed Death to establish the Balaam Empire. Now that the Balaam Empire was newly founded, someone needed to visit it. At today's court assembly, Eve was chosen for this task. Actually, Bethel should have been the most suitable for this position. After all, the door pathway is highly mobile, and Bethel is much more professional in negotiations than them. However, the talented and responsible Bethel, in Eve's eyes, could be called Sorcerer 2.0. Both were intensely exploited by their superiors. But Bethel was luckier than Sorcerer. Solomon would not be a hands-off manager like Michael. With the empire newly established, there were simply too many matters to handle. Bethel couldn't leave, so Solomon could only pick the best among the less ideal candidates, ultimately choosing Eve. At least Eve wouldn't cause a diplomatic incident. The next day, Eve set off with Ruarui in a cart full of gifts. At the Balaam Imperial Palace, the first person Eve saw was not the Emperor of Balaam, but a beautiful woman. This was a high-level demoness. She licked her red lips and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, His Highness Eve." "It's a pleasure to meet you, His Highness Cheek," Eve responded. The beautiful woman before her was the Underworld Emperor's ally, the high-level demoness Cheek, who was also a king of angels like Eve. Eve felt a subtle, almost imperceptible malice emanating from Cheek, and her heart sank. She had no particular desire for advancement, but she also didn't want to become someone else's material. However, as a national representative on a mission, Eve naturally could not easily clash with the political core of the Balaam Empire. She suppressed her discomfort and followed Cheek to meet the Underworld Emperor. After reciting the entire speech written by Bethel and presenting the gifts, the Underworld Emperor seemed very pleased. After leaving the hall, Eve immediately ran to the carriage and picked up Ruarui. "It's a pleasure to meet you," a handsome young man with bronze skin said from behind Eve, "His Highness Eve." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Eve turned around and said, "His Highness Eggers." "Meow." Ruarui poked his head out from Eve's arms, his brown eyes looking at Azek, and let out a joyful meow. Eve chuckled. "It seems Ruarui really likes you." She stroked Ruarui's little head and said, "Do you want to hold him?" "No need," Azek said expressionlessly. "Meow, meow." Ruarui looked very disappointed, his ears drooping. His pitiful expression was enough to make all cat lovers scream. Unfortunately, Azek seemed not to notice, and said coldly, "I have prepared a room for His Highness. Please follow me to see if it is satisfactory." Eve pinched the tip of Ruarui's ear and followed Azek to the room prepared for her. A room with a very Balaam style, with gold threads woven into the red silk curtains, gold ornaments hanging from the four corners of the bed curtains, and a thick layer of wool carpet on the floor. Although angels are not afraid of cold, a fireplace was still installed. "If you are not satisfied, we have also prepared a room in the Solomon Empire style for His Highness." Satisfied, Eve nodded, putting Ruarui down. "Very satisfied, thank you." Ruarui stepped on the thick wool carpet and rolled around on it. "You're welcome, it's my duty," Azek said. "See you tomorrow, His Highness Eve." "See you tomorrow, His Highness Eggers." Meow. Ruarui rubbed against Azek's calf, reluctant to let him go. Eve chuckled and said, "It's the first time I've seen Ruarui like someone so much." Azek nodded and said expressionlessly, I am pleased to have gained the affection of Sir Ruarui. Unfortunately, while he said he was pleased, his actions showed no hesitation in leaving. Meow, 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 Ruarui meowed and cried out at Azek's retreating back. Stop calling, Eve pinched his little ear and said, he's not even paying attention to you. Chapter 32, Cheek. Even on the southern continent, where temperatures are higher, the winter sun remains a formalist, it looks dazzling but offers no warmth at all. Eve rolled over, holding Ruarui, burying her face in the cat's fur for a deep sniff, and struggled to climb out of her warm covers. As a key member of this diplomatic mission, Eve visited the Underworld Emperor yesterday and will now be meeting with Azek, Cheek, and other personnel from the Balam Empire. Despite her extreme reluctance, she had no choice but to leave her beloved bed. Eve set her next target as the Death Consul, Azek Eggers. Eve did not need to seek him out. Azek proactively found her, likely because his father had tasked him with overseeing Eve's affairs during her stay in Balam, which is why Azek paid close attention to Eve. Upon seeing Azek approach, Ruarui joyfully pounced on him, her two paws tightly gripping the golden ornaments dangling from Azek's robe. Eve chuckled softly. She probably knew why Ruarui liked Azek so much. The Balam Empire favored gold, and Death Consul Azek's robe was adorned with many golden ornaments that swayed with his movements, greatly attracting the little cat. Good morning, Eve said, putting down her knife and fork. His Highness Eggers. Good morning, Her Highness Eve. Azek expressionlessly pulled off the golden ornament that was being bitten and handed the little cat, still holding the ornament, to Eve. His Highness Eggers's humanity doesn't seem to be very well maintained, Eve said, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him. I am a natural mythical creature, Azek explained. Is that so? Eve smiled, not continuing the topic, and instead asked, would you like to dine together? Angels do not need to eat, Azek said in his magnetic voice, but if it is your request, I am willing to comply. The Death Consul instructed a maid to bring a new set of cutlery, then sat opposite Eve and quietly ate with his knife and fork. Eve glanced at Azek, then also picked up her knife and fork, and the two quietly ate their breakfast. After the meal, Azek took Eve for a stroll in the garden. Even in winter, the garden was still a riot of flowers. Without a professional floriculture industry, a single flower would be expensive, let alone such a large expanse, which must have cost a fortune. Eve, holding the cat, followed behind Azek and said with a smile, this is truly enjoyable. Meow, Ruarui softly meowed in agreement. His Highness Eggers must be very happy enjoying this every day, Eve said with a chuckle. Azek paused, then shook his head and said, I usually spend my days handling official duties, and I don't find such a life very happy. Then what kind of life does His Highness Eggers consider happy? Eve asked. Azek lowered his head in thought. After a long while, he looked up at Eve and said, I apologize, but I am unable to answer that question for Her Highness Eve. The young girl waved her hand and said, it's all right, I just asked casually, you don't need to mind. However, handling official duties must be very tiring. Occasionally, you should. It's very impolite to casually inquire about other people's internal affairs, a charming voice interrupted Eve. Cheek appeared before the two, leaning bonelessly against Eve, and extended a hand to caress the young girl's cheek, my dear Her Highness Eve. Eve turned her head, dodging Cheek's hand, and took a step back, saying, I was merely showing concern for His Highness Eggers. After all, the Solomon Empire and the Balam Empire will maintain long-term peaceful coexistence in the future, so it's natural to care about our partners. Hee. Cheek covered her mouth and laughed charmingly, thank you so much for Her Highness Eve's kind intentions. I misunderstood. As an apology, let me guide Her Highness on a tour. No need, Eve refused without hesitation. Her Highness's quick refusal makes me so sad, Cheek said plaintively, clutching her chest, are you really not considering me? I'm much more fun than him. No, thank you, Eve refused again, swiftly and decisively. Although Cheek's plaintive expression was enough to make all men in the world swoon, unfortunately, Eve had seen her own face too much and had long developed immunity to beautiful people. Moreover, let alone men, she hadn't been human for many years. Cheek sighed with some disappointment, saying, I wish you both a pleasant time. Eve frowned, gazing at Cheek's retreating figure. Even though she had hidden her malice well, her spiritual intuition and divination results clearly revealed Cheek's greed to her. Inside the palace, the underworld Emperor Salinger sat on his throne. Cheek entered the hall and sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Salinger approve documents. Salinger put down the documents in his hand and looked at Cheek. The charming and beautiful woman smiled coquettishly and said, I really wish it would happen sooner, but unfortunately, I have to endure a little longer. Undoubtedly, Cheek wanted to advance. Cheek desired not only Beander characteristics but also Eve's life. Although she did not know the saying, if you don't pull out the roots, the weeds will grow back with the spring breeze, she understood that leaving Eve alive would lead to endless trouble. However, completely killing Eve was not easy, as demonesses are skilled at resurrection. Furthermore, Eve was far away in the Solomon Empire, making it difficult to kill her even once, let alone risk igniting a war between the two nations. Cheek did not wish for the Balaam Empire and the Solomon Empire to go to war, as the Solomon Empire's overall strength was greater than the Balaam Empire's. So Cheek chose a good time to hunt Eve. A war that would inevitably happen, though the timing was uncertain, the war between the six gods and the Solomon Empire. The six gods were opposed to the true creator. After the cataclysm, Solomon, with the impetus of many high-level existences, unified the northern continent and established the Solomon Empire. However, the six gods only had remote and barren regions as their dioceses. Due to the fundamental interests of their neighboring pathways, the six gods had always been unable to form a stable alliance to contend with the stable alliance of Solomon and the true creator. But how could they be content? Anchors are also one of the core interests of deities. Small dioceses would inevitably be unable to possess a large number of anchors. No matter who came into conflict with the Solomon Empire, Cheek could take advantage of the chaos to secretly kill Eve. Of course, if it were the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, or the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, that would be best. The Evernight Goddess was the worst-case scenario, but Cheek was not without confidence. Salinger would undoubtedly help her. She had also secretly contacted the God of Combat. Badhale had not given a clear answer, but Cheek could tell that he was subtly starting to accept. As for the three gods of Wind, Wisdom and White, they had a past grudge with Eve, so even if they didn't help her, they would certainly not help Eve. However, to be safe, Cheek still planned to talk to the three gods after completely securing Badhale. As for the Evernight Goddess and the Earth Mother, the Evernight Goddess offered very little hope, and Cheek listed her as the last target for recruitment. The Earth Mother, being the god of combat's mother, was a natural ally of interest with Badhale and would naturally stand on the same side as the god of combat. Chapter 33, Covert Cooperation. After staying in the Balaam Empire for a few days, Eve returned to the Solomon Empire. Upon her return, Eve quickly prepared a report and presented it to Solomon during the morning court session. Solomon glanced at it and set it down. The report was merely adequate, but he hadn't expected Eve to achieve any diplomatic breakthroughs. Eve sat below, yawning, her head resting against the chair back as if she might fall asleep at any moment. She scanned the room, then resignedly picked up the coffee on the table and took a small sip. The bitterness instantly exploded in her mouth, waking Eve up considerably. After the meeting, Eve left without delay. She continued her usual routine, working, petting cats, watching her children, building her organization. The unusual was hidden within the ordinary. After 100 years, Eve contacted the three gods of Wind, Wisdom and White for the first time. In the eternal blazing sun's divine kingdom, former colleagues reunited. Long time no see, my friends, Eve said with a smile. This meeting is a historic turning point in our relationship. It signifies our reconciliation. Leodoro, always straightforward, frowned. Get straight to the point. When did you learn to beat around the bush? The three gods were able to set aside their differences and reunite only because Eve had presented information they had to take seriously. She knew the method to ascend Saphira Castle. After learning that her father might not support her becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, Ammon had been very secretive about the rituals he requested from Eve. However, her colleagues, apart from Oro Boros, who had gone mad from drinking too many potions, were all shrewd individuals. After numerous instances, they were bound to notice. This time, Eve was essentially officially laying her cards on the table, admitting it. Really, Eve said with a shrug, I thought our relationship used to be quite good. It's rare for old friends to meet after so many years, so of course, we should exchange pleasantries. Indeed. Harabogan stroked his gray beard, speaking like a benevolent old man. Eve smiled and said, I know the method to ascend Saphira Castle, and I haven't told anyone this method, including Ammon. Not telling Ammon was because of the ancient sun god, but now that I'm about to die, I can't be bothered with old friendships. Eve revealed 2 pieces of information to them. First, if they didn't support her, she would support Ammon in becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, which was something the 3 gods absolutely did not want to see, and second, Eve didn't care much for past friendships, especially in life and death situations, she could completely let them go. The 3 gods understood Eve's meaning. Harabogan, with a benevolent expression, smiled and said, cultivating a Lord of the Mysteries takes a lot of time. During this period, your safety cannot be guaranteed. They weren't afraid of Eve lying. In front of the eternal blazing sun, in his divine kingdom, the power of notarization would discern truth from falsehood. Eve chuckled and said, indeed. That's why I came to you. Trading a Lord of the Mysteries for your support, it's a good deal, isn't it? The 3 gods nodded in agreement. What is the method? Eve raised an eyebrow and said, I will only tell the method to a candidate we all agree upon. The 3 gods hadn't expected her to answer. Eve wasn't that foolish. Her bargaining chip was that she was the only one who knew the method to ascend Saphira Castle. Once she wasn't the only one, once the 3 gods knew the method, her leverage would become meaningless. If she had truly told them, the 3 gods would have suspected it was false. Good, Asekuas said, we agree. Excellent, Eve said with a smile, lowering her head to take out paper and pen. How about we draw up a contract? The 3 gods were naturally overjoyed, as there was a possibility of Eve breaking the contract once she had passed the crisis. After writing it, Eve showed the contract's contents to the 3 gods. Eve will only tell the method to ascend Saphira Castle to a being agreed upon by Asekuas, Leodoro, Harabogan, and Eve. In exchange, if Cheek actively initiates a sequence struggle, Asekuas, Leodoro, and Harabogan shall do their utmost to provide Eve with support and protect Eve's safety, preventing Eve's death until Cheek is completely annihilated. The 3 gods were very satisfied. This way, they could ensure that the Lord of the Mysteries would be from their faction. Moreover, if Cheek did not initiate a sequence struggle or if Eve actively initiated a sequence struggle, the 3 gods would not need to provide support, only ensure she did not die. Of course, under the condition that all 4 beings must agree, the 3 gods would still strive to maintain a friendly relationship with Eve. Even if the condition of Cheek actively initiates a sequence struggle was not met, the 3 gods would still provide support. Eve was also very satisfied because she knew she wasn't the only one. The biggest bargaining chip in this transaction was actually a blank check. Ammonizes was well hidden, no one knew about her except Eve to this day. And once this contract was created by the eternal blazing sun, even a true god could not easily violate it. Even if Ammonizes was exposed, they would just have to grin and bear it. She chose the meeting place in the divine kingdom of the god of contracts precisely to further enhance the binding force of the contract with the added power of the divine kingdom. Eve also wasn't afraid of them slacking off or backstabbing her later. The contract clearly stated in black and white, do their utmost, protect Eve's safety, and prevent Eve's death. Under the constraints of these conditions, they would certainly be unable to harm Eve. Even if Eve couldn't advance, she would absolutely not die or be demoted. However, to prevent them from going mad and breaking the contract at all costs, Eve still had to try her best to maintain a good relationship with them. Although the possibility was small, the mysterious world was full of wonders. And so, with both sides feeling they had profited, Asekuas created an identical contract. This contract, made by the god of contracts, had a strong binding force on all of them. After the contract was signed, the divine kingdom was filled with harmony, as if all their previous unpleasantness had vanished. Before leaving, Eve blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her sea blue eyes. I hope no other being knows about this matter. Eve wanted to conceal the cooperation between the four. The three gods thought about it and, finding no issues, nodded in agreement. Eve smiled. If Cheek pays a visit, please inform me. Without Eve needing to say it, the three gods knew that Cheek, as Eve's enemy and rival, would surely try to win them over. No one knew about this transaction. The three gods still regarded the Rose school of thought with hostility, as if nothing had happened. A few years later, Eve received news from the eternal blazing sun. Cheek had gone to win them over, but unfortunately, compared to the Lord of the Mysteries, merely helping them eliminate a major hidden danger was clearly not enough. The three gods agreed. Cheek was surprised by the smooth negotiations, while Eve looked forward to this second betrayal. Chapter 34 Uniqueness. No matter how many undercurrents were surging in the dark, what shone in the sunlight was still a peaceful and prosperous scene, with the participants tacitly hiding any abnormalities. Eve visited the god of combat's divine kingdom many times, but not to win him over. Instead, she was a stumbling block in Cheek's attempts to win him over. She never thought she could successfully win over the god of combat, she just didn't want him to be won over by Cheek. Badhile's dislike for Eve was far greater than Eve's dislike for him. Eve had participated as one of the main forces in the war against the Giant King back then, and even if she didn't mention the past, just looking at the present, if Eve cooperated with the god of combat, where would that leave Ammonizes? However, when Eve visited the god of combat's divine kingdom before seeking out the three gods of Feng Zibai, she keenly caught from Badhile's words that he had an intention to cooperate with Cheek. If Badhile sided with Cheek, then the Earth Mother would certainly support Cheek as well. At that time, with the addition of the three gods of Feng Zibai and the Underworld Emperor, even if Solomon, the true creator, and the Evernight goddess joined forces, it would be difficult to protect her. Therefore, Eve had to cooperate with Feng Zibai. Eve knew that only Michael, Ammonizes, Oro Boros, Ammon, and Adam were clearly aware of the ritual. The other king of angels at the time only vaguely sensed it, and other existences were completely unaware, so Cheek didn't know she held such a significant bargaining chip. Eve lay in a rocking chair, a book covering her face, a thin blanket over her legs. Ruarui was curled up on the girl's stomach. An angel and a cat were lazily sunbathing. A steady sound of footsteps approached, growing closer. "Don't move," Eve said lazily. Medici retracted his hand, which had been reaching for the book, and said with some displeasure, "You really are enjoying yourself." The true creator was insane, Oro Boros was dull. As the only intelligent member of the church, all the organization's affairs naturally fell to Medici. As for Eve's Rose school of thought, all its affairs were handled by Irene. Besides her daily morning court, she had no other duties and was very idle. "No choice," Eve said, closing her eyes. She wanted to turn over, but feeling the soft, warm touch on her abdomen, she stopped herself. "After all, I don't have that many documents to approve." Idler, Medici, having spent so many years with Eve, had also learned some terms from the old days. Eve said indifferently, "Is there something? Can't I come to see you if there's nothing?" "If there's nothing, I'm going to sleep." Medici was silent for a moment, then said, "Some time ago, I was helping the Snake of Fate hunt Will. Eve lifted the book from her face, revealing one sea blue eye, and looked at Medici, saying with some anticipation, "Did you catch him?" "No. Tch." Eve covered her face with the book again, "Then why are you even talking about it?" Will, another Snake of Fate besides Oro Boros. Oro Boros had been hunting him since the third epoch. Even Medici had both participated in the hunt for him, but this fellow was very good at hiding, and multiple hunts ended in failure. Is the Snake of Fate stupid? When I first met him, he wasn't really stupid. And now? Stupid? Eve lifted the book again, looking at Medici in confusion. What exactly do you want to say? Even the stupid snake of fate knows to hunt will Ausepton, Medici said, frustrated. Why do you still have no reaction to Cheek at all? Although Cheek had never shown malice towards Eve, everyone knew in their hearts. I do have a reaction, Eve said, her eyes closed, her expression hidden beneath the book. Just don't be too surprised when the time comes. Surprised. Amidst flames and lightning, Cheek's body appeared with countless cracks, like a broken mirror. She stared intently at the girl in front of her, her eyes overflowing with hatred and unwillingness. Eve and Salinger simultaneously rushed towards Cheek. The girl assimilated her uniqueness, and Salinger took away her Beander characteristic. She looked in the direction Salinger disappeared, a hint of regret arising in her heart. She hadn't obtained the Beander characteristic, and from Cheek's manner of death, she knew that she hadn't truly died. Surprised, Eve gazed at the red-haired youth and asked again, "Is that all?" Medici waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be surprised by anything that happens in a sequence struggle." Eve watched Medici, and after a while, she chuckled softly. Eve threw an arm around Medici's neck. Due to the height difference, the tall red-haired man had to bend down. She ruffled Medici's hair, making it messy. Medici pushed Eve with one hand, trying to escape her grasp. "What are you doing?" Medici said, annoyed. Eve released Medici, following his force. "Let's go," she said with a smile. "The war isn't over yet, how can we slack off here?" Chapter 35, Pain. The war ultimately ended with the true creator's defeat and Solomon's demise. Eve had expected this, the difficulty of winning when the six gods joined forces was indeed great. However, the fact that the six gods could all unite was unexpected. The six gods supported Alistair Tudor and Truncest in establishing the Tudor-Truncest United Empire. Many of the angel families from the former Solomon Empire defected to the United Empire. Alistair Tudor and Truncest both utilized the Beander characteristics left by Solomon to advance to Sequence 1, becoming the two regents of the United Empire. This was to keep them in check and prevent the emergence of a second Black Emperor. During the United Empire period, the six gods were powerful, and the true creator gradually became an evil god. But to everyone's surprise, Solomon was resurrected. When everyone heard his voice once again, when his figure reappeared in the cosmos, when a resurrection that even true gods couldn't reverse began, Solomon returned. With the support of the six gods, Truncest transferred to the adjacent Justiciar pathway and advanced to a true god. What would happen to the abandoned Alistair Tudor? Just as everyone was waiting to see the fate of this betrayer, once called Solomon's loyal angel, he became a god. Alistair Tudor achieved godhood across pathways, becoming the most insane true god. Medici, Sauron, and Einhorn fell as a result. After Eve learned this news, a wave of sorrow flooded her heart. Michael had fallen, Saussure had fallen, and now Medici had fallen. She thought that perhaps one day Ammonizes would also hear the news of her own demise. After Alistair Tudor became a god, the Tudor-Truncest United Empire split into the Tudor Empire and the Truncest Empire, creating a three-way standoff on the northern continent. Among the three nations, Eve chose the Truncest Empire. The Tudor Empire was ruled out first. It was well known that Eve had a good relationship with Medici and did not participate in the hunt for him. Who knew if that lunatic would move against her? As for the Solomon Empire, Solomon still maintained an alliance with the true creator. Since her cooperation with the three gods of wind, wisdom, and white had been made public, she naturally had to stand with her allies on the surface in certain matters, even if it was just for show, such as distancing herself from the true creator. That left only the Truncest Empire, and her four allies all supported the Truncest Empire. Eve had already told Ammonizes about the transaction after the war, and Ammonizes expressed willingness to help her conceal it. Although she didn't know how long this lie would last, she would remain closely connected with the three gods of wind, wisdom, and white until the lie was exposed, and perhaps even after. After nearly 1,000 years, Eve deeply understood that saying, "History is a circle. War, peace, war, peace, war, peace." Sure enough, after several centuries, another war broke out. This war was no less intense than the second epic, with all true gods participating. In the end, 3 of the 4 emperors fell, the true creator was sealed, and many angels also exited the stage of history. It was just a pity that Eve did not see Cheek in the underworld emperor's camp. Either she didn't participate or she was avoiding her. After the 3 emperors fell, their subordinate angel families began to carve up the imperial territories, leading to continuous conflict on the northern continent. Whether or not to participate in this conflict, Eve left the decision to Irene. She looked back at her past and suddenly realized that war had occupied so much of her life. Her presence could be seen, more or less, in the wars of the Dark Epic, the Glorious Epic, and the Epic of the Gods. She once fought for peace, participating in wars to end them, but one war ended only for another to begin, she couldn't stop it. Later, she also began to fight for survival, for advancement, for profit, courting, betrayal, taking sides. Whether it was participating in the 6 gods' war against Solomon or the War of the 4 Emperors, none of them could truly be called fighting for peace. To call those wars fighting for peace was a joke. But Eve had no choice but to participate. She had long been caught in this web of interests formed by numerous high-level existences. She had only wanted to stay at home, pet her cat, and read novels at the beginning. In fact, she wanted to participate in this war, firstly, to end the war and for peace, and secondly, because supporting one side to establish an empire would allow the Rose school of thought to gain rights such as public proselytization within the empire, thereby securing the other party's support. So she gave the decision to Irene. If she really had to go to war, she hoped her reasons could be purer. Irene, having experienced war, unhesitatingly chose the battlefield. She said she wanted to do something to end this war. As she expected, Eve was both relieved and saddened. Her little girl was still the kind and innocent girl she had been. She participated in the war once again, supporting her former colleague, William Augustus. Over 100 years later, the underworld emperor of the southern continent launched a war against the northern continent but failed and fell. After the underworld emperor's demise, the raging sea he created separated the southern and northern continents, protecting his anchor. The 7 gods moved their divine kingdoms to the astral world, no longer walking on the ground, which was not necessarily a bad thing for Eve. Eve sent some members of the Rose School of Thought across the raging sea, striving to expand the Rose School of Thought's influence on the southern continent and combat Cheek's witch church. Without the underworld emperor's obstruction and suppression, although still suppressed by the Byam royal family, Eve's actions on the southern continent were much smoother than before. After the war on the northern continent ended, William Augustus established the Loan Kingdom. Although the Rose School of Thought was not an orthodox church, it gained rights such as public proselytization in Loan. As for Eve, to hunt Cheek, she went to the southern continent after the war ended. Although she would often return to the northern continent, her main area of activity was still the southern continent. It wasn't until Eve bought a bestseller called The Earl Returns on the northern continent that she decided to temporarily return to settle there. Eve had stayed on the southern continent for many years. Upon returning to the northern continent, she inquired and found out how shameless her junior was, almost plagiarizing himself into a literary master. Rosal Gustav, this name already had a considerable reputation in Intis. Eve easily found him. To express her condemnation of Rosal's plagiarism, Eve climbed out of a mirror with disheveled hair, scaring Rosal into a frenzy of curses. The next day, Rosal found a Beander from the sun pathway to exorcise evil. Then, on the 3rd day, Eve appeared in all the mirrors in Rosal's room, knocking on his door amidst Rosal's, holy sh*t. After Eve opened the door, before Rosal could let out a sharp shriek, she blocked him back with a Chinese phrase, "Hello, great literary master." Rosal was left with an awkward breath, neither up nor down, and finally turned away in embarrassment. Although Rosal was somewhat displeased with Eve's prank, he was very happy about the appearance of this senior transmigrator, and this senior was also knowledgeable and talented, clearly very powerful. Eve took good care of this junior, teaching him very diligently. It surprised Eve that Rosal had connected with Bethel. She advised Rosal not to over-contact Mr. Dorr, as his words could not be fully trusted. After guessing that Rosal had joined a secret organization, Eve also inquired but received no answer, so she stopped asking. She could guess some things. Rosal could truly be called a chosen one. Compared to her, Rosal was more like the male lead of a Transmigration novel. He was powerful in plagiarizing in the literary world, transformed the empire into a republic in politics, and became an angel in the mysterious world. His family life was also complete with both sons and daughters, a warm home with his wife and children. Although Rosal was promiscuous and flirtatious, due to the prevailing aristocratic customs in Intis where spouses each pursued their own interests, no major family conflicts erupted. This thought persisted until Rosal secretly went to the moon behind her back. When Rosal first proposed going to the moon, Eve strongly advised against it, but in the end, Rosal still went. After going to the moon, Rosal's mental state worsened. He sought out Eve, hoping she could help him one more time, to help him become the Black Emperor. Eve agreed. She participated in the war once again. This time, she became one of its instigators. But Rosal did not successfully resurrect. He was living a life worse than death in his mausoleum. The demoness is a painful pathway. Perhaps being accompanied by pain is the demoness's destiny. Chapter 36, The Undead Victim. As a vampiric cat, Rui's main diet was animal blood. After the hospital started storing plasma, she began to drink plasma. However, animal blood and plasma were not as delicious as fresh human blood, so she often roamed the city at night. After a murder occurred, she would stealthily take a taste. Of course, she would not destroy the crime scene, and if she arrived in time and was lucky enough to see the murderer, she would even leave clues. It was just that today, her feasting behavior encountered a small accident. The victim of the murder was not dead. Rui rushed to the crime scene as soon as she smelled blood, and then she personally saw the victim open his brown eyes, raise his head, and as if startled, lean backward and fall onto the floor. The victim was not dead. Although his head had been pierced, he was indeed still alive. What was he afraid of? Rui wondered suspiciously. She looked at the wound on the victim's head, and the victim also discovered his own wound, scaring him into retreating repeatedly. Rui jumped onto the windowsill, watching the victim touch himself here and there, then squat down and stand up again. He really did hurt his brain, Rui muttered to herself. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from behind, and Zhou Mingrui subconsciously turned his head to look. Under the warm glow of the gas lamp, Zhou Mingrui saw a black cat, very much like a British Shorthair, squatting on the windowsill. A pair of brown eyes stared at him, and a circle of off-white around its neck was very noticeable against the black. It was a twisted cotton collar, with a small silver medallion hanging from it. The kitten was cute, but now was not the time to pet a cat. Zhou Mingrui was about to go forward and shoo it away when he saw the kitten lower its head and lick the silver medallion. It bit the silver medallion and actually pulled out a glass bottle filled with blood-red liquid from the tiny silver medallion. Zhou Mingrui's eyes widened instantly as he looked at the black cat in surprise. Was it still a Western fantasy setting? A crisp sound of glass colliding with a wooden table came. The kitten held the glass bottle in its mouth and placed it on the wooden desk, then elegantly licked its front paws. Zhou Mingrui did not know the origin or intention of this black cat and dared not act rashly. After a while, the black cat meowed again, and Zhou Mingrui actually heard dissatisfaction in this meow. The kitten placed one paw on the glass bottle and pushed the bottle towards Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui immediately realized that it wanted him to take the bottle. Under the black cat's gaze, Zhou Mingrui steeled himself and took the bottle. Fortunately, nothing unfortunate happened. Although the other party was just a cat, Zhou Mingrui really didn't dare to provoke it. Meow. The kitten meowed again, seemingly satisfied. Drink it, meow. A tender female voice sounded, but Zhou Mingrui was not in the mood to be surprised that a cat could talk. To drink, or not to drink, that was a question worth pondering. Zhou Mingrui recalled Klein's memories, and with a throbbing pain in his head, he remembered most of the events. Although the memories were fragmented and somewhat incomplete, there was no mention of this black cat in the memories he had recalled. Either he had never seen it, or it was in the missing memories. What is this? Zhou Mingrui tried to communicate with her. Medicine, meow, the black cat said. Medicine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingrui pointed to the hole in his head and tentatively asked, "Is it to treat my injury?" The black cat nodded. Zhou Mingrui gently shook the glass bottle in his hand, looking at the black cat on the windowsill that was staring at him. Was what she said true or false? Were there any traps waiting for him to fall into? Meow. The black cat meowed again, seemingly urging him. Zhou Mingrui pulled out the stopper, glanced at the black cat, gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and gulped down the blood-red liquid. As the medicine entered his mouth, a fishy smell immediately burst forth, almost making Zhou Mingrui vomit. He suppressed the discomfort and managed to finish the medicine. The wound on his head began to itch, intensely so. He suppressed the urge to scratch, guessing that the wound was probably healing rapidly. The black cat looked at the empty glass bottle, seemingly very satisfied, and let out a joyful meow before jumping off the windowsill and disappearing. Zhou Mingrui immediately stepped forward, propped his hands on the desk, braced the lower part of one knee against the edge of the desk, and with a push, his body ascended, the other leg also lifted off the ground, and he knelt on the desk. Then he moved the leg on the desk's edge forward and pressed down, successfully climbing onto the desk. He brought his two legs together, carefully avoiding knocking over anything on the desk and waking Melissa. After stabilizing himself, Zhou Mingrui removed his hands from the desk and instead grabbed the window frame, leaning forward, sticking his head out, and carefully searching up, down, left, and right for the black cat's figure. Under the crimson moonlight, he saw a pair of glowing brown eyes from downstairs looking up at him. Zhou Mingrui's breathing hitched instantly, and he stared nervously at the pair of eyes downstairs. Fortunately, a few seconds later, the owner of the brown eyes turned away, immediately making Zhou Mingrui let out a sigh of relief. In the dim light, the black cat seemed to merge with the darkness. If Zhou Mingrui hadn't been able to see the off-white circle, he would have certainly thought it had already left. He watched the off-white grow farther and farther away, and only after it completely disappeared did he climb down from the desk. After getting off the desk, Zhou Mingrui immediately walked quickly to the cracked full-length mirror and tilted his head to carefully examine the wound on his head. Only a small scar remained. After 4 or 5 seconds, the itchy feeling disappeared, and the scar also vanished. He felt himself all over, sensing no discomfort. The medicine works so well. Zhou Mingrui smiled wryly to himself, I hope there are no side effects. In a deserted alley in Byam, a illusory door shimmering with starlight gradually appeared on the wall, and a brown-eyed black cat jumped out of the door. Rui shook herself. Her feasting had not been successful, so she decided to have a fish to compensate herself. She ran to the seaside and squatted on the beach. A moment later, a rather large fish jumped out of the water and landed in front of Rui. Rui happily meowed and began her meal. After finishing her late-night snack, Rui stretched, opened the door, and returned to her small cottage in Backland. The cottage was not large, but it was enough for even Rui, one person and one cat. Eve's living habits were not very good, so the cottage was a bit messy, but not dirty. A small sofa was placed by the fireplace, a blanket was casually draped over the back of the sofa, newspapers were strewn messily on the table, an opened but almost full bag of cat food was pressed on top of them, some of the newspapers were even a week old, and Rui's plush toys were piled on the carpet. The blue curtains were always drawn, because Rui disliked the sun. Several photos hung on the white wall, all of Eve and Rui together, or Rui alone. Rui ran to the bathroom, picked up a child's toothbrush with her 2 paws, and brushed her teeth. After ensuring there was no fishy smell, she returned to the living room, lit the fireplace, and curled up on the sofa, lazily warming herself by the fire. Only after the chill of the deep night had left her body did she extinguish the fire, shake herself, yawn, and slowly, lazily walk towards the bedroom. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Rui's excellent night vision allowed her to easily see the situation in the darkness of the room. The quilt was messily spread out on the bed, a small dog doll in a pink dress lay next to the pillow, and a neatly dressed Mr. Bear in a suit and top hat lay on the quilt. Everything was as it had been before she left. Eve hadn't returned yet. She was a little displeased. After jumping onto the bed, she burrowed under the quilt with her head, her entire body covered by the quilt, with only a small head peeking out. Chapter 37, Undercurrents. At noon, warm sunlight bathed everyone, making them want to stretch and take a nap. But no matter how beautiful the sun was, it had nothing to do with 18 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, where the curtains were always drawn. Rui was curled up on the sofa, using a nail file to buff her claws. A light footstep sounded. Rui twitched her ears, pushed aside the nail file, and jumped off the sofa. Finally decided to come back, Rui licked her freshly groomed front paw. She glanced at Eve's empty space behind her and said, "Urs hasn't come back with you yet, meow." Oh dear, Eve entered the house, closing the door behind her. She picked up the newspaper from the table and placed it on the sofa, then set the lunch she was carrying on the table. "I was only out for one night." "Not yet, that child, you know him." When Eve and Rosal started their war, Urs had already become estranged from him. "Did Urs have something important to discuss with you?" Rui asked. This was the first time in 100 years that Urs had actively contacted Eve. Eve took the grilled fish out of the bag and said, "It's related to the missing persons in the southern continent." Rui looked at Eve in confusion. Missing persons had always been common in the southern continent. Various churches were combating human trafficking, but the number of missing people remained high every year. Some time ago, when the Rose School of Thought was cracking down on a criminal gang, they discovered that the Rose School of Thought was supporting them, and many of the trafficked people were sent to LotM, Eve replied. Moreover, Urs couldn't divine the identity of their buyer in LotM. He hopes I can investigate it for him in LotM. Rui understood. This meant that the other party must have a high-level existence supporting them. "Come quickly," the young girl did not continue the topic but beckoned to Rui, "I brought you Dixie grilled fish." The black cat lightly jumped onto the dining table, sniffed the grilled fish, then placed a paw on the plate and pushed it away. "It has chili, meow." "That's mine." Eve took out another grilled fish from the bag, placed it on a plate, and pushed it in front of the cat. "This one is yours." She lowered her head and sniffed, confirming there was no chili before elegantly beginning her lunch. After the meal, Rui watched Eve clean up the dining table and said, "Last night in Tingen, I met a victim of a Beander incident. He's an ordinary person, meow, but he's Azik's student, seems to be named Klein Moretti. His head was pierced by a bullet, but he didn't die. He must have been involved in a Beander incident concerning a high sequence, meow." Eve replied while wiping the table, "Azik Egger's student." Eve had been following Azik ever since he fell into reincarnation. Eve pulled out a small silver-plated mirror. Why did Klein commit suicide? Klein preparing for his graduation defense, Klein receiving an invitation from Welch, Klein participating in the interpretation of the notes, Klein sending the notes to Riel Bieber's house, Klein committing suicide. The full story of Klein's suicide appeared one by one on the mirror. She frowned and then thought to herself, who resurrected Klein Moretti? Crack. A crisp sound of shattering came, and a crack appeared in the center of the silver mirror, rapidly expanding until it occupied the entire mirror surface. Eve was stunned, then threw the damaged silver mirror into the mirror world. After 2 seconds of contemplation, the young girl said, "You go and take a look." "Okay, meow." Rui lightly jumped off the sofa, a phantom door appeared on the white wall, and the black cat elegantly stepped inside. Eve glanced at the newspaper Rui had been lying on, which had some tiny, soft cat hairs stuck to it. She threw the newspaper into the trash can, and invisible spider silk gathered all the cat hair in the room, a ball of cat hair gently floating into the trash can. One of the biggest advantages of becoming a Beander was no longer having to worry about cleaning up cat hair. After washing the dishes, Eve put on a white sun hat tied with a silky soft blue ribbon, picked up her handbag, and left the house. It was already working hours in the afternoon, and Brave Bar was quieter than usual. Compared to the dirty and messy bar, the cleanly and decently dressed Eve clearly seemed out of place. However, the appearance of such a decent and beautiful young girl in the bar did not attract anyone's attention. She reached out to adjust her hat, took small, graceful steps, and walked past the drunkards into a room. As Eve entered the room, an invisible barrier enveloped it. Inside, 4 gentlemen were playing cards. Upon seeing Eve, they all put down their cards. The pale-faced, brown-haired, brown-eyed young man stood up from the wooden chair, and the blonde, blue-eyed girl, as delicate as a doll, who had been sitting by the table watching, also stood up. "Your Highness Eve," both said in unison. Eve nodded, smiling, and said, "Sharon, Marich, hello." Eve pulled out a wooden chair and sat down. After all 3 were seated, Marich suppressed the malice in his heart and said, "The Temperance faction is not aware of this transaction. My teacher hopes Your Highness Eve can understand. The Temperance faction will work with the Rose School of Thought in the southern continent to clear out the members of the Lust faction involved in the transaction. The Rose School of Thought has limited influence in the northern continent, but we will do our best to assist Your Highness Eve." Eve smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, Sharon and Marich can also seek help from the Rose School of Thought if you need anything." Marich and Sharon breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, Sharon said, "There might be other organizations involved." Eve looked up at them. Marich explained, "After the transaction was exposed, my teacher organized Temperance faction members to investigate the Lust faction and discovered that some members had connections with Demoness. However, these members were all insignificant people in the transaction, and because the Witch Church is very secretive, it's impossible to confirm if these Demoness came from the Witch Church." Eve's expression was normal. She curved her lips and said, "Thank you." After chatting for a while longer, Eve stood up and left. After leaving the bar, she looked up at the sky, then lowered her head to straighten her hat, and went to the newspaper office on the way. She divined in her heart and, as expected, received a negative answer. After a while, the divination result turned positive again, repeatedly. The chaotic divination only increased Cheek's suspicion. Demoness have extremely strong anti-divination abilities. Eve's sequence was higher than Cheek's. She could not interfere with Eve's divination to this extent, so the God of Bound must have also participated, though whether actively or passively was unknown. This transaction must involve high-level existences. It's just unknown who else, besides Cheek and Tors, is involved. However, since the missing people were all transported to Loan, the Loan royal family is also under suspicion. High-level existences within Loan, Eve thought about it. They shouldn't need these ordinary people. Could it be that another high-level existence cooperated with the Loan royal family? A pathway that needs so many ordinary people, and done so secretly, it's a pity the result cannot be directly divined. Eve pondered in her heart as she walked. Chapter 38, Nighthawks. In a small room, a young man with brown eyes was looking directly, earnestly, and sincerely at the man with deep gray eyes in front of him. "Last night, I woke up to find myself sprawled on a table, with a revolver next to me. I had a gunshot wound, but perhaps because I regretted it at the last moment or lacked experience, I didn't die, but I was severely injured." Dunn scrutinized him from head to toe. There were no traces of injury on his body. Klein quickly explained, "Just as I was panicking, a brown-eyed black cat appeared on my windowsill and gave me a bottle of red potion. After I drank it, my wound healed rapidly." "A brown-eyed black cat. That's too broad," Dunn repeated, his tone slightly puzzled. "Describe it more specifically. Think about its characteristics." "It was wearing an off-white, cotton, braided collar around its neck, with a silver medallion hanging from it. That bottle of red potion was taken from the silver medallion," Klein said, tilting his head slightly and recalling carefully. "That should have been a magical Beander item, but its style was very similar to a cat tag. Perhaps it even had the cat's and its owner's names engraved on it, but unfortunately, he hadn't seen it clearly at the time. Dun's deep gray eyes fixed on Klein as he said, "A cat with a Beander item is indeed very rare. Perhaps it is a Beander creature itself. I'll believe you for now, Mr. Klein, but you must undergo verification by our experts, to confirm that you truly forgot, or were not directly involved in the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya," Dun said. "Please cooperate, Mr. Klein, and return to the police station with us. If there's truly no problem, it will only take 2 or 3 days." After a few words, Klein left a note, took his keys, and left the room with Dun. After the two left, a brown-eyed black cat emerged from under the bed. She shook her body with a hint of disdain, raised a front paw to dust off her head, and her 2 triangular ears twitched. "Good thing it was just a dream. Otherwise, my bath would have been for nothing, meow." Rui followed silently behind the two, her steps light. A 4-wheeled, single-horse carriage stopped outside the apartment building. Rui squatted under a tree, quietly watching the police. Klein was about to get into the carriage when a street vendor and a customer suddenly got into an argument and started fighting, immediately causing chaos. He immediately bent down and rushed into the crowd, seizing the opportunity to escape. Rui saw this and immediately followed, leaping onto a carriage with Klein. She sat on top of the carriage, watching Dun scare Klein. Rui felt the space beneath her empty, and the carriage disappeared. Klein woke up. In the crimson moonlight, the black cat was almost one with the darkness. She sat openly in the corner, her brown eyes observing the two. She sat in the corner, listening to their conversation and watching their interactions, only leaving after they did. This time, Klein did not escape. Rui met the expert with them, a beautiful but old-fashioned woman. She followed, secretly observing the channeling. Klein passed, which somewhat disappointed Rui. She had hoped to learn some news. "You can consider joining us," Dun said to Klein. "You are the only survivor of this case, and you drank an unknown potion. We can't protect you at all times. If you join us, we can know about anything immediately and provide protection." Klein was startled, then asked, "Can I also become a Beander?" "Not necessarily, and becoming a Beander is not a fortunate thing." "Why?" "I cannot tell you before you join us. You can first consider becoming a clerical worker, and then consider becoming a Beander." "Clerical worker." Klein lowered his head, thought for a moment, then asked with a serious expression, "What are the salary and benefits like?" Dun was momentarily stunned. A newly hired clerical worker's weekly salary is £2.10 plus an additional £10 for confidentiality and risk allowance. This will increase in the future with seniority and merit. Klein's heart stirred, and he said with a smile, "I'll join." "Have you thought it through?" "Yes, after all, I still have that unknown potion in my body. Regular hospitals probably wouldn't detect anything unusual, right?" Klein smiled helplessly. Rui's ears twitched, and she thought with some dissatisfaction, "He really doesn't appreciate a good cat's heart, meow." Dun nodded. "Tomorrow, come to Blackthorn Security Company, and we will arrange an examination for you." Blackthorn Security Company, Klein repeated to himself. This should be their public image. Rui's long tail tapped the ground intermittently. After watching for so long, she was starting to get bored, wondering if she should go play somewhere else. As long as her gaze was still on him, it would be fine. Just then, Klein left, and Rui followed him with a resigned air, all the way to his home, only leaving after he got into bed. "Ha!" Rui stretched and yawned, walking into a door sparkling with starlight. "Finally, I can leave, meow. Even a nanny isn't as diligent and responsible as I am." 18 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough, Backland. Rui gently pushed open the bedroom door, jumped onto the bed, and slapped Eve's face. "What are you doing?" Eve complained softly with a hint of resentment. "You used to be so well behaved." Then, resignedly, she pulled back the covers to let Rui in. Rui walked gracefully into the covers, as if she were walking not on a slightly messy bed but on a red carpet. She lay down next to Eve, and after Eve pulled the covers down, Rui's voice came from within. Klein joined the Nighthawks. Nighthawks, Eve said in a muffled voice with her eyes closed. We'll see. Remember to wake up early. Now you're just a working cat, meow, you have to wake up earlier than Klein. The next day, Klein found Blackthorn Security Company. Led by Miss Roseanne at the front desk, he first met the captain, and then met the doctor, responsible for his examination, Old Neil. He saw Old Neil holding a white crystal pendant suspended in front of him. After a few seconds, the white crystal pendant actually began to spin rapidly counterclockwise on its own. Klein was watching this scene in astonishment, his eyes fixed on the spinning white crystal pendant, when Old Neil exerted force on his wrist, and the yellow crystal pendant flew sharply upwards, caught in Old Neil's hand. That potion didn't harm you, and it even has great benefits. It really seems to be just a very effective healing potion, Old Neil said with a smile. Perhaps the Crimson Moon Cat is protecting little Klein. As he spoke, Old Neil drew a crimson moon on his chest. Praise the Goddess. Chapter 39, Divination. Crimson Moon Cat. Klein searched his memories carefully and it took him a while to recall it. The Revelation of Night, recorded, Black Cat Ruirui, the cat of the Angel of Mirrors, knowledgeable and elegant, beloved by the goddess, blessed by the Crimson Moon, and known as the Crimson Moon Cat. This couldn't be blamed on Klein's poor memory or lack of piety, as the Crimson Moon Cat itself was rarely mentioned in the Revelation of Night, making it an obscure piece of knowledge that had never even appeared on theology exam papers. Klein slowly savored the name, Ruirui. Both the pronunciation and the naming convention are very Chinese. Klein mused to himself, if it's true, then the Angel of Mirrors might also be a transmigrator. Unfortunately, there's even less information about the Angel of Mirrors than the Crimson Moon Cat. I hope so, Klein said with a helpless smile to Old Neil. Dunn patted Klein's shoulder and said, don't worry, Old Neil will divine the origin of that black cat. Divination. Klein's brown eyes were filled with curiosity. Like just now. No, Old Neil waved his hand. Pendulum divination can only answer yes or no. For complex information like that, we need to use other methods, such as dream divination. If Klein is interested in divination, he can choose to become a mystery prior or seer in the future. Mystery prior, seer. These must be other Beyander characteristics that the Nighthawks possess, Klein guessed inwardly. Dunn sat in a chair and pointed to the adjacent chair, motioning for Klein to sit. Then he put a finger to his lips and whispered, when divining, try to create an environment free from interference. Klein nodded, indicating he understood. He closed his mouth and remained silent, watching Old Neil quietly. Old Neil leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, seemingly having entered the dream divination state. A moment later, Old Neil began to twitch slightly, as if startled. Klein's heart jumped, and he quickly looked at Dunn, only to see the captain's brows tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with solemnity, immediately realizing this was not a normal phenomenon. Since the captain didn't move, he didn't dare to act rashly either. Both of them stared intently at Old Neil. Just then, Old Neil suddenly sat upright, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Dunn immediately stepped forward to support Old Neil. As his hand touched Old Neil's back, he realized the old man was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Dunn asked with a deeply furrowed brow and concern. I saw a silver medallion. Old Neil paused, took a moment to compose himself, his complexion slowly returning to normal, and continued, there seemed to be words engraved on it. I wanted to look closer, but suddenly a black cat's face with a sinister grin appeared on the silver medallion, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Immediately after, many red eyes appeared around it, along with eerie laughter, and then a sharp cat's meow. I followed the sound and saw the cat's face on the silver medallion opening wide, getting closer and closer to me, and swallowing me whole. Klein imagined such a scene and broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Dunn, his eyes full of confusion. That cat, or the entity behind the cat, might be a high-sequence Beyander, or possess extremely strong anti-divination abilities, Dunn speculated with a frown and a solemn expression. If it's the former, then this matter is beyond our ability to resolve. I hope the other party doesn't bear any ill will towards old Neil. Given the current situation, your divination results may not be accurate, Dunn said, looking at Klein. You two stay behind the Chinese gate. I'll go send a telegram. With that, Dunn quickly left. A few seconds after the captain departed, the green-eyed policeman from last time rushed in. Hello, the man with a poetic and romantic aura rubbed his head and said, I'm here to cover for the captain. Did something happen? Alas, old Neil let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Klein, whose heart had not yet settled, immediately felt it rise again, looking at him with concern. Leonard was affected by Klein's concerned expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he also looked at old Neil with worry. Actually, old Neil paused, then looked up at their concerned gazes. It's nothing major. Seriously, Leonard let out a sigh of relief. Old Neil, you're always like this. He turned back to see Klein still full of concern, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Although old Neil always likes to joke with us, he's still a very trustworthy old gentleman. He wouldn't lie to us about something like this. I forgot to introduce myself. Leonard withdrew the hand he had on Klein's shoulder and extended it. Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. Midnight Poet. He really is a poet. Klein Moretti. Klein replied, shaking Leonard's outstretched hand. I know. Leonard's forest green eyes twinkled with a smile. I'm quite impressed by you. You have a special aura. Gay-ish, Klein grumbled to himself to ease his nervousness. Old Neil pointed to a chair and said, sit down and rest for a bit. We'll discuss anything else when the captain returns. Then he picked up some yellowed papers from a nearby table and began to flip through them. These were papers old Neil had brought in with him when he arrived. Klein sat upright in his chair, curiously watching the yellowed papers in old Neil's hand, wondering what was recorded on them. Old Neil felt Klein's curious gaze, shook the papers, and handed them to Klein. These are Emperor Rosal's notes, recorded using a unique set of symbols invented by the Emperor. Want to take a look? Klein glanced at them. Chinese. He feigned calmness as he took them, about to read carefully, when he heard the captain's voice. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from Emperor Rosal's notes to the captain. This case likely involves a high-sequence Beander. Old Neil and Klein will go to Backland for examination. I will book your train tickets. His Excellency Sesama, Sword of the Goddess, will depart for Tingen. Dunn briefly summarized the main content of the reply to the three. High-sequence Beander. Leonard was immediately startled, looking at old Neil and Klein in shock. Old Neil, you two, are you really okay? Dunn patted Leonard's shoulder and comforted him. At least there are no problems right now, right? How much time will it take? Klein asked. If there are no issues, you'll be quick to go and quick to return. You can be back before tomorrow morning. If there are issues, then the return date is unknown, Dunn said. Backland will inform me of your situation via telegram. If there are problems, I will tell your family that you've gone to Backland on a business trip. Leonard, take them to the station, Dunn instructed Leonard. Leonard shed his usual carefree demeanor and nodded seriously. As the three were about to leave, they heard a voice from behind say, wait a moment. Leonard said with a hint of helplessness, Captain, is there anything else? Dunn pointed to the papers in Klein's hand and said, those cannot be taken out. Leonard was a little surprised. This time, it wasn't the captain's forgetfulness. Though somewhat reluctant, Klein still knew what was important. He placed the yellowed papers on the table. Chapter 40, Seer. On the steam train, Klein curiously and discreetly observed his surroundings. He had never been on such a steam train before, and everything was new and fascinating to him. Old Neil and Klein sat side by side. Woo! A tremendous roar of mechanical rotation followed the whistle. Klein looked out the window. The station slowly receded, picking up speed, until it was just a tiny black dot. Old Neil gently tugged at Klein's sleeve, winking at him slyly. He pulled out a few sheets of paper and a pen from his robe and began to write. Klein leaned closer and saw that old Neil was writing in Chinese. After a while, old Neil put away his pen and handed the sheets of paper filled with Chinese characters to Klein. "Here, read it." "Can I?" Klein's brown eyes widened slightly as he quietly asked, looking down. "Documents cannot be taken out to prevent leaks, but Rosal's diary has not been understood by anyone to this day, so there's no possibility of a leak," old Neil explained. "Take it. The look in your eyes when you see Emperor Rosal's notes is just like mine when I was young. But don't get your hopes up. I thought I could decipher it back then, but now, alas." Klein nodded, took the Rosal's diary that old Neil had transcribed, and with an indescribable excitement, began to read his fellow countryman's notes. September 3rd. I never thought that the biggest obstacle on my path to becoming the greatest father in Bebe's heart would be Ruarui. Quote. January 3rd. If I had chosen the seer, marauder, or apprentice pathway back then, I might have had a chance to ascend Saphira Castle. What a pity. Quote. March 10th. Ruarui and Eve are truly worthy of being master and servant, a perfect lead singer and follower. Seer, marauder, and apprentice. Saphira Castle. Acting. These should be the sequence names of certain pathways. Can only these three pathways ascend Saphira Castle? What is Saphira Castle? Why did Emperor Rosal want to ascend Saphira Castle? And Ruarui and Eve. What is the relationship between this, Ruarui, and the Crimson Moon Cat, Ruarui? And who is Eve? A host of questions popped into Klein's mind, but on the surface, he showed a perfectly appropriate hint of regret and disappointment, saying helplessly, "There really is no possibility of a leak." Then, as if casually, he asked, "Is there more?" To answer those questions, he needed more of Rosal's diary. No, these were obtained from some cultists. Such things are actually very rare, old Neil said, taking the papers Klein handed back and folding them twice before tucking them into his robe pocket. Klein was a little disappointed. He leaned his head gently against the back of the chair, closing his eyes to rest, but in reality, he was thinking about how to get more of Rosal's diary. "Perhaps the gathering above the gray fog can help me get it," Klein mused, feeling that his original decision was truly wise. Moreover, Rosal's diary is mysterious and high-level enough, and collecting Rosal's diary wouldn't damage the image of the fool. Amidst the train's whistle, Klein and old Neil stepped onto the land of Backland, the city of hope. Several plainclothes nighthawks were already waiting for them at the station. They immediately boarded a carriage after getting off the train, heading straight for Backland's St. Samuel Cathedral. As the cathedral of the great diocese of Backland, St. Samuel Cathedral, though grander than St. Selina Cathedral, had a very similar overall layout to St. Selina Cathedral. In the predominantly dark color scheme, the holy emblem of Evernight hung high, giving a sense of tranquility, as if one's body and mind were purified. The two were examined separately. Klein was led by two nighthawks into a sealed small room for divination and spiritual mediumship. "This is very occult," Klein thought to himself. "No problem," the nighthawk said to Klein. "As both a provider of important clues and an important clue yourself, you can choose to consume a potion and become a Beander, which will also give you some self-preservation abilities." Klein breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, and upon hearing that he could become a Beander, he was immediately delighted and asked, "What are the choices?" Sleepless, Seer, Mystery Prior, Corpse Collector. The Church has a complete sleepless pathway, but only low sequences for Seer and Mystery Prior. The Church doesn't have a complete Seer pathway, which means Klein would have to find a way to get the formula himself later. However, he thought of Saphira Castle, which only Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice could ascend, and he hesitated for a moment. "Could you explain in more detail?" Klein requested. The Nighthawk nodded. "This is necessary." He led Klein to a special archive, pulled out several documents, and handed them to Klein. "With your authority, you can only see these, but it's enough. Consider it carefully. Once you choose, you cannot regret it." Klein took the documents and flipped through them one by one. Sleepless, various enhancements in the night. Mystery Prior, ritual magic, but more prone to hearing the ravings of unknown existences. Seer, divination, beneficial for me to learn occult knowledge, and safer than mystery prior. After 2 seconds of deep thought, Klein said, I choose seer. Are you sure? Yes. Klein followed the Nighthawk to the material storage area behind Channy's gate. The Nighthawk explained as he prepared the potion. Under the Nighthawk's guidance, Klein consumed the seer potion. Honachus. Flegre. Honachus. Flegre. Klein was momentarily stunned. The document wasn't complete. He felt his head throbbing and tried to activate his spirit vision as guided by the Nighthawk. After the pain subsided, Klein practiced spirit vision several times until a Nighthawk came in and said to Klein, Mr. Neal was not corrupted by the Black Cat, but there is a risk of losing control, so he needs to stay here for treatment. We have already bought your train ticket. Klein was taken aback for a moment, then asked with concern, how is old Neal? Mr. Klein, don't worry, the Nighthawk said. It was discovered very promptly, and there will be no issues. He can return in a few days. That's good. Klein's anxious heart finally settled. After bidding farewell to the Nighthawks, he boarded the carriage. Wheels rolled over the street, heading towards the train station with the crisp sound of horses' hooves. The aura of Saphira Castle. Eve looked back at the four-wheeled, single-horse carriage and immediately performed a divination. It's a fellow countryman, Zhou Mingrui. Train station. Klein bought a newspaper by the roadside, preparing to pass the time on the journey. At this time, there weren't many people at the ticket gate. Klein unhurriedly walked towards the queue. After a while, Klein felt someone stand behind him. The person patted his shoulder and said cheerfully, "Good afternoon, sir." From the voice, it sounded like a beautiful young lady. Klein turned around. A young lady with long black hair and beautiful blue eyes like the deep sea was standing behind him, smiling and looking at him. "Good afternoon, miss." Klein was momentarily dazed, then realized and felt a bit awkward, immediately replying before turning around to hide his somewhat flustered expression. Chapter 41, Brother or Sister. Klein sat in his seat, leaning back slightly against the chair, glancing out the window. Backland's sunlight was still bright, but by the time they reached Tingen, only the crimson moon and streetlights illuminated the streets. Fortunately, he had gone to Tingen University earlier to resolve the interview issue. Breaking an appointment was not something a qualified gentleman would do. Klein withdrew his gaze and happened to see the lady who had greeted him at the station sitting opposite him. She smiled and nodded at him, and he nodded back in response. Eve, holding a handbag in one hand and her skirt in the other, nodded at Klein and sat opposite him. 3,000 years. She had waited 3,000 years. Seeing her brother again, besides the undeniable excitement, there was an unexpected and unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. Eve leaned her head against the back of the chair, quietly watching the young man reading a newspaper opposite her, her fingers rubbing the handle of her handbag. The steam train's wheels clattered, carrying people from sunlight into moonlight, from Backland into Tingen. A crimson veil enveloped the chilly station, and a few streetlights on the deserted street emitted faint, pale yellow light. Late at night, when the streets were quiet, there were no public carriages left, so Klein could only walk home. Eve followed him silently, like a ghost. About 10 to 20 minutes later, she saw Klein enter a simple apartment building. Eve looked up, took a step forward, and the scene before her immediately changed from the street to a room. There was a gas lamp in the room, but it was extinguished and not fulfilling its duty of illumination. Only the crimson veil pouring in through the window barely provided some light to the room. The room was not large, but it was fully furnished with a desk, wardrobe, and bed. Although simple, it had the warmth of a home. On the desk by the window were some books, indicating that the room's owner was educated. Next to the wardrobe was a cracked full-length mirror, and Eve was currently inside the mirror. Through the full-length mirror, she saw the doorknob of the room turn, and then a young man with black hair and brown eyes walked in. After he entered, he gently closed the door, walked back 4 steps to the bed, and lay down. Eve's heart rejoiced, and she was about to step out of the mirror when she suddenly felt the aura of Saphira Castle on Zhou Mingrui intensify instantly. The girl looked at Klein, who was lying on the bed, in surprise, reached out and pinched her brow, suppressing the speculation in her heart, which she couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Above Saphira Castle, Klein sat on the bronze chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface of the long table. It was still necessary to divine. This space above the gray fog should be related to high-sequence beings, and perhaps it could block some interference with divination. If only there was a pendulum here, or if he could find a way to bring up the pendulum the church gave him. Pendulum divination was safer than dream divination, which would avoid seeing things he shouldn't, and the probability of being contaminated would also be smaller. Wait. Klein looked around the ancient bronze castle that had appeared because of his thought. Perhaps he could try. Klein concentrated, thinking of a pendulum in his mind. Sure enough, a citrine pendulum appeared on the table in front of him. He reached out and picked up the pendulum, examining it carefully. A silver chain and citrine, exactly like his own. Klein held the citrine pendulum until it stopped swaying, then began to silently chant in his mind. The black cat that gave me the potion is the crimson moon cat, the black cat that gave me the potion is the crimson moon cat. After 7 repetitions, in Klein's sight, the citrine pendant slowly rotated clockwise, and its speed increased. Yes. Klein took a deep breath and continued to divine, the crimson moon cat has ill intentions towards me. The citrine pendulum rotated counterclockwise at a moderate speed. No ill intentions, even some goodwill. Klein breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as there were no ill intentions, it was fine. Since that was the case, Klein leaned back, closed his eyes, and rested against the back of the chair, silently chanting in his mind the appearance of Ruorui's silver medal. In his dream, he seemed to return to the first night of his transmigration, where an elegant and lovely black cat was squatting on the windowsill, watching him. Klein concentrated his gaze on the silver medal. The silver medal became clearer and clearer in his eyes, and finally, he completely saw its appearance. There were indeed 2 characters engraved on the silver medal. They were, Ruorui, engraved in Chinese. Another fellow transmigrator. Klein's heart rejoiced, and he happily descended from the gray fog. Klein, lying on the bed, rolled over happily and slowly opened his eyes, only to see a blurry figure. Klein immediately sat up straight, not daring to act rashly. He narrowed his eyes, examining the person who had inexplicably appeared in his room, using the faint moonlight. It was the lady from the train. She had been watching me in Backland. She wouldn't have followed me all the way, and I didn't notice at all. Melissa was still at home. It would be terrible if she got involved. The lady quietly looked at him, with complex emotions in her eyes that he couldn't understand. Neither of them moved, and they remained in a stalemate. After a long time, the lady opened her mouth, breaking the seemingly solidified air first. An ethereal female voice said with a sigh, "Long time no see, Zhou Mingrui." Exclamation mark. Klein's pupils constricted, and his hands trembled slightly. He tried to forcefully suppress the abnormality, but he uncontrollably leaned back, as if wanting to distance himself from this mysterious person. "Madam, casually breaking into someone's home is not what a lady would do," Klein said, feigning surprise, but his slightly trembling voice still exposed his panic. He immediately realized this unmaskable flaw and quickly covered it up, saying, "If it's for valuables, take whatever you want, though there's nothing valuable here. If it's for revenge, you might have the wrong person. I am not Zhou Mingrui, nor do I know Zhou Mingrui." That's a very strange name. Klein only felt panic. Even if a fellow transmigrator came knocking, they wouldn't directly say his name. Perhaps his transmigration was related to her or the forces or existence behind her, which was why she knew so clearly. But no matter what, how could he expose his biggest secret before understanding the other party's background? Eve sighed, feeling a little helpless, and said faintly, "I am Zhou Mingzhen." Seeing that Klein still hadn't lowered his guard, Eve opened her mouth and began to speak, word by word, about some of Zhou Mingrui's private matters that few people knew, even mentioning embarrassing past incidents like wearing a skirt as a child and shouting Chunabu lines in the park. "Stop, stop, stop." Klein, listening to some embarrassing past incidents that even he didn't remember, felt ancient memories of shame reawaken, and his face immediately flushed red, urgently calling for a halt. Do you believe me? Eve raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. I believe you, Klein said, feeling somewhat weary. Bro, Klein habitually called out, bro, before realizing that the brother standing in front of him was a young girl, and he immediately felt awkward. Sis. No. In this situation, where a brother has turned into a young girl, no matter what he calls him, it's not right. Is this a brother or a sister after all? Eve glanced at the awkward Klein, sighing helplessly in her heart. She knew this would happen. Call me whatever you want, Eve said, spreading her hands. I've been called, Miss, and, Madam, every day. I'm not afraid of you calling me, old sister. Old sister. Klein tried calling out, still feeling a bit awkward. After all, accepting his brother had become his old sister wasn't something he could do in a short time. I'm not even awkward, so why are you? Eve put her hands on her hips, her tone a mix of displeasure and something else. Shouldn't this kind of thing be awkward? Klein grumbled in his heart. Fortunately, Eve didn't really demand an answer from Klein. If the topic continued, she would become awkward too, so she changed the subject. Let me introduce you to a new family member, Ruarui. You should call her old sister. As Eve finished speaking, a black cat with a white collar appeared on the windowsill, then gracefully jumped in front of Klein. Eve picked up Ruarui with both hands and held her at a level where she could meet Klein's gaze. Klein looked at the familiar cat, first stunned for a moment. Shouldn't it be brother? He then realized, old sister, referred to Ruarui. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ruarui, old sister. Eve put Ruarui down, nodded righteously, and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Klein asked speechlessly, how is this for my own good? Don't you think, Eve said, putting her fists to her cheeks, her knees bent in a wronged, shy manner, and speaking in a high-pitched voice, old sister, save me, is easier to shout than, little sister, save me. I can also shout, Ruarui, save me, wait. Klein was just complaining when he suddenly realized. He pointed at himself and said incredulously, Ruarui's name. I admit, Eve sighed helplessly, putting on a sad expression. I had the thought of seeing the cat and thinking of someone. I thought I would never see you again, and when I saw a cat so similar to you, I couldn't help myself. Where is it similar? Klein and Ruarui simultaneously rolled their eyes at Eve in their hearts. So, my old brother, old sister must be the fellow countryman of the Angel of the Mirror. Shock. My old sister is actually an angel. Klein's last shred of doubt vanished. Although following his previous absurd thoughts, anything Eve said could be false, that conjecture was just Klein's panicked rambling, and even he found it unreliable, while Eve had fully proven her authenticity. After all, Ruarui appeared before he transmigrated. How could he? Wait, my old sister and I transmigrated at very similar times, so why is there such a big difference in when we arrived? Different flow of time. A difference of several thousand years is too great. Old sister, why did you transmigrate so much earlier than me? Klein asked. This is a long story, so. Eve drew out her words, looked at Klein's eager face, and slowly uttered the last few words, I won't tell you. Shouldn't it be a long story short? Klein complained, but he didn't press further. If his old sister thought such a big matter as transmigration could be told to him, she would naturally tell him. Not telling him probably had some reason. How did you find me? Today I met you in Backland and sensed the aura of Saphira Castle. Our transmigration is related to Saphira Castle. Every Beander carries the aura of Saphira Castle when they first transmigrate, so I confirmed you were a fellow transmigrator. A divination confirmed it was you, Eve explained. Saphira Castle. A flicker of thought crossed Klein's eyes. Is it an ancient bronze castle full of gray fog? Eve nodded, then sighed again. She felt that the number of times she sighed had increased sharply since meeting Klein, this troublesome younger brother. You need to quickly become an angel. That is, sequence 2, Eve said solemnly to Klein. Klein was startled. Old sister, do you even hear what you're saying? I just became a Beander. Eve knew very well what she was saying. Klein was now bound to Saphira Castle. Even though he was just a Sequence 9 rookie, he had already entered the race for the position of Lord of the Mysteries. Personally, Eve, who had witnessed Michael's fall, did not want Klein to become Lord of the Mysteries, but she even less wanted him to become a sacrifice for the birth of a Lord of the Mysteries. But publicly, among the current existences in the race, Klein was undoubtedly the most suitable savior. So Eve's decision was to first cultivate Klein into an angel. That way, if he wanted to withdraw from the race, he could give up Saphira Castle and leave unscathed. If he wanted to continue competing, he would also have the capital to compete, and Eve would support his choice. It might not even be his choice. Eve sighed again in her heart, so troublesome. Klein didn't know what Eve was thinking, only that after she had just seriously told him to become Sequence 2, she became somewhat, Klein couldn't describe the feeling, only that he could sense her mood seemed very bad. I'll try my best, Klein said tentatively. Why do I need to become an angel? Because you've gotten into big trouble, Eve glanced at Klein. You need to become an angel to survive. What trouble have you gotten into? Klein was startled, his drowsiness dispelled a bit, and he asked anxiously and concernedly. Oh, there's a lot. Eve ignored Klein's panicked and concerned gaze, leisurely speaking as if she were only discussing what to eat for dinner, rather than her illustrious achievements. I'll tell you slowly later, or if you want, I can tell you some now as a bedtime story. Bedtime story, Klein repeated in his heart with some dissatisfaction. Let's talk about it tomorrow. If I don't rest, I won't be able to get up tomorrow. All right then, Eve shrugged indifferently, took out a fountain pen and a slip of paper, quickly wrote on it, then took out a small mirror and handed it to Klein along with the paper. My honorific name is on it. To contact me, just chant my honorific name. Good night. Wait, Klein suddenly called out to Eve. Although his tone was urgent, his voice was still very low, afraid of waking his younger sister next door. Seeing Eve turn to look at him, Klein considered for a moment before saying, I've set up a gathering on Saphira Castle. Would you like to join? Eve raised her eyebrows, immediately interested. Sure. A smile flickered in Klein's honey-brown eyes. The members of the gathering use tarot cards as their codenames. You should choose one for yourself too. Eve lowered her head, resting the back of her hand on her chin, and after 2 seconds of contemplation, said, Empress. The Empress, Klein recalled. The upright Empress symbolized nobility, passion, and harvest, while the reversed position implied indulgence, possessiveness, and jealousy. My codename is, Fool. Fool. Eve raised an eyebrow, lowering her gaze to Klein. You are truly bold. Seeing Klein's puzzled expression, she patiently explained, Fool is the Sequence 0 of the Seer pathway. Sequence 0. Klein was stunned for a moment. Didn't the captain say that Beander sequences ranged from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1? Eve watched Klein with a half-smile. Sequence 0 is a true god. Klein's eyes widened slightly. No wonder the church concealed the existence of Sequence 0. So the pathway of a god really was the pathway of a god. Wait, in that case, wasn't he impersonating an evil god? Don't worry, as if knowing his thoughts, he heard Eve say faintly, the fool has not yet been born. Perhaps in the future, you will be the true fool. Heh heh, Klein chuckled wryly, rubbing his forehead with one hand. Stop teasing me. It's just a codename, Klein mumbled softly. It can't be that serious, can it? In the mystical world, names and codenames become linked to oneself. Using this as your codename naturally invites speculation. Eve, with a smile, leaned down and whispered into Klein's ear, and divination tells me you are impersonating a hidden existence. A blush crept onto Klein's face. I am, but I didn't intend to impersonate a deity. Since you're going to impersonate one, you should learn more about it. Tomorrow, set aside a few hours, and I'll give you a crash course, not just on Beander knowledge but also some concealed history. How can a deity be ignorant of everything? Eve pinched her chin with 2 fingers, teasing. Klein immediately nodded in agreement. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. Having an angel teach him secret knowledge and history would undoubtedly be hugely beneficial. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving, Eve said, pointing to the door. Yes, Klein said, raising his hand like a model student, his tone full of eagerness for knowledge. How do I pull you onto Saphira Castle to participate in the gathering? Eve's expression cracked slightly, and she rubbed her forehead, saying speechlessly, you don't know, yet you invited me. Pulling two people up was purely accidental at the time. I still haven't figured out how to use Saphira Castle, Klein said with a little embarrassment. But what's certain is that I can pull people up, I just don't know the specific method. I don't know either. My closest contact with Saphira Castle was just a distant glance at it. Eve pinched her brow. Never mind, tell me what happened at the time, and I'll analyze it for you. Klein recalled the scene at the time, telling Eve every detail. Flickering crimson stars. They sound a lot like the prayer points of believers. It seems Saphira Castle can also be used as a divine kingdom, Eve said, pinching her chin. Believers. A bad premonition arose in Klein's mind. Does Saphira Castle have a master, and they are the believers of Saphira Castle's master? Eve tapped Klein's head. Don't overthink it. Although you haven't fully mastered it, you are currently the master of Saphira Castle. Prayer points don't necessarily have to be from believers. Chanting a honorific name or praying to related items can also work. They were likely speaking to something with Saphira Castle's aura and ended up being pulled up by you. You can use Saphira Castle's authority to create an honorific name for yourself. That way, in the future, if you want to pull someone up, just have them chant your honorific name. And how can an evil god not have an honorific name? Eve added jokingly at the end. How do I borrow the authority? Klein said calmly, then, as expected, saw Eve's disappointed expression. Just mention Saphira Castle in the honorific name, Eve said uninterestingly. However, the method you used to pull them up won't work on me. Your headache at the end was likely due to spiritual energy depletion. They ascended Saphira Castle by their connection to you and were sustained by your spiritual energy. With your spiritual energy, the moment I ascended Saphira Castle, you would lose control due to complete spiritual energy exhaustion. Loss of control. Klein's heart jumped. Spiritual energy exhaustion would lead to loss of control. Exactly, Eve nodded. But you don't need to worry too much. Generally speaking, no one can deplete their spiritual energy to the point of complete exhaustion. If complete spiritual energy exhaustion leads to loss of control, would certain symptoms of loss of control appear if it were depleted to a certain extent? Klein wondered inwardly, then temporarily set aside this thought for later consideration. Then how will you get up? Klein asked. Eve winked slyly, pulled out a piece of rye bread from a small mirror, and bounced it in her hand. Of course, I'll have the owner of the house open the door for me. An unowned Saphira Castle does not accept beyonders outside of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. When I transmigrated, I was a beyander of the assassin pathway, so it was impossible for me to ascend. You, at the time, were just an ordinary person and had Saphira Castle's aura on you, so you tricked it. But now, Saphira Castle is in an owned state. Although you haven't fully mastered it, you are already its owner. As long as the owner agrees, it will naturally agree, and then I can ascend Saphira Castle. And I am not being pulled up by you, so it won't consume your spiritual energy. As she spoke, Eve placed the rye bread in the four corners of the room. After placing the staple food, Eve walked 4 steps backward, silently chanting. Immortal Venerable who blesses the profound and mysterious heavens. Heavenly Lord who blesses the profound and mysterious heavens. God who blesses the profound and mysterious heavens. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein immediately felt a vague sensation. Someone wanted to enter Saphira Castle, and Saphira Castle relayed this information to him. Eve's knocking echoed in his mind, but Klein found himself in a predicament. How do I agree? Do I just think, agree? Klein thought for a while, deciding to wait and see if it would automatically agree. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the knocking still echoed in his mind. It seems I must open the door. Klein withdrew his thoughts and thought, agree, in his mind. The majestic ancient bronze castle resembled a giant's palace. Under the pervasive gray fog, the tall ancient bronze castle and the long table added a touch of solemnity. Eve curved her lips, casually sitting on the closest bronze chair, crossing her legs, and surveying the ancient castle. A black-haired man appeared on the bronze chair at the head of the table. It seems to have worked, Klein said, feeling his spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would have lost control by now. Try leaving, Eve said, leaving Saphira Castle. Do you feel anything? I must agree when entering, Klein summarized. I don't need to when leaving, but I can feel that I can prevent your departure. Eve nodded. It's indeed very similar to a divine kingdom. Perhaps its previous owner used it as a divine kingdom. Saphira Castle's previous owner. Klein was puzzled for a moment, guessing, did Saphira Castle have a previous owner? Have they fallen? Eve nodded. Seeing that Klein wanted to ask more, she immediately changed the subject. The following content involved outer deities, which he was not yet ready to know. She teased, I'm going back first. Think carefully about your honorific name. With an honorific name and a divine kingdom, you're quite a respectable evil god. Chapter 44, Audrey. Eve leaned against the headboard, propped up by a pillow, her legs stretched out under the covers, holding the investigation report that Irene and Sharon had sacrificed to her. In her previous life, Eve loved to stay in bed under the covers, and even bought a small bedside table specifically for doing homework and working in bed. She maintained this hobby in this life as well. Black flames danced on the white paper, slowly consuming the white sheet, making it curl and turn yellow, until it all turned to ash in a short while. There was no useful intelligence. On the southern continent, only some insignificant strongholds could be found, and in Loan, the investigation had just begun, and there was fear of startling the enemy, making them somewhat hesitant. Cheek had been silent for hundreds of years, and now suddenly appeared. Eve leaned back slightly, her head resting gently against the wall, her fingers caressing her long black hair. The Loan royal family has a conqueror characteristic. Eve looked up at the ceiling, contemplating, if that's the case, it's certainly worth Cheek taking a gamble. Thinking of this, Eve felt a bit emotional. If Rosal had won back then, none of this would have happened. But there was no if. Rosal lost, his resurrection failed, and Eve also paid the price for her choice. Eve slipped under the covers, pulling the blanket over her head. Darkness filled her entire vision. She tugged at the corner of the blanket and rolled once, wrapping herself tightly, becoming a long bundle. Then she rolled in the opposite direction, and the blanket slowly spread out beneath the young girl. After rolling back and forth a few times like this, Eve lay on the bed, pressing down on the blanket, with no hint of ladylike grace, arms outstretched, one leg straight, one leg slightly bent. After lying there for a while, Eve heard Klein's voice beside her. The embodiment of disaster. The master of the mirror world. The symbol of joy and pain. I'm being followed. Eve raised her eyelids, lazily replying, it's someone from the Hermetic Order, coming for the Antigonus family notebook. You continue with your business, don't mind him. The young girl sat up, supporting herself with both hands on the bed, and left her beloved bed, walking barefoot on the floor towards the wardrobe. After changing clothes and washing up, Eve picked up Rui, who was lying on the sofa like a person reading a newspaper, and put her into her handbag, only revealing a small, dark, fuzzy head. Let's go, time for work, Eve said, raising the handbag and patting Rui's head. Meow. Rui's voice sounded somewhat displeased. Eve rubbed her little head and said with a hint of resentment, I don't want to go to work either. We should share the difficulties. Backland's Empress Borough, as the residential area for Backland's dignitaries, had a much better environment than other parts of Backland, even the smoke here was considerably lighter. Along the flat, clean roads were neatly trimmed shrubs, and luxurious, grand European-style buildings stood majestically like kings. Eve arrived at Earl Hall's villa, and guided by a maid, she met Earl Hall's daughter, the legendary most dazzling diamond of Backland, Audrey Hall. As a small reporter, Eve naturally was not qualified to interview Earl Hall. Her interview subjects were his wife and daughter. This beautiful young lady, who was about to come of age and enter Backlund's social circle, was sitting gracefully on the sofa. Her eyes lit up when she saw Eve, and she did not seem nervous about the interview. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall, Miss Hall," Eve said, curtsying to the two ladies. "Good afternoon." Audrey's cheerful voice reminded Eve of Irene, making her feel more favorably towards this most dazzling diamond. "Good afternoon, Miss Eve." Compared to Audrey, the Countess was much more mature. Although she was over 50, she looked like a lady in her 30s. Eve sat opposite the two. The interview content was truly boring. Although the questions for the two ladies were not serious, they were very official, both Eve's questions and their answers. Eve did not like this, and Audrey did not like it either. Compared to her mother's official replies, Audrey's answers were more lively, occasionally even making jokes, becoming Eve's source of joy during the tedious interview. Eve put away her notebook and smiled as she bid farewell to the two ladies. Outside the villa, Eve saw Rui sitting on a golden retriever. Rui, Eve waved to the black cat. Rui meowed, jumped off the golden retriever's back, and ran towards Eve. "Time to go home." "Is that Miss Eve's cat?" The golden retriever ran to Miss Audrey's feet. Audrey bent down, stroking its back, and said, Rui, is it named after the Crimson Moon cat?" "Miss Hall is truly knowledgeable," Eve said with a smile. Audrey stood up and said to Eve with a smile, "It's private time now, just call me Audrey. I'm just very interested in mysticism, so I've learned a bit more." "Is that so?" Eve picked up Rui, stroking her back repeatedly. "Coincidentally, I know quite a bit about mysticism. If Miss Audrey is interested, you can write to me. My address is 18 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough." "Really?" Audrey's eyes lit up, and she said somewhat excitedly. Seeing Eve nod, Audrey cheered softly, "Thank you, you are truly a knowledgeable and kind lady." The Countess witnessed all of this. She knew that there were Beyonder powers in this world and didn't mind her daughter acquiring Beyonder powers. Audrey would eventually become independent, and having some Beyonder power to help her would be good. She guessed that this reporter lady might be a Beyonder. There were many Beyonders in the Hall family, so she wasn't afraid of her having any ill intentions. As long as she didn't lead Audrey astray, the Hall family wouldn't do anything to her. Moreover, naming her cat after the Crimson Moon cat suggested she was a devout follower of the goddess, not a cultist. "Perhaps we can have a tea party now," Audrey said impatiently. "In the garden, with some cakes, ice cream, and black tea. Does Miss Eve prefer black tea or coffee?" "Black tea, thank you for your kindness." Eve pinched the tip of Rui's ear. "It's just a shame that my afternoon is already booked." "Is that so?" Audrey was disappointed for a moment but quickly regained her vitality. "Then can I book Miss Eve's time for tomorrow?" "Just a little bit will do." "Of course," Eve said with a smile, "it would be my honor to have afternoon tea with the beautiful Miss Audrey." "That's wonderful." Eve smiled at the girl who was inwardly cheering but outwardly still reserved. "See you tomorrow, Miss Audrey." "See you tomorrow, Miss Eve." After Eve left, Audrey returned to her room, lifted her skirt, and elegantly spun around, her steps light as if dancing. Chapter 45, Teacher Eve. Klein opened the door and looked inside carefully. It was empty. Good, Benson hadn't returned yet, and Melissa still had a long time before school was out. Klein, ignoring the feeling of being watched, walked into his room as if nothing was wrong, sat at his desk, and pretended to read, but in reality, he silently chanted Eve's honorific name. Incarnation of disaster, ruler of the mirror world, symbol of joy and pain. The stalker is still there. Should we still have class? Yes, wait a moment. I'll come find you after I get off work, Eve replied. Having to teach after work, sigh. Work. Is it the kind of work I'm thinking of? Do angels also have to work? No, Klein put a hand to his forehead, dismissing his previous thoughts. Angels are high-ranking officials in the church. Old Sister's work should be. A scene appeared in Klein's mind. Eve sitting with her legs crossed in a high-backed chair, holding documents, directing affairs, with a long table full of people listening to her instructions. Cool. It had much more gravitas than his gray fog gathering. After all, she was a true big shot. Eve had no idea what Klein was thinking. She hunched over her desk, rushing to finish the press release, and finally got it done. She stretched, and though her eyes weren't tired, Eve habitually rubbed them. Next, she had to go teach Zhou Mingrui. Eve entered the mirror world and arrived within the full-length mirror in Klein's room. Looking at the thin figure hunched over the desk reading, Eve reached out and pulled him into the full-length mirror. Klein seemed startled by the sudden sensation of transfer, his body tensing. His hand immediately went under his armpit, gripping his revolver. Only after seeing it was Eve did he relax. Klein surveyed his surroundings. It was identical to his small room. If it weren't for the opposite arrangement of the furniture, he would have suspected that the feeling of movement just now was merely an illusion. Opposite arrangement. Klein looked at the full-length mirror. The cracked full-length mirror reflected everything in the room. The bunk bed, the desk, and himself reading. Myself reading. The Klein in the full-length mirror was sitting at the desk reading, but he was clearly sitting in a chair looking around now. That's the Klein in the mirror, Eve said, pointing at the full-length mirror. We are in the mirror world now. This is a reflection of your room. The Klein in the mirror. Klein turned to look at that self, and asked curiously, then is there a in the mirror? Klein suddenly remembered an awkward fact. He didn't know his old sister's name. Eve hadn't said it last night, and he'd forgotten to ask, nor did he have the ability to divine it directly like Eve. Eve said. Eve, it seems old sister and Emperor Rosal are old acquaintances. That makes sense. As fellow transmigrators, they would naturally meet up with a fellow countryman. Rosal's style, practically shouting, I am a transmigrator, on his face, made him too easy to find. There was no need for a secret transmigrator signal. Klein wanted to ask Eve if she had Rosal's diary, but then he heard her say, of course not. Although he knew she wasn't referring to Rosal's diary, Klein still fell silent for a moment. The timing was too coincidental, making him suspect Eve had cheated with Beander abilities. Klein silently swallowed the question, then asked, why? Good question. Eve gave Klein a thumbs up. Let's use this as our starting point for today's lesson, student Klein. Eve walked to Klein's side, pressed down on his shoulder, and pushed him back when he tried to offer his seat. She clasped her hands behind her back, gripping the edge of the desk, her lower back resting against the back of her hands, her upper body leaning slightly back, looking down at Klein, her beautiful eyes smiling as she said, as for the reason, let's talk about the one most closely related to today's lesson, the uniqueness. Uniqueness. Klein picked up his pen and notebook, turned to a blank page, and wrote, uniqueness, on the paper. The uniqueness has no specific form, it is a conceptual existence, symbolizing the sole true God. All existences involving the uniqueness cannot be replicated. After speaking, Eve paused, waiting for Klein to finish taking notes. True God. Klein's hand paused, and he said in surprise, aren't you an angel? Accommodating the uniqueness is a necessary condition for becoming a god. Eve straightened her waist, pulled out the hand that was pressed beneath her, squeezed her palm, and stood upright. Sequence 1 advancing to sequence 0 also requires a potion, and the uniqueness is one of the ingredients for that potion. You drank the sequence 0 potion. Klein's eyes widened slightly. Then aren't you a true god? I did drink the potion, but I didn't finish it. Eve leaned against the corner of the desk, supporting herself with both hands. The advancement from sequence 0 is very different from other sequence advancements. The potion doesn't have to be consumed all at once, and after a Beander reaches sequence 5, advancement must first complete an advancement ritual, but sequence 1 advancing to sequence 0 can complete it later. Eve suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously to Klein, do you want to know the sequence 0 potion formula? Klein's heart stirred upon hearing this. Although it was far from him, it genuinely piqued his curiosity. Do you know about Beander characteristics? Eve smiled, and instead of revealing the sequence 0 formula, she posed a new question. But before Klein could answer, she said, the Beander power within a deceased Beander doesn't disappear, it condenses into a crystalline substance that precipitates out of the body. That is the Beander characteristic, and Beander characteristics can serve as the main ingredient for potions. Beander characteristics are conserved. Isn't that cannibalism? Klein's pupils contracted, his voice trembling slightly. Wait, the sequence 0 potion wouldn't be a sequence 0 Beander characteristic and the uniqueness, would it? Half right, Eve said with a smile. It is indeed Beander characteristics and the uniqueness, but not a sequence 0 Beander characteristic, but sequence 1. The ingredients for the sequence 0 potion are the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics. 3. Klein felt a little confused. 3. Why 3? Was there some special meaning? He looked at Eve, but saw her smilingly watching him, with no intention of explaining. Klein then lowered his head and began to ponder on his own. 3. Even if old sister was unreliable, she wouldn't leave him to guess without a hint. Klein recalled Eve's words and immediately found the phrase, Beander characteristics are conserved, that was abruptly added at the end. Since Beander characteristics are conserved, the total amount should remain unchanged. A true God is unique, there can only be one. In sequence 1, there can only be 3. Only 3 sequence 1 characteristics. Klein tentatively said, smart, truly worthy of being my little brother. Eve snapped her fingers. So, usually, when there are sequence 1s, there is no true God, and when there is a true God, there are no sequence 1s. What about the unusual cases? We'll talk about the unusual cases later, Eve said. Your old brother and Melissa will be back soon. We need to hurry with the lesson, and I still need to check your homework later. When did I have homework? Klein protested hastily. He went over last night's experience in his mind and found no mention of homework. Your honorific name, Eve said righteously. Didn't I tell you to think of an honorific name? You didn't forget, did you? Klein recalled, and indeed, that was the case. He instantly felt a little guilty, but then he thought that he had already completed the assignment, so what was there to feel guilty about? He then cast the guilt aside. I thought of one. I can let you check it now. Klein quickly wrote in his notebook, then capped his pen and handed the notebook over. Eve took the notebook he handed her and glanced at it. The black, elegant handwriting on the white paper was very conspicuous. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls good luck. It was a standard 3-part honorific name for a deity. Eve raised an eyebrow and teased, a 3-part honorific name, you really want to pretend to be an evil god, huh? What's wrong? Klein asked, puzzled. His honorific name was inspired by the Evernight goddess and Eve's. Nothing, Eve handed the notebook back. 3-part honorific names are generally used by deities and angels, but other sequences can also use them by leveraging their status. Then should I change it? Klein asked, gripping the notebook. No need, Eve said with a smile. This way, it can also confuse those guys. Those guys? Klein asked curiously, who are they? Your enemies. Eve looked at Klein and said faintly, perhaps they will be enemies in the future. Future. Klein wanted to ask more, but Eve covered his mouth with her hand. If you ask any more, we won't have class. Put your curiosity aside for now, you'll know later. Klein nodded, blinking his brown eyes, trying to show his sincerity. Eve released Klein's mouth and continued teaching. Although some time was delayed, she finished explaining the 3 major laws of Beander characteristics just a few seconds before Benson entered the door. All right, I have to go back now, Eve said, waving her hand. See you tomorrow. Remember to tell me when you move. Wait, Klein called out to Eve. He hesitated for a moment, but finally made up his mind. He looked into Eve's eyes and said seriously, why don't you stay for dinner? You can meet them too. Chapter 46 Family. Then what identity should I use to join your dinner? Eve curved her lips, her deep sea-like eyes quietly observing him, as if seeing through all his thoughts. Eve's words were like a heavy hammer striking Klein's heart. He felt a numbness in his body and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Eve stepped forward, standing beside Klein, one hand across her chest, the other palm facing up on Klein's chest. "Hey, Melissa, Benson, this young lady is my brother from my previous life." Eve mimicked Klein's voice and demeanor, introducing Eve to his non-existent siblings. Klein pinched the pad of his index finger, his lips pressed together, not speaking. He did have the idea of Eve becoming family with them, even though he knew it was highly impractical. Klein's lips moved, about to speak, but Eve interrupted him. "Perhaps it could be like this," Eve mimicked again. "This is Miss Eve, my colleague." "Guess what they'd think," Eve said, crossing her hands over her mouth in feigned surprise. "Oh my. Klein actually brought a strange lady home on his own accord. Can't I see them?" Klein asked in a low voice. "Of course you can," Eve said, dropping her exaggerated posture and cupping Klein's face, "but you know, there's no way I can appear before them as your family. There are no brothers Zhou Mingzhen and Zhou Mingrui in this era." Klein was silent for a while. After a long time, he said, "But I have already appeared before Ruorui as your family. You never intended to hide my existence from your family from the start, did you? Our situations are completely different, which is why I can tell my family about you," Eve explained. "My current family consists only of Ruorui, you, and Oro Boros. Oro Boros is my adopted younger brother, and he knows I've been looking for you." "I'm sorry," Klein's voice was very soft, his brown eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. "I'm sorry, you allowed me to be Ruorui's younger brother, but I can't let you be Melissa and Benson's older sister." "It's not your fault," Eve said, looking at Klein gently. "You are my Zhou Mingrui, and you are Melissa and Benson's Klein." Klein gently placed one hand on Eve's hand, lowering his gaze, not daring to meet Eve's eyes. He said dejectedly, "Next time." He didn't know how to face Melissa and Benson now, let alone how to face Eve. Eve nodded without saying anything. For her, Melissa was Melissa, and Benson was Benson. If it weren't for Klein, they might never have intersected. But after Klein appeared, Melissa and Benson gained another identity in Eve's eyes, Zhou Mingrui's new family. In Eve's view, whether by blood, law, or recognition, they were not family. In Melissa and Benson, they didn't even know Eve. These three were originally unrelated. Their relationship needed to be clarified by Klein himself. This was very unfair to Klein, but as the one who connected both sides, as the only link between Eve and Melissa and Benson, his attitude would directly affect their relationship. "I'll go back first," Eve said softly. "You can come find me anytime. I will always be your family." Klein nodded, watching Eve's figure disappear before him. With Eve's disappearance, he also returned to the real world. Eve returned to her room. She glanced at Ruorui curled up on the bed, picked her up, and gave her a big sniff. "Meow." Ruorui was startled. "What are you doing, meow?" "Nothing." Eve leaned back, falling onto the bed. "I just feel, I've really brought a lot of trouble to Zhou Mingrui." "What trouble?" Ruorui licked her fur, which Eve had messed up, and asked in passing. Eve tilted her head towards Ruorui, reached out, and rubbed her back, messing up her freshly tidied fur again. "Stop rubbing, meow." Ruorui's fur bristled. She pushed off with her hind legs, jumped off the bed, and moved away from Eve's clutches. "I'm kindly concerned about you, and this is how you treat me, meow. Why does a little kitten ask about trouble?" Eve lay on her side, propping her head with one hand, looking at Ruorui on the floor. "Little kittens don't need to worry about trouble or worries. Little kittens just need to live happily, cuddle with older sister every day, and act cute." Ruorui ungracefully rolled her eyes at Eve and ran out of the bedroom. Moretti's home. Benson looked at the distracted Klein and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Klein? Are you feeling unwell?" Melissa also looked over, frowning with concern at her brother. He had been so happy yesterday, wanting to take her out to eat, but today he looked wilted like a cabbage lacking water. "No, nothing," Klein shook his head, "just a small problem at work." "A small problem," Benson frowned, and with the wisdom of experience, he said earnestly, "Even small problems need to be resolved properly, the sooner the better." Otherwise, your boss will be more boisterous than a curly-haired baboon, yelling at you all day. Although even if you do nothing wrong, they'll still jump around like a curly-haired baboon. Klein forced a small smile and said to his siblings, "My boss is a very good person, with no flaws except for a high hairline." Benson touched his own high hairline. "Actually, a high hairline isn't really a flaw, is it? It makes one look more mature." "Exactly," Klein nodded, "at least 10 years more mature." After 11 o'clock, the Moretti siblings said goodnight to each other and lay down in their respective beds. The feeling of being watched still lingered, but the hidden stalker never appeared. Although he knew Eve wouldn't let anything happen to him, he couldn't sleep while being watched. Klein reached under his pillow, where the small mirror Eve had given him was placed. Although he didn't know what the small mirror was for, Klein always carried it with him, even hiding it under his pillow when he slept. The cool touch of his fingertips dispelled some of his sleepiness. Klein's hand under the pillow squeezed the mirror's frame. How could he say it? Klein's fingers, gripping the mirror frame, tightened slightly, turning white at the tips. Tell Melissa and Benson that he wasn't Klein, that the real Klein had committed suicide long ago, and he was just a visitor from another world occupying Klein's body, possessing Klein's emotions and memories. What would their reaction be? Acceptance? Or anger that he had occupied Klein's body, deceived their feelings, and from then on, would detest and abandon him? Klein changed his position, lying flat on the bed, looking at the bedboard in front of him, as if seeing the sleeping Benson through the bedboard. He was Zhou Mingrui, and he was also Klein. Klein's memories and emotions profoundly affected him. Benson and Melissa were his family, and he could not accept his family's detestation and abandonment. Klein stared blankly at the upper bunk's bedboard, looking at the thin layer of red gauze in the darkness, his eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 47, Quill of Alzuhad. Eve quietly watched the humble apartment bathed in crimson moonlight. A thin man was silently sneaking into Klein's residence through the window. That was the Hermetic Order member tracking Klein. Eve had no intention of interfering. She would not overly meddle in Klein's growth. Flowers in a greenhouse were destined not to go far on the Beander path. Her gaze shifted. Inside a hotel room, a man in his 30s with a golden-brown buzz cut lay sound asleep on the bed, utterly exhausted from a day of intense travel. The goddess's sword, Crestet Sesama, should have arrived in Tingen 2 days ago, but the train broke down halfway and couldn't continue. He had to transfer in another city. Yet, as if cursed, every train he took or intended to take broke down. After the train stopped in the wilderness yet again, Sesama decided to walk to Tingen, but even so, troubles continued. Sesama didn't believe he could be so unlucky. Once was a coincidence, twice was a coincidence, but 3 times. Clearly, someone didn't want the goddess's sword to come to Tingen. A series of coincidences, the disharmony in Klein's fate, and Eve sat before her dressing mirror, leaning slightly, propping her chin with one hand, a leisurely posture, smiling as she looked at the quill suspended above a book in the mirror, writing by itself without a hand to guide it. For unknown reasons, Klein did not die. Luckily, he also met a magical black cat. Because of Welch's case and the black cat, he joined the Nighthawks. The story seems to have deviated from the script. Many smudges covered the original writing. Eve wiped away the smudges on the notebook in the mirror as if erasing dirt. The strange Klein, the lucky Klein, he attracted the attention of an unknown existence. Oh, my goodness. The black cat is actually observing Klein. It followed Klein after he joined the Nighthawks. This had no effect on Ince Zangwill. This existence with unknown motives was unaware of Ince Zangwill's existence. The black cat came to St. Selena Cathedral. It saw a poor man on the verge of losing control, unaware of his plight. The kind cat decided to help this poor man. It scared this poor man during a divination, so Klein and Old Neil were both sent to Backland. The goddess's sword, Sesama, has already rushed to Tingen. He will arrive today, which will be a huge blow to Ince Zangwill's plan. The sentence above was blacked out, but Eve used divination to see its full content. The train carrying the goddess's sword, Sesama, broke down halfway and couldn't continue. He had to transfer in another city, which would undoubtedly cause a long delay. Poor Sesama didn't know that all the trains he was to take had problems. He could only walk to Tingen. He was suspicious, but it didn't matter. By the time he arrived, Ins Zangwil's plan would have ended successfully. Klein was sent to Backland, but unfortunately, he will be back soon. The black cat no longer follows Klein, but unfortunately, he attracted the attention of an unknown existence residing in Backland. From now on, this existence will be watching him. Oh, poor Ince. The unknown existence is watching Klein but has no interest in the Nighthawks. This existence isn't even in Tingen. The unknown existence far away in Backland will not have much impact on Tingen, and certainly no impact on Ince Zangwil's plan. For unknown reasons, the unknown existence's attention to Klein far exceeded Ince Zangwil's imagination. His clumsy script aroused the unknown existence's suspicion, which is reasonable, as he is truly not a qualified author. Oh, no. He's looking. He is. Before the sentence was finished, the quill trembled and fell onto the notebook filled with words. Eve looked at the notebook in the mirror, 2 fingers pressed together, sliding across the mirror as if wiping away dust. As her fingers moved, the last paragraph on the notebook was erased, as if it had never existed. In a small house with a red chimney, a man with dark golden hair was sound asleep on the bed. Crimson moonlight seeped through the window crack, spilling onto a quill quietly resting on a notebook. In the silent night, the quill trembled twice, floated in the air, and began writing on the notebook by itself. Poor quill of Alzuhad, its arrogance ruined it. Luckily, Chaos Demoness had no intention of giving it to that existence. No, no, Great Your Highness, I am not arranging you. Writing scripts is my instinct. I will write down interesting things, this is not something I can suppress. Is that existence watching here? Yes, he is watching. Chaos Demoness became interested in this. As long as that existence wanted, he could take the quill of Alzuhad, but why didn't he? Evernight Goddess. No, no, no. Chaos Demoness denied her own thoughts. Compared to the quill of Alzuhad, she was more interested in the reason behind it. For this, she was willing to let the quill of Alzuhad remain in Ince Zangwil's hand, willing to watch Ince Zangwil's drama play out. Oh, my goodness. This is too terrible. After all, this is the most clumsy author the quill of Alzuhad has ever encountered. Poor Ince Zangwil, when he wakes up tomorrow, he will still pick up the quill of Alzuhad to write scripts, unaware that he has long become a clown in the script of a great existence. The quill trembled once and gently floated down onto the table. The words just written on the notebook vanished as if wiped away by an invisible hand. Eve sat on the chair, her beautiful eyes fixed on the mirror, reviewing the script written by the runaway archbishop bit by bit. The true creator, the only high-level existence involved in this drama was the true creator. Although Eve hadn't expected to find answers in the script, it still left her a little disappointed. Too little useful information was provided. It seemed that while Adam let the quill of Alzuhad stay in his hand, he didn't take this Ince Zangwil seriously. The girl rubbed her eyes, stood up, and fell backward onto the soft bed, a crimson veil gently draped over her. In Tingen, involving high-level existences, one was a little girl named Mei Gao Oc, who was pregnant with the true creator's child. Adam and the true creator didn't have a good relationship, and what would he gain by doing this? Find another younger brother for himself. The other was Leonard, Klein's colleague, a Nighthawks in Tingen, but it was unclear which high-level existence he specifically involved. And the last one was Klein. His possibility was the lowest. The high-level existence he involved was herself, and that only started these past 2 days, but Ince Zangwil had defected long ago. But if under another possibility, Klein's possibility was the highest. If that were the case, it would be Saphira Castle, not Eve, that drew him into the high-level existence battlefield. Paranoid. Eve recalled the nickname Eamon gave her. She had a premonition that a question that had been in her heart for 1,000 years would finally be answered. Chapter 48. A Gift. In a meticulously manicured garden, a small white round table was set, with two beautiful ladies seated beside it. In front of them were exquisite, flower-shaped porcelain white tea sets, and a three-tiered dessert stand held various delicate small cakes. A golden retriever lay on the grass, watching the black cat hiding under the table, its tail wagging happily. Really? Audrey's eyes widened slightly, and she leaned forward, exclaiming in surprise, a singing mirror. Perhaps it's true. Eve took a sip of tea, then said, I've only heard about it. Although Eve intended to develop Audrey into a member of the Rose School of Thought, she had to proceed gradually. She did not reveal Beyonder knowledge to Audrey but instead told her many strange stories. They couldn't really be called stories, as these were all real occurrences. The singing mirror was actually a Beyonder item of the Rose School of Thought, shaped like a vanity mirror. Incarnation of disaster, master of the mirror world, symbol of joy and pain, I've moved. I've moved to know. 2 Narcissus Street. By the way, I still don't know your address. Klein's voice echoed in her ears. He's moved, huh? As his elder sister, shouldn't I send him something? While Eve pondered what gift to send, she continued to tell Audrey various magical things. Audrey's beautiful deep green eyes sparkled as she looked at her face filled with unconcealed curiosity and longing. Before leaving, she reluctantly asked Eve if she could come again. Of course, Eve said with a smile, anytime. You can also write to me normally. That's wonderful. Tomorrow. No. Audrey tugged at her skirt with one hand, somewhat flustered. I just remembered I have something tomorrow. Can it be the day after tomorrow? Of course, Eve said with a smile, looking at the relieved Audrey. After Eve left Empress Burrow with Ruarui, she took a public carriage to pick out a housewarming gift for Zhou Mingrui. Public carriages rushed quickly and busily through the streets. Newsboys, seeing a carriage stop by the road, immediately rushed over to sell newspapers to the people inside. Well-dressed gentlemen and ladies slowly disembarked from the carriages. The young girl, holding the black cat, got off the carriage and walked past one shop after another. Plants. Or should I send something practical? Furniture. A 4-piece set. New clothes. Eve looked at the shops, considering each one. Furniture stores, clothing stores, department stores. In the glass display window of a department store, a beautifully packaged box of tarot cards lay quietly on a red silk pillow. After Rosal invented tarot cards, tarot divination was popular in the northern continent for quite some time. Although it is far less popular now than a century ago, many people still enjoy collecting exquisite tarot cards. Eve stroked her chin. Tarot cards could be used for divination, and once Klein advanced to sequence 8, they could also be used as weapons. It's decided. You're the one. Tarot cards. Eve found an uninhabited place and jumped into the mirror world. She had specifically opened a storage room in the mirror world, filled with all sorts of items, ranging from the second epoch to the present. Because there were so many items, Eve made the storage room very large. Except for the wall with the door, every wall was lined with a large bookshelf. There were 3 bookshelves in total, holding books from the 3rd epoch, 4th epoch, and 5th epoch, respectively. The bookshelf holding 3rd epoch books was the most spacious, with its entire top shelf empty. The 5th epoch bookshelf was the fullest, mostly containing Rosal's works. Eve organized books by author, and Rosal's books occupied the top 3 shelves of his bookshelf. On the floor of the storage room were several stacked boxes, each with a slip of paper indicating the time. Some also had names and items written on them, such as Oro Boros and Medici from the 2nd epoch, containing their clothes, toys, bowls, and similar items from the 2nd epoch, many of which were damaged. This room was not tidy. In fact, it could be said to be very messy, with many miscellaneous items scattered everywhere. On the floor was also a broken mirror, which Eve had thrown in a few days ago. Perhaps decades or centuries later, it would be collected by Eve into a box with a slip of paper. Actually, Eve initially had no intention of building this storage room. But as the people around her left one by one, and after experiencing years untouchable by ordinary people, she began to feel somewhat nostalgic, and she built this storage room at the end of the 2nd epoch. Eve had always had a habit of throwing things into the mirror world, always in the same place. So, she developed this area into a storage room, using Biander abilities to prevent the erosion of time on these items, and organizing the thrown in items into the storage room. Many of the second epic items she collected were damaged, some were already broken when thrown in, while others were due to the erosion of time. She wouldn't deliberately think about what items were commemorative and then put them into the storage room for collection. Instead, she would casually throw in all sorts of items: books, accessories, clothes, broken knives and forks, good ones and bad ones, precious ones and ordinary ones. When she felt it was time to organize, she would arrange the thrown-in items and put them into boxes. Eve found the box labeled, 5th Epic Rosal, among the many boxes. As the youngest, Rosal's box was placed on the floor with no other boxes on top of it. Eve opened Rosal's box and pulled out a smooth wooden box from the very bottom. The young girl opened the wooden box, revealing the exquisite set of silver-plated tarot cards inside. This was the first set of tarot cards Rosal made, containing only 22 major arcana cards. This set of tarot cards was created by Rosal based on his own image. The male figures on the cards were all him, while the female figures were a young Bernadette. It was actually a Biander item, made from a sequence 4 characteristic of the Sun pathway. Injecting spirituality into a Rosal card could randomly grant a one-time divine spell of light. A card could only be injected with spirituality once a day. Injecting spirituality into a Bernadette card could randomly grant a type of amplification, lasting 10 minutes, with a chance of getting the same amplification, but the effect and duration would not stack. Initially, the negative effect was very strong, causing the wielder to feel the pain of being burned at all times. After becoming an angel, Rosal modified it, reducing the negative effect to only feeling hot when used, which was very minor. It also had strong anti-divination capabilities, which Eve had added to it. Snap! Eve closed the wooden box, somewhat hesitant. This could be said to be a very powerful Biander item for Klein, but it was too strong for the current Klein. Would it affect his growth? She rubbed her fingertips over the wooden box, then opened it again, pulled out the Fool and Empress cards from the tarot deck, then closed the wooden box and threw it back into the box. 22 cards could be played with, but 2 cards could only serve as trump cards. Eve curved her lips, looking at the 2 silver-plated tarot cards in her hand. Chapter 49, Biam. Good evening, Eve said, sitting on Klein's bed with her legs crossed, completely unaware that she had trespassed. Seeing the room's owner enter, she even waved hello. When Klein saw Eve on the bed, his hand trembled, and his body moved faster than his mind. He quickly closed the door to prevent Benson and Melissa from seeing her. After doing so, Klein regretted it somewhat. He wanted Eve to integrate into the family, yet he didn't want Melissa and Benson to discover her. This was truly, Klein's mind was in a mess, and he gripped his cane with some irritation. Hey, little brother, what's wrong? Eve looked at Klein, who had tightly pursed lips, a furrowed brow, and a face filled with conflict and annoyance, radiating a sense of melancholy. She tapped his forehead and said playfully, I specifically brought a gift to congratulate you, and this is how you treat me. Oh, Eve cupped Klein's cheeks, her palms pressed against his face, and began to knead them wildly. It's a housewarming, Zhou Mingrui, smile for me. I know, I was wrong, stop kneading, stop, Klein said, grabbing Eve's wrist and pulling it back, freeing his face from her hands. He rubbed his slightly aching cheeks. Eve's antics had dispelled some of the gloom in his heart. This problem would remain a huge stone weighing on his heart until it was resolved, but it wasn't something that could be figured out in a short time. Today should have been a happy day. He had moved into a new home and started a new life. On this joyful day, he would temporarily not think about unhappy things. Klein lowered his hand from rubbing his face, curved his lips, and said, speak properly, no touching. Eve chuckled twice, put her hands behind her back, then swiftly crossed them over her chest. Her 2 fingers were pressed together, with a silver-plated tarot card folder between her middle and index fingers. One card depicted a brown-haired middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache, wearing colorful, exaggerated clothes. He carried a staff with luggage hanging from it, and a small dog followed at his feet. Above the middle-aged man's head was a word written in intis, which, based on the card's image, should be, fool. The other card depicted a brown-haired little girl who looked only 2 or 3 years old. Her face bore some resemblance to the middle-aged man, making them look very much like father and daughter. The girl, wearing a cute blue dress, sat on a throne. Due to her height, her feet dangled in the air, one in front of the other, seemingly swinging back and forth. The girl looked forward, as if at someone, smiling very happily. She wore a golden crown on her head and held a scepter high in her hand. In the top corner of the card, there was also a word written in intis. This should be the Empress card, but the cute little girl on the card looked more like a princess than an empress. The more Klein looked, the more familiar the man on the card seemed. He searched his memory carefully. Rosal Gustav. This frequent guest in textbooks, a figure involved in many subjects, Klein had seen his picture in books. That girl should be Rosal's daughter, Bernadette Gustav. Ta-da! Eve swung the hand holding the cards twice. How is it? This is a gift I carefully selected. Do you like it? I like it, Klein said, taking the tarot cards. They are very beautiful and unique tarot cards, but why are there only 2? These are Beander items, Eve said, gently tapping Klein's arm with her elbow. It's good to have 2 Beander items. Klein asked in confusion, are they sealed artifacts? Something like that. These are weapons commissioned from an artisan using Beander characteristics. They have far fewer negative side effects than ordinary sealed artifacts, Eve explained, giving Klein a detailed explanation of the Beander tarot cards, usage and negative effects. Klein's eyes sparkled as he looked at the tarot cards in his hand. These would be his trump card for a long time to come. Thank you, Klein said sincerely. Have you eaten? Wow, the traditional greeting from my great food-loving nation, Eve said, feigning surprise. She then clutched her chest, wiped away non-existent tears, and complained in a mournful tone, we haven't seen each other for so long, have we already run out of things to say? You're already making small talk, and now you're making small talk even when there's nothing to say. Will you ignore me later? Klein looked at the drama queen speechlessly. I just wanted to invite you to dinner. Oh, my, Eve patted Klein's shoulder. Not yet, not yet. Where are you planning to take me to eat? To your place. I'll cook it myself. Klein thought for a moment. Restaurants were too expensive. He had just moved and bought some decent clothes, so he didn't have much money left. Cooking himself would be more heartfelt. Although his cooking wasn't great, it wasn't bad either. Eve was a little surprised. In his previous life, Zhou Mingrui would at most help him grab takeout. All right, Eve said, rubbing her chin. But we'll have to go out and buy some groceries. Eve didn't have any groceries at home. Most of the time, she ate out. Occasionally, she cooked herself, but because she didn't have a refrigerator, Eve only bought enough groceries for 1 meal each time. Klein glanced out the window. Sparse streetlights emitted warm light, and a crimson veil enveloped the quiet city. At this time, no one was selling vegetables. Although Tingen could be considered a safe city, its public order was not good enough for citizens to walk safely at night. In fact, even the safest cities couldn't achieve this level. And even if they were willing to continue working at night, they would be driven away by the inspectors due to so-called city appearance regulations. Then tomorrow, before Klein could finish, Eve placed her hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, he felt as if the world before his eyes had turned into a richly colored oil painting, with blacks blacker and reds redder. When the exaggerated, heavy colors disappeared, they were already in an unfamiliar city. A huge ship was docked at the pier. Several dockworkers were carrying boxes onto the ship. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, but compared to the quiet Tingen night, it could already be called a sea of people. The liveliest place should be the tavern. Klein wasn't close to the tavern, but he could still hear the bustling human voices inside. This is Byam, Eve said, looking up at Klein. Stay close to me, otherwise it will be very dangerous. The reason there are so many people here at night isn't because of good public order. On the contrary, the public order here is very bad. Dangerous, Klein pondered for 2 seconds. He knew the city of Byam, the capital of Rhodes Islands, the city of generosity, Byam. Is it because of pirates? Exactly, Eve said with a smile. Many pirates come to Rhodes Islands to replenish supplies. Many of the residents here used to be pirates, and many of those wandering the streets now are pirates and beyonders. Eve looked around, then stood on tiptoe and whispered into Klein's ear, if you ever need money in the future, you can consider hunting pirates at sea. It helps the common people and supplements your income, with flexible working hours and no annoying superiors. Klein's eyes widened slightly, looking at Eve with some anticipation. Some famous great pirates, such as the 4 kings of pirates, have bounties over 10,000, but these are all demigod-level powerhouses, too far for you, Eve said with a smile. In fact, those famous pirates are all beyonders. The small fries you can handle are only a few pounds, or a dozen pounds at most. Klein wasn't surprised. In this world with beyonder abilities, it would be surprising if these famous great pirates were ordinary people. Although he could only handle a few pounds, it was already a considerable income for him. Even knowing it was far beyond him, the thought of tens of thousands of gold pounds still made Klein very tempted, and he silently listed it as his second motivation for striving to advance. Strive to advance to demigod as soon as possible and embark on the path to wealth. Eve knew what Klein was thinking just by looking at his expression. She patted Klein's back and said seriously, like an elder admonishing a junior, young man, you must advance well. But in less than 3 seconds, she returned to her usual demeanor, pointed at the huge ship at the pier, and pulled Klein along, saying, come on, we're so lucky to have run into Jia's ship today. I'll take you to meet her. Chapter 50, Frank. Jia. This was a very Chinese name. Klein immediately thought of Ruirui, and looked at Eve with suspicion. Star Admiral Katlia, Eve waved her hand and explained, she's not mine. Last time I saw her, she was a 10-year-old girl. I wonder if she still remembers me. Eve looked up at the huge pirate ship, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. A pirate ship weighing over 300 tons rested quietly at the dock, its hull fitted with more than 30 cannons, intimidatingly scrutinizing passers-by. 3 long masts shot skyward, white canvas furled and hung from them. So cool. Its grandeur was even more palpable up close. Klein looked up at the massive pirate ship, his heart stirring slightly, feeling the Chunabu spirit deep within him begin to stir. Hello, Eve patted a sailor's shoulder, is Katlia here? We are her friends. Huh. The sailor turned to look at the two of them, scratching his head, unsure if they were telling the truth. The captain isn't here. You can come back tomorrow. Ah, what a pity. Eve thanked the sailor and then left with Klein. Didn't you see this coming? Klein asked curiously. He remembered the captain saying that some people speculated the most powerful divination could see the past, present, and future with a single glance. I can see it, Eve shrugged and said with a smile, but if I were to see everything, life would become very boring. Most of the time, I prefer to remain ignorant. Klein imagined that if he knew everything, life would indeed lack a lot of novelty and fun. Come on, let's go grocery shopping, Eve said, putting her arm around Klein's neck. Since we're already at the dock, let's buy some fish. Byam's fish is fresh and cheap, I guarantee you'll like it. Klein stumbled. Eve's movements were sudden and boisterous, not gentle in the slightest. He turned his head, about to glare at her, when he saw a conspicuous man behind Eve. The man was conspicuous not because he was unique, but because the fish in his hand were unique. The fish looked very much like hairtail, but their colors were vibrant and multi-hued. Holding them was like holding a rainbow rolled into a cylinder. The most peculiar thing was the leaves growing on the fish's bodies, yes, leaves growing on fish bodies, and not just leaves, but also vines and branches. Are Byam's fish also? Klein pointed at the man holding the fish, trying to find a suitable adjective. He thought for a moment and finally said, peculiar. Eve followed Klein's finger and saw the middle-aged man holding 6 fish that looked like hairtail, each a different color. That man in the vest, holding the fish, is Frank Lee, the first mate of the future. Eve leaned in close to Klein's ear and whispered, and the fish he's holding, him. Eve glanced left and right, then leaned mysteriously close to Klein's ear, shielding it with one hand. Klein couldn't help but feel a mix of tension and secret anticipation. Could it be some incredibly powerful, precious Beyonder creature? I haven't seen them either, Eve said in a hushed voice. Klein immediately felt choked, gave Eve a roll of his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Let go, let go." Eve obediently released Klein's neck, then pointed her index finger at her cheek and said with a playful smile, "I've never seen that kind of fish before. I've decided, I'm buying it." Klein spun his head to look at Eve. He didn't understand. Could those fish really be eaten? Eve wandered around the dock but couldn't find that kind of fish, which made Klein breathe a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to try those strange fish. "Hey, sir." Eve waved her hand and scurried towards Frank. "Wait." Klein tried to grab her, but as soon as his hand reached out, Eve had already run 5 meters away. "Excuse me," Eve said to Frank with a smile, "where did you buy these fish? Does the young lady want these fish?" Frank's eyes lit up as he looked at Eve, excitedly wanting to shake her hand, but the fish he was holding prevented him from doing so. He said, "These are ones I bred myself. I'll give them to you." "Huh." Eve waved her hand, not taking the fish Frank offered. "No, no, I'll pay." "No, young lady," Frank said excitedly, "your support is more valuable than money. Not many people can appreciate this gift from Mother anymore. Let me introduce them to you," Frank said, gesturing with the fish in his hand and speaking voluminously. "These are my latest fruit fish. They are a hybrid of fish and fruit, and they taste just like fruit. This way, sailors can eat fresh and delicious fruit even at sea. The red one is guarana." Klein arrived just in time to hear all this and was immediately startled. A hybrid of fish and fruit. What the hell? But Eve listened with great interest, nodding frequently. "This is truly amazing." The middle-aged man became even more excited upon hearing this. He looked at Eve with an expression that suggested a feeling of having met too late. His introduction had already shifted from fruit fish to the beef mushrooms he was currently developing, and it seemed likely to change again. Klein looked at the two getting along so well, and his intuition told him to quickly end their conversation, even though it was impolite. Hybridization is indeed a very good technique. Klein forced a smile, his lips twitching. "Sir, do you also support me?" Frank asked in surprise before Klein could finish. "I." Klein paused, carefully choosing his words, trying to be as tactful as possible so as not to discourage the other person. "I support your research into hybridization technology. After all, it's a technology that benefits the people." Frank was like a child who had received candy, bubbling with joy. "Oh, Mother Goddess, I actually met 2 people who understand and support me in one day. Is this what Emperor Rosal called a bosom friend?" Klein looked at Frank, who was as happy as a child, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed the "but" that was on the tip of his tongue. Eve raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully at Klein, and took the fish Frank offered. "My name is Frank Lee." Frank wiped his hand on his clothes and then extended it, saying, "I'm the first mate of the future. Although our crew on the future are pirates, we are not those cruel pirates." Eve nodded, shook Frank's outstretched hand, and said, "My name is Eve, and he's Klein. I even know your captain." Frank's eyes lit up. "Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask your captain." Eve added, "If she still remembers, we haven't seen each other in over 10 years. "No, I don't disbelieve you." Frank quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm just too surprised. This is simply the Mother Goddess's favor. Do you two have time these next few days? The future will be docked here for 3 days. May I invite you to be our guests?" Eve looked at Klein. She herself had no plans, so it depended on Klein's schedule. Klein shook his head. His work was easy, but as an important witness and clue in the case, He had to stay at Blackthorn Security Company every day to guard against potential dangers, especially after being followed. Although Klein knew that Ruarui would not harm him or Tingen, the captain and the others did not know that. The church had dispatched Sesama, the sword of the goddess, for this case. He was a Sequence 5 powerhouse and had gained the recognition of a holy item, possessing strength close to that of a demigod, but he was not a true demigod after all. The captain speculated that this Beander incident involving a demigod was not highly dangerous, which was why a true demigod had not been sent, and used this to reassure Klein. "It's a shame," Eve sighed and said, "but I have a messenger. Mr. Frank can write to us." Eve took a small card from her pocket and handed it to Frank. "This has the method for summoning the messenger." Frank happily took the card. "I will write to you. We look forward to it," Eve said with a smile. "Goodbye, we need to prepare our dinner." "What a pity," Frank said. "If we had met earlier, we could have had dinner together." "Well then, goodbye, my friends." Frank stood in place, watching Eve and Klein leave. Klein looked back, leaned closer to Eve, and whispered, "Are you really going to eat those fish? It's interesting, isn't it?" Eve raised the fish in her hand and said with a smile, "I'll take them back for Ruarui to try." "What about you?" Klein vaguely sensed Eve's thoughts and asked uncertainly. Eve blinked, looked at Klein slyly, and placed her index finger to her lips. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.